Naruto, my Sharingan can be embedded with infinity gems. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176, Conquering the One-Horned Insect. Kamui looked at Ash's receding back and silently wished him to become an excellent trainer. Only after Satoshi and the others disappeared from view did Kamui speak to Mito and Mera. Okay, let's go catch elves together. Do you have any elves you particularly like? I like Jirachi, Mew, Celebi, Victini, and Shamey. Mito counted on his fingers, counting the Pokémon he liked, and then looked at Kamui with anticipation. I like Rayquaza, Kyogre, Groudon, Darkrai, Cresselia, Giratina, and Arceus. Mera calmly told Shenwei about her favorite elves. If you look closely at Mera's eyes, you will find that there is a gloating smile hidden in her eyes. Every time Kamui heard Mito and Mera call out the name of an elf, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, and in the end it turned into a dark face. Can't you two just like a few Pokémon that civilian trainers can get? With Shenwei's strength, it would be easy to capture these elves, but what would happen after they were captured? I'm afraid that there would be an alliance champion immediately, so he would be invited to the alliance headquarters to have a good talk. You ask me, so of course I'm telling you the truth. Can't you catch them? Mera looked at Shenwei with an innocent face and deliberately showed a disappointed expression at the end point. Mito looked at Mera, then at Kamui, without saying anything. Instead, he cooperated with Mera and pretended to be very disappointed. I can. Kamui couldn't bear to disappoint Mito and Mera, so he made up his mind secretly, then bit his back teeth and squeezed out this answer from between his teeth. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Actually, Mera and I have already thought about it. We want Milotic, Gardevoir, Dragonite, and Arcanine. Mito felt bad when he saw Kamui's miserable expression, so he took the initiative to reveal the truth to Kamui. Kamui was making a capture plan when he suddenly heard Mito tell the truth. The difficulty of capturing him suddenly decreased, and Kamui secretly felt lucky. Kamui, I have a question for you. Why don't you continue traveling with Zyelzy? Mito wanted to ask this question just now, but never found the opportunity. Now is the chance to ask it. Is this so obvious? Kamui thought he had hidden the purpose of this matter very well, but he didn't expect that Mito still saw through it. I believe that not only I saw it, but Mera also saw it. Zyelzy should just be fascinated by the universal capsule. She will be able to see it later. Only Zyelzy didn't see it. Mito said this and glanced at Mera, hoping that Mera could say a few words for her. Yeah, I can see that Kamui is planning to part ways with Satoshi. Mera spoke haltingly, but if you listened carefully, you could tell that she lacked confidence when she said this. Okay, Mera, you don't have to explain. I already know you didn't see it. Kamui directly exposed Mera's lie, then turned to look at Mito with a faint smile on his face. I originally just wanted to keep it a secret from Zyelzy, but I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain here. When Shenwei was speaking, he also glanced at Mera beside him. Mera was glaring at Shenwei angrily. When Mera saw Shenwei turned his head to look at her, she turned her head away and deliberately avoided looking at Shenwei. Forget it, I won't ask anymore. You must have your reasons for doing this. Let's go catch the elves now. Mito didn't intend to continue asking and took the initiative to change the subject. The reason was that he believed that Kamui and Silent Mera, the stupid teammate, were half and half. Okay, then let's go now and get ready for battle, little mouse. After Kamui finished speaking, he took Mito, Mera and Pikachu to stroll in the Viridian Forest. Soon, Kamui encountered his first capture target, Beedrill. Kamui's target is Beedrill, but what he is facing now is Rhino, a wild rhino, which just meets Kamui's idea of slowly cultivating it. I want to be your trainer, so please fight my Pokémon. Go ahead, Pikachu. Use Thunderbolt before The battle, Kamui specifically reminded Beetle, and then let Pikachu launch the attack point. When the horned bug heard Kamu's voice, it was ready for battle, but then it was knocked unconscious by Pikachu's flash of lightning. Kamu took out the Pokeball and threw it at the Beetle, and then Kamu successfally captured the Beetle. I have conquered the unicorn Beetle. Kamu picked up the Pokeball containing the Hornet and showed it off to Mito and Mera. Mito and Mera each rolled their eyes at Kamu, making Kamu feel embarrassed. Shenwei released the unicorn beetle and fed it a magic bean, and then the unicorn beetle became lively again. Shenwei exchanged a large number of energy cubes from them all and fed them to the unicorn worm like candy beans. On the one hand, it was to increase the intimacy, and on the other hand, it was to cultivate the unicorn worm. The energy blocks in the mall not only have flavors suitable for various elves, but can also comprehensively enhance the attributes of the elves, which also saves Shenwei a lot of trouble. So boring. Kamu, now that we have a Pokémon, how about this? You hand Pikachu over to us, and let us take Pikachu to catch Pokémon. How about that? Seeing how easily Kamu caught Pokémon, Mito wanted to try catching Pokémon himself, so he asked Kamu for Pikachu. You really want to catch the elves by yourselves? That's fine too. Keep these 2 bags of senzu beans. We'll meet in Viridian City at the end. Kamu was not going to agree at first, but then he thought, with the strength of Mito and Mera, plus the Pokeballs he gave them, even if the legendary beasts came, they would have to be captured. So there was nothing to worry about. So Kamu agreed. Pikachu, just follow Mito and Mera. Hey, you dead rat. Who told you to steal the energy cube from my unicorn? Kamu threw Pikachu to Mito and Mera, but when he turned around, he found that Pikachu was snatching the energy cube from the hornworm. Kamu immediately stopped Pikachu from doing that. Kamu picked up Pikachu, stuffed it into Mito's hand, and then comforted the weak unicorn beetle. Pick up. Pikachu looked at Kamu reluctantly and didn't want to let go of Kamu. To be more specific, he couldn't bear to part with Kamu's energy cube. Alright, stop playing pitiful in front of me. I'll give you a portion of the energy cube. Just follow Mito and Mera. Kamu directly saw through Pikachu's little thoughts, took out a big bag of energy cubes and gave them to Mito, then coaxed Pikachu away. Kamu, we'll meet in Tokiwa City. Goodbye, Shenwei. Mito and Mera said goodbye to Kamu, then skipped away with Pikachu. Unicorn, we are the only ones left now. Come on, I will take you to catch elves. Shenwei held the unicorn beetle and fed it energy blocks while looking for the Pokémon he wanted. Kamu walked and walked in the evergreen forest and finally found his second target, Pidgeot. Shenwei's target was Pidgeot, but what he encountered was a group of Pidgeots and Pidgeots. However, this was just right, as Shenwei had been planning to train Pokémon himself. When the unicorn beetle saw Bobo and Pidgeot, it shrank into Kamu's arm. Shenwei sensed the unicorn beetle's uneasiness, so he comforted it softly. Don't be afraid, unicorn. I'm here. These stupid birds can't hurt you. The unicorn beetle listened to Shenwei's comfort, quietly popped its head out, took a look at the group of birds outside, and then quickly shrank back, fearing that it would be discovered. Shenwei looked at the group of Pidgeots and Pidgeots in front of him, thinking that if he wanted to take a Pidgeot away from the flock, it would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. How could he know if the Pidgeot he caught was the best among the group? Answer: diverting trouble to others and killing someone with a borrowed knife. Kamu took out a kunai and cut off a branch, intending to make a slingshot. After working on it for a long time, forget it, he decided to go to the mall to exchange for a slingshot. Shenwei, with the unicorn beetle and a slingshot, swaggered into the territory of the Spearows, then aimed and fired in one go, successfully attracting the hatred of the Spearows. Shenwei ran all the way in front, constantly harassing the Spearows behind. In this way, Shenwei brought the Spearows to the territory of Pidgeot and Pidgeot. Just when a war was about to break out between the two races, Kamu activated the Flying Thunder God formation, suddenly disappeared from the spot, and then appeared on a big tree not far away, admiring the war. This one won't do. It's so timid. This one won't do either. It flies too slowly. This one will do, but it's disfigured. Shenwei selected the one that he was most satisfied with from the group of Bobos, and then planned to subdue it and keep it by his side. At this time, the performance of a Bobo caught Shenmui's attention. It used its speed advantage to fight with 3 seraphim in the tree canopy and held its own. Shenmue was very satisfied with its performance. That's it, Unicorn Beetle. Do you think it's pretty good too, Kamui? Opened the infinite Mangekyō Sharingan, activated the Flying Thunder God formation, came to the center of the battlefield, and released an illusion, which stopped the war between the 2 tribes. Then Shenmue activated the pupil technique of returning to the void, healed the injuries suffered by the 2 tribes in the battle, and controlled the seraphim to fly back to their own territory. Bobo, be my elf, the captain of the 2nd squad. Phew. Come on an adventure with me, Shenmue extended a sincere invitation to Bobo. Although there seemed to be some confusion in the middle, the specific meaning remained unchanged. Popo looked at the human in front of him and decided to test his strength first to see if he was qualified to be his trainer. Go, Unicorn. Use your silk to limit Bobo's ability to fly. Shenmue send out the Unicorn Beetle and commanded it to fight against Bobo. The Unicorn Beetle looked at Bobo in front of him, still a little timid, but did not forget to carry out Shenmue's orders. I saw a silk thread spit out from the unicorn worm's mouth and went straight to Bobo's body and wrapped around it. Chapter 177 Evolution. The silk thread spit out by the unicorn worm was fast, sharp, and resilient, catching Bobo off guard. Bobo flapped his wings hard, trying to break free from the unicorn beetle's silk thread. In Bobo's memory, in the past, when he was entangled by the silk thread of a unicorn worm, he just had to flap his wings hard and the silk thread would break by itself. But today, an accident happened. Based on his past experience, Bobo flapped his wings hard, but found that the silk thread on his body was not broken, but entangled him tightly. And all this is thanks to the energy blocks produced by the mole. Entangled in the silk thread, Bobo lost his ability to fly, and his fighting power was even weaker than that of a free-range chicken. The unicorn beetle stared with wide eyes at Bobo, who was eager to get rid of the silk thread in front of him, and could not believe that he had done it. Unicorn, continue to use your silk spinning skills to pin Bobo to the ground. Shenmue's voice happened to come at this moment. Beetle looked back at his trainer Kamui, and his heart was filled with confidence. He was no longer afraid of the Pidgeot in front of him, and believed that he could defeat it. The unicorn beetle used its silk spinning skill again to fix Bobo firmly to the ground, making him unable to move. Unicorn, use the poison needle on Bobo and give it the final blow. Shenmue gave the final instructions to the unicorn beetle and arranged everything for Bobo clearly. Faced with the immobile Bobo, the unicorn beetle used its poison needle skill and knocked Bobo unconscious with the horn on its head. The unicorn beetle defeated Bobo and squirmed its body towards Shenmue. Shenmue squatted down, opened his arms, and welcomed the victorious unicorn beetle. At this moment, a burst of white light emerged from the unicorn beetle, which was a sign that the elf was about to evolve. The shape of the unicorn worm kept changing in the light of evolution. When the light of evolution faded away, the unicorn worm had evolved into an iron-shelled insect. Well done, Iron-Shell-kun, Shenmue said as he walked to T-kun, picked him up with both hands, and lifted him above his head. After evolving, it has become much heavier. Shenmue felt the substantial increase in the weight of Iron-Shell-kun after its evolution, and couldn't help but sigh. Iron-Shell-kun, you've been fighting for so long, and you've worked hard. You should take a rest first. As Kamui said this, he put the Iron-Shell-kun back into the Pokeball. Kamui collected the Pokeball of Teppanyaki, came to the side of Popo, tore off the silk thread wrapped around its body, rescued it, and then fed it a Senzu bean. After a while, Bobo woke up from his coma. I defeated you. According to the agreement, you will become my elf from now on. Shenmue took out a Pokeball and placed it in front of Popo, allowing Popo to make his own choice and enter the Pokeball. To complete the capture process, Pidgeot used his beak to point at the switch of the Pokeball, pecked it lightly, and entered the Pokeball, completing the capture process. I have conquered Bobo. Kamui held the Pidgeot Pokeball and announced the result happily. Even if there was only one person around, To share his joy, Kamui completed the goal he had set in the evergreen forest. Seeing that there was still early, he began to look for his favorite Pokémon in the evergreen forest. Kamui opened Kagura's mind's eye and released the perception of Kagura's mind's eye to perceive the elves he liked. At this moment, all the elves in the evergreen forest could not escape the perception of Kagura's mind's eye point, but in the end, Kamui discovered that the elf he loved no longer existed in the evergreen forest. Kamui, who got the result, did not feel particularly disappointed. After all, evergreen forest was just the starting point of his journey. Could it be that he was planning to collect a collection of Pokémon encyclopedias in evergreen forest? Kamui took a look at the Tokiwa forest, then without any reluctance, he used the Flying Thunder God technique and came to Mito, Mera, and Pikachu. At this time, Mito and Mera were feeding energy cubes to Pikachu, and then they saw Kamui suddenly appear. Shenmue, you're here. Did you finish so quickly? Did you catch the Pokémon you wanted? Shenmue, quickly release your elves and let us see what you have caught. Mito and Mera sang in unison, looking forward to what kind of Pokémon Kamui would bring out. Well, I'll show you. Come out, Iron Shell-kun, Bobo, Kamui. Release Tekakun and Popo, satisfying Mito and Mera's curiosity. Mito and Mera took out their respective Pokémon illustrated books and listened to the introductions in them. Only then did they understand what Pokémon Kamui had caught. What? It turns out that the Pokémon you caught were just ordinary Pokémon. I thought they were some kind of mythical beasts. I was so happy for nothing. Although Mera said she was disgusted, her hands had no intention of letting go of them. She seemed determined to touch them endlessly and hold on to them until she was done. Mito, Mera, what did you two get? Show it to me. After Kamui showed Mito and Mera the Pokémon he had captured, he wanted to see the Pokémon they had captured. Hey, don't blink, the Pokémon we caught will scare you. Mito left enough suspense for Kamui and successfully aroused Kamui's curiosity. Mito nodded slightly to Mera, and Mera immediately understood. So Mito and Mera took out 3 Pokéballs and released their own Pokémon. Kamui looked at Mito and Mera and was a little surprised that they had captured 3 Pokémon in such a short period of time, but he did not show it. When 3 Pokémon appeared in front of Kamui, Kamui could no longer remain calm because the Pokémon that appeared in front of Kamui were the first generation of the big 3, Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle. How did you come across them? You are so lucky. Kamui looked at Mito and Mera in surprise, then looked at Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle, and suddenly felt that his own Conker and Pidgeot were not as good as before. Shenmue, we have used up all the energy cubes you gave us. Do you have any more? Most of the energy cubes that Kamui gave to Mito and Mera were eaten by Pikachu along the way, and then they were fed to the 3 new Pokémon. The large bag of energy cubes was already empty, so Mito remembered to ask Kamui for some more energy cubes. I have as many of these as you want. Eat them, eat as much as you want, and see if you can eat out a quasi-god. Shenmue then waved his hand and exchanged a large number of energy blocks from them all, piling them in front of the elves to lay a good foundation for them. Among all the elves, except for the iron-shelled Kun who could not eat, the other elves gathered around the energy block and ate a lot. With the energy blocks from them all, Shenmue doesn't have to worry about harming the elves, so he lets them eat as much as they want all at once. A group of elves were eating energy cubes when the light of evolution suddenly appeared on Charmander's body, which was a sign that it was about to evolve into Charmeleon. Kamui didn't expect that Charmander would start evolving just by eating a few energy cubes. Shenmue, please take a look at what's wrong with Charmander. Is it sick? Mito didn't understand that the changes in Charmander were a sign of its impending evolution and thought something was wrong with Charmander, so he hurried to find Kamui and asked him to help Charmander. Mera also didn't know what was going on. While Mito was anxious, she also looked at Kamui anxiously. Don't worry Mito, Charmander is fine. This is a sign that Charmander is going to evolve. Just watch it calmly. Kamui reassured Mito and Mera, telling them not to worry about Charmander. He explained to them the process of Pokémon evolution, and then waited for Charmander to finish its evolution. In the light of evolution, Charmander's body shape kept changing. When the light of evolution faded away, Charmander had evolved into Charmeleon. The fire dinosaur also became more hungry due to the consumption caused by its previous evolution and stuffed energy cubes into its mouth one by one. Shenwei was still worried that these energy cubes were not enough and wanted to take out some more energy cubes, but he saw the fire dinosaur stopped, burped, then fell back and fell asleep. It fell asleep already? I didn't even have the chance to say hello to it. Mito looked at Charmeleon lying on the ground and snoring, and said with little interest that he was worried that Charmeleon would catch a cold, so he put it into the Pokeball point. After eating the pile of energy cubes, the other elves lay comfortably on the ground, rubbing their stomachs one by one, and nothing changed. Let's set off for Viridian City now. We will try to spend the night in Viridian City tonight. Seeing that he, Mito, and Mera had all captured Pokemon, Kamui wanted to head to Viridian City as soon as possible to capture Pokemon from other places. Viridian City? Why are you going to Viridian City? Have you forgotten that you and Satoshi agreed to meet up in Viridian City? Since you plan to part ways with Satoshi, you should go to Nibi City. When Mera heard that Kamui was going to Viridian City, she thought Kamui had forgotten the meeting he had agreed with Satoshi, and immediately reminded Kamui to go to Nibe City to avoid Satoshi. Don't worry, I dare say Ozzy and the others are definitely not in Viridian City. Do you dare to bet with me? Relying on his foresight of the original plot, Kamui knew that for various reasons, Satoshi did not go to Viridian City, but went to Nibi City to meet Brock. Therefore, Kamui felt at ease to make a bet with Mera. Mera, don't be impulsive. Mito advised Mera not to gamble with Kamui, but it was too late. Let's make a bet. If you lose, you have to catch your Rayquaza for me. Mera decisively agreed to the Shenwei bet. Okay, I'll catch Rayquaza for you, no problem. But if you lose, I don't want anything else. I just want you to kiss me. Kamui wouldn't be so foolish as to ask Mera for Pokemon. Now that he has Mera as a trainer, is he still afraid of not getting her Pokemon? Chapter 178 Bet. Kiss, kiss. After Mera heard Shenwei's bet, her face flushed a little. She hesitated for a while, then accepted the bet. Okay, I'll kiss you. I'll make a bet with you, both. Kamui and Mera had placed their bets, and the deal was done, but Kamui didn't seem satisfied. Mito, why don't you join the bet? You're free anyway, so if you lose, just kiss me. Kamui wants to pull Mito in as well, so that if he wins the bet, he will get 2 kisses and double the happiness. You wish I won't bet with you. Mito saw through Kamui's little tricks and refused to be fooled, leaving Kamui helpless. Seeing that Mito was determined not to participate in the gambling, Kamui stopped trying to persuade her. With Mera's kisses a guarantee, the gambling was a sure win. Let's not talk about that nonsense. Let's go to Viridian City now. I want to see who will win in the end. Mera never thought that she would lose. Although Ozzy was not very reliable, he had Zyuksha by his side. Mera didn't believe that these two people would get her lost. Mera, are you so eager to kiss me? Shenwei looked at Mera with a smirk on his face, taking advantage of her verbally first to give Mera a heads up, so that he would not be unable to collect the bet later. Humph. The result hasn't come out yet, so it's still unclear who will win or lose. Maybe I'll win a Rayquaza in the end. Mera said something to Kamui, then pulled Mito beside her and walked straight towards Tokiwa City, refusing to pay any attention to Kamui along the way. Speechless all the way. The 3 Kamus finally arrived at Tokiwa City near dusk. Mera, it's not too late for you to regret now. As long as you regret now, the bet will be invalid and all previous bets will be written off. Just when Kamui and the other 2 were about to enter Tokiwa City, Kamui suddenly suggested that Mera cancel the bet. As for the specific reasons, some of them were because he had a change of heart, and some of them were because he wanted to retreat in order to advance. Heh, Shenwei, you're not afraid, are you? If you are afraid, just admit defeat. Mera mocked Shenwei mercilessly, and at the same time, became more confident about the outcome of the bet. Forget it. I've already given you a chance. You said you wanted to continue the bet, so you have to admit defeat when the time comes. Kamui looked at Mera with a confident smile on his face. If you change the angle, you will find that this is actually the smile of the big bad wolf looking at the little white rabbit. Kamui walked into Tokiwa City as if he was strolling in a garden. In order to avoid any unexpected situations, Kamui also opened Kagura's mind eye and sensed it. The final perception results showed that Satoshi was not found in Viridian City, which finally made Kamui feel relieved. Mera, please accept the defeat. Shenhui looked at Mera with a smile, waiting for Mera to hand over the bet on her own initiative. Why are you in such a hurry? Viridian City is so big, we just haven't encountered them yet. Mera stared at Shenhui with her eyes, anxious but a little flustered, and made excuses for herself, just to refuse to admit defeat. Well, go ask Mito. Let her use Kagura's mind's eye to sense it, and then let her tell you whether Xyl's is in Viridian City. Seeing that Mera was holding on and refusing to admit defeat, Kamui asked Mito to tell Mera the result, believing that the result would be more credible coming from Mito's mouth than from him. Hearing this, Mera turned her gaze to Mito. Mito didn't say anything, but just shook his head slightly. When Mera saw this, she knew she had lost the bet, and she felt instantly depressed. Mito held Mera's hand, shook it, and muttered something to comfort Mera. I don't know what Mito said, but after a while Mera burst out laughing. Then, Mera looked at the slightly smug smile on Shenhui's face, and resisted the urge to punch him, and walked to Shenhui. I admit defeat. You come a little closer. I can't reach you. As Mera was speaking, her face suddenly turned red again, and she lowered her head, not daring to look Shenhui in the eye. How about this? Can you reach it like this? Shenhui leaned forward, put his face close to Mera, closed his eyes, and waited happily to reap the fruits of his victory. A moment later, Shenhui felt two soft and moist lips touching his face. The next second, Shenhui let out a scream and a sharp pain came from Shenhui's face. It turned out that Mera bit Shenhui's face. Mera bit quickly and let go quickly. Looking at Shenhui who kept rubbing his face, Mera smiled smugly. Humph, if you let me kiss you again, I will bite you to death. Lulu. Mera walked proudly past Kamui and came to Mito and whispered something, looking at Kamui from time to time, unable to stop smiling. Shenhui was not sure whether his appearance was disfigured or not, so he quickly activated the pupil technique to restore himself. Then Kamui looked at Mito and Mera who were talking and laughing on the side, and he could guess that the idea of biting was given to Mera by Mito. Mito, you were the one who gave Mera the idea to bite me just now, right? Kamui looked at Mito and Mera with gritted teeth, making no secret of his intention to bring charges against them. It has nothing to do with me. It was all Mera's idea. Mito pushed all the charges onto Mera without hesitation. The fake sisterhood between Mito and Mera was shattered in front of Kamui at this moment. Hey, Mito, how could you do this? It was obviously your idea. Seeing that Mito asked her to take the blame for her, Mera no longer called Mito sister, but instead reported Mito. Okay, Mito, don't try to pass the buck. Mera doesn't have the brains to do that. This was all your idea. Kamui was very observant and saw the truth of the matter right away, concluding that it was Mito's idea. Mera, who was standing aside, should have been happy to hear that Shenhui had cleared her of suspicion, but now she was not happy at all. Instead, she fell into self-doubt. Was she really that stupid? Yes, it was my idea, but I didn't expect Mera to bite so hard, and you also said that I had nothing to do, so Hehe, Kamui, you shouldn't be angry, right? Seeing that he couldn't get rid of the blame, Mito directly admitted it. He then dragged Mera into the incident as well, looking for someone to take the blame with him to share the damage. Finally, he tried to calm Kamui down by acting cute and coquettish. Angry? How could I be angry? Kamui looked at Mito with a smile on his face, and it seemed that he had really calmed down. Then Kamui took advantage of Mito's inattention and hugged her in his arms. If you let me bite it back, I won't be angry anymore. Kamui hugged Mito tightly and spoke out his true feelings. It was too late for Mito to escape now. Kamui went up to her and kissed her on the face, which made Mito in his arms behave himself. And you actually dared to bite me just now. Now you will be judged. Then Shenhui hugged Mera again. Before Mera could react, Shenwei slapped Mera's face in the same way, causing Mera to crash. After Shenwei finished all this, he felt extremely relaxed, and his steps were shaky. Mito and Mera had also recovered by now, holding Kamu's hands on the left and right respectively, and followed Kamu. Walking side by side on the streets of Viridian City. Kamu took Mito and Mera, and walked through the gate of the Pokémon Center, intending to have Miss Joy give the Pokémons a thorough checkup. Welcome to the Viridian Pokémon Center. How can I help you, Miss? Joy maintained a professional smile on her face and spoke very gently to the three Shenweis. It's like this. We want to check the elves to see if they are healthy. Shenwei directly told Miss Joy the purpose of his trip and handed her the iron shell Kun Bobo in his hands. Mito and Mera on the side followed suit and handed Pikachu, Charmander, Squirtle and Bulbasaur to Miss Joy. Please wait. After Miss Joy finished speaking, she took Shenwei and the other elves to the medical room inside. After Miss Joy left, Mito and Mera found everything in the Pokémon Center new and interesting. Shenwei, tell us about the Pokémon Center. Mito wanted to know more about the Pokémon Center, so she asked Kamu and asked him to tell them about it. Mera wasn't very interested in the Elf Center, but she listened attentively as well. Next, Kamu began to popularize common knowledge about the Pokémon Center to Mito and Mera, because as long as they were in the Pokémon world, they would inevitably have to come to the Pokémon Center and deal with Miss Joy. In this world, all Miss Joy and all Miss Junshi look the same. Don't look at me like that. This is the truth. When you see them, you will know if what I said is right or not. After Kamu finished talking about the Pokémon Center, he naturally talked about Miss Joy. When mentioning Miss Joy, he couldn't help but mention Miss Junshi. Kamu reminded Mito and Mera in advance to prevent them from recognizing the wrong person, which would be embarrassing. Sir, your elves are all very healthy. It's obvious that you take good care of them. At this time, Miss Joy returned the elves of Shenwei and others, and reported the situation of the elves. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Joy. Goodbye. After understanding the situation of the elves, Kamu did not stay in the Pokémon Center for long. After exchanging a few polite words with Miss Joy, he left the Pokémon Center with Mito and Mera. Kamu took Mito and Mera out of the Pokémon Center and headed straight for the Tokiwa gym. That's right, Kamu was going to challenge the gym. As mentioned earlier, Sakaki, the master of the Tokiwa gym, is also the boss of Team Rocket. The Mewtwo that Kamu wants to capture is the Pokémon created through Team Rocket's genetic experiments, so Kamu came to the door, hoping to use illusion to control Sakaki and make him tell the specific location of Mewtwo so that Kamu could capture it more easily. Chapter 179 Alarming the Alliance. Kamu brings Mito and Mera into the Tokiwa gym, intending to challenge the Tokiwa gym master Sakaki, but before he can reveal his purpose, he is stopped by the Tokiwa gym trainer. Who are you? Who let you in? Get out. The gym trainer of Tokiwa gym, he ruthlessly drove away Kamu and others, showing his superiority as a gym trainer. The originally silent Tokiwa gym, after his shouting, attracted all the gym trainers. Kamu didn't have the time to get angry with such a small fry. The most important thing at the moment was to see Sakaki figure out the whereabouts of Mewtwo. We are all rookie trainers who want to challenge the Viridian gym, collect 8 gym badges, and participate in this year's Quartz conference. It seems reasonable, no matter how you look at it, that Kamu wants to meet Sakaki and challenge the Tokiwa gym leader as a rookie trainer. Oh, you're a new trainer. How many badges have you collected now? The gym trainers of Tokiwa gym, upon hearing that Kamu was a rookie trainer, immediately softened their attitude towards Kamu and restrained their sense of superiority, but they still could not change their habit of looking down on others. Tokiwa gym is the first gym I challenge, so I don't have a badge yet. Shenwei answered truthfully that it was not shameful to not have a badge. Hearing Kamu's answer, the gym trainers of Tokiwa gym looked at Kamu with incredible eyes and then burst into laughter. Look at him. He doesn't even have a badge on him, yet he dares to challenge the Tokiwa gym. It's really ridiculous. The gym trainers of Tokiwa gym mocked Kamu mercilessly, thinking that Kamu's behavior of challenging Tokiwa gym was whimsical and overestimating his own abilities. The clay figurine was still angry, not to mention Kamu. Kamui inadvertently revealed his cold gaze and glanced at the gym trainers at the Viridian gym, causing them to shiver unconsciously, and their laughter stopped abruptly. The trainers of Tokiwa Gym came to their senses and found that they were frightened by Kamui's look. They looked a little embarrassed and glared at Kamui. Go, 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 hurry up. Our Tokiwa Gym doesn't have time to play house games with kids like you. The gym trainer of the Tokiwa Gym reached out and tried to push Kamui and the others and drive them out of the Tokiwa Gym. HMPH, we are here to challenge the job and gym. Is this how you treat new trainers? I'm going to the Alliance to file a complaint against your job and gym. Mito and Mera, let's go. Kamui kicked the gym trainer from Tokiwa Gym, who walked forward to drive them away and then pulled Mito and Mera out. Wait, kid, you have guts. You beat up our people from the Tokiwa Gym and you still want to leave. You also want to complain to the Alliance. Do you believe that we will not let you leave the door of the Tokiwa Gym? The gym trainer of Tokiwa Gym got up from the ground and glared at Kamui fiercely, not trying to hide his threat. The gym trainer of Tokiwa Gym was beaten by a little kid in public, which made him very embarrassed. He had to get back at the gang leader today and vent his anger. You're just a bunch of trash. Even if I give you 2 hands, you won't be able to see enough. Kamui was dismissive of their group of gym trainers and didn't care about the threats in his words. He just told the truth and completely angered them. Boy, you are too arrogant. Today I will teach you a lesson. Everyone heard what he said. Let's attack together. We have more people on our side. No matter how powerful he is just a child. Today we will teach them what the rules are. The gym trainers of Tokiwa Gym rushed forward, determined to teach Kamui and the others a lesson. So he called on all the gym trainers of Tokiwa Gym to go together to deal with Kamui and the others. In the eyes of the gym trainers of Tokiwa Gym, a new trainer like Kamui would immediately behave himself if he was beaten up and then threatened. How could they dare to complain to the league? He has done this more than once or twice, and now he is still a trainer of Tokiwa Gym. Isn't this the best proof? The gym trainer of Tokiwa Gym had a good idea. If he had met other rookie trainers today, his plan would have been foolproof. But today he happened to meet Kamui. With just 3 or 2 strikes, Kamui knocked down all the gym trainers of Tokiwa Gym, making them lie prone and wailing. Your Tokiwa Gym, is it a gym or a den of thieves? How dare you treat a rookie trainer like this? Call out your gym leader Sakaki. I want to ask him face to face how he is the gym leader. After defeating all the gym trainers of Tokiwa Gym by himself, Kamui went straight to the gym master of Tokiwa Gym, Sakaki, and wanted to ask him for an explanation. As soon as Kamui said this, the gym trainers of Tokiwa Gym immediately looked bitter and nervous, and seemed to be much more obedient. What's going on? You, tell me, where is your gym leader Sakaki? There was such a big commotion in the Tokiwa Gym, and he, the gym leader, is still sitting there? Kamui grabbed a gym trainer from the Tokiwa Gym and expressed his doubts to him, wanting the other party to give him an answer. Our gym master, Sakaki-sama, is not in the Tokiwa Gym right now. We don't know where he has gone. The gym trainer of Tokiwa Gym answered Kamui honestly, clearing up his confusion. That is to say, I have been busy for a long time, but I'm just wasting my time with you guys. I was wondering why you are so arrogant. It turns out that when there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey will be king. When Kamui learned that Sakaki was not in the gym, he was very disappointed. Looking at the gym trainers, Kamui could not muster any interest at all. Mito, Mera, let's go. Without their gym leader Sakaki here, there's nothing attractive about the Tokiwa Gym. Kamui took Mito and Mera and walked out of the Tokiwa Gym without looking back, which made the gym trainers of the Tokiwa Gym breathe a sigh of relief. After walking out of the Tokiwa Gym, Kamui stopped and said to Mito beside him, Mito, let Pikachu out. It has a mission to perform. Kamui, what are you going to do with Pikachu? Mito asked, but he quickly released Pikachu for Kamui to use. Pikachu, see that building behind you? Use 100,000 volts and tear it down. Kamui expressionlessly ordered Pikachu to tear down the Tokiwa Gym, giving Sakaki a loud slap in the face. I believe that when Sakaki comes back and sees the ruins of the Tokiwa Gym, the expression on his face will be very interesting. Pikachu, what kind of master there is what kind of spirit. Pikachu has perfectly inherited the character of divine power and lawlessness. The sky in Tokiwa City was clear, and a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, landing on the Tokiwa gym and directly swallowing it. Who is it? Who asked the elf to use his special move in Viridian City? No one can escape punishment. Miss Junsha rode her police motorcycle straight to the scene of the accident point. When Pikachu used 100,000 volts, passers-by on the road noticed the situation here, but they didn't expect that the target of the attack would be the Tokiwa gym point. When Pikachu's 100,000 volts landed on the Tokiwa gym and turned it into ruins, the pedestrians on the road opened their mouths wide and looked at Kamui and the others in shock. Well done, Pikachu. I'll give you a treat tonight. Kamui praised Pikachu and promised it a reward. Pikachu was very satisfied with his masterpiece and was very happy when he heard Kamui ask for more food. Kamui and his group, without caring about other people's gazes, passed through the crowd and left the Tokiwa gym, the original site of the Tokiwa gym point. After Shenwei and the others left, Miss Junsha arrived late on a police motorcycle. Make way, I'm Police Officer Junsha. Please let me through. Thank you, Miss Junsha abandoned her police motorcycle and finally squeezed into the crowd and arrived at the original site of Tokiwa gym point. Miss Junsha looked at the ruined Tokiwa gym in front of her without even taking a breath and hurriedly reported the situation of Tokiwa gym to the Alliance, asking the Alliance to send someone to deal with it. Hello, I'm Junsha from Viridian City. The Viridian gym in Viridian City has been attacked and has become a ruin. Please ask the Alliance to send someone to investigate and deal with it immediately. Okay, the Alliance has already grasped the situation you reported. The Alliance will send someone to handle it immediately. Please wait patiently. As soon as the Alliance received the report from Junsha, it immediately took action and arranged for investigators under the Alliance to investigate the matter. Of course, the Alliance did not forget to ask Sakaki, the master of the Tokiwa gym, about this matter. Excuse me, are you Mr. Sakaki, the master of Tokiwa gym? I'm an investigator from the Alliance, and I need to verify some things with you. Yes, I'm Sakaki. What do you want to verify with me? Sakaki sat in his private plane, stroking the soft fur of the cat boss with one hand, while answering the call from the Alliance investigator. Mr. Sakaki, Junsha from Tokiwa City reported that the Tokiwa gym has become a ruin. Is this true? What? After hearing the news, Sakaki immediately sat up straight, and the hand that was stroking the cat boss suddenly tightened. The cat boss, feeling pain, meowed and hid away. I'm not in Viridian City right now. The Viridian gym you mentioned has become a ruin. What exactly happened? Tell me in detail, Mr. Sakaki. That's all I know. The Alliance is still investigating the specific situation and will have a result soon. Please be patient, and I wish you a happy life. Goodbye. Seeing that Sakaki knew nothing, the Alliance investigator quickly hung up the phone and tried to find other ways to understand the cause of the incident. Chapter 180. Sakaki. Turn around, go back to Viridian City, and order all members of Team Rocket to investigate what happened at the Viridian gym. Sakaki didn't get any valuable information from the Alliance, so he mobilized his own Team Rocket to provide him with intelligence. Let's not talk about how the two forces, the League investigators and Team Rocket, showed their unique abilities. Let's just say that Kamui took Mito and Mera away from Tokiwa City. Kamui, Mito and Mera camped in a forest outside Viridian City. In this forest, Kamui opened Kagera's mind eye and could clearly sense any movement in the entire Viridian City. In this way, Kamui can visit Sakaki as soon as he returns to Tokiwa City, get the news about Muto, and then take it into his possession. There are many elves living in this forest, so Kamui released all the elves and handed them over to Mito and Mera to train their command ability and at the same time improve the strength of the elves. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, all the Pokémon in Kamui and his friends' hands changed drastically, except for Pikachu, a Pokémon that needed a Thunderstone to evolve. All the other Pokémon evolved. Ironclad Kun evolved into Beedrill, Bulbasaur evolved into Venusaur, Squirtle evolved into Squirtle, Charmeleon evolved into Charizard, and the fastest growing Pidgeot First evolved into Pidgeot, and then evolved into Pidgeot within 3 days. All of these were possible with the help of the unlimited supply of energy blocks produced by them all. Not only that, Shenwei and the others also found new partners Cassie and Ibrahimovic in the forest. Coincidentally, there was no Cassie in this forest originally. This Cassie used teleportation to transfer itself here. Cassie happened to appear in front of Kamui, and Kamui took out the Pokeball and caught it without hesitation. As for another companion, Eevee, the process of capturing it is also very special. This Eevee has a very strong sense of territory. Seeing that Kamui and his companions plan to live in the forest for a long time, it comes here to cause trouble from time to time. It has fought against the Pokémon on Kamui's side. It can be said that the Pokémon of Kamui can evolve, partly because of the experience gained from it. Later on, there was an event where the CV grabbed an energy cube. After eating it, it stayed at Kamui and refused to leave. Then Mito took advantage of the situation and captured the Eevee. After Mito captured Eevee, Kamui specifically asked her what form she planned to evolve Eevee into in the future. Mito said she hadn't thought about it yet, and the matter was left unresolved. Cassie and Eevee quickly integrated into the group and got along well with other Pokémon. Special praise should be given to Charizard here, as the second Pokémon to evolve to its final form. The first was Beedrill. It took on the responsibility of reconciling conflicts between Pokémons. Charizard made an indispensable contribution to the harmonious coexistence of Pokémons, and it is a well-deserved big brother of the Pokémons. The target I'm waiting for has appeared. Mito, Mira, you wait here for me. I'll be back soon, and then we'll continue our journey. After sensing Sakaki, Kamui immediately explained the situation to Mito and Mira, and prepared to leave for Tokiwa City to inquire about Mewtwo's whereabouts. Shenwei, be careful on your way and stay safe. Shenwei, go early and come back early. Mito and Mira care about Kamui in their own different ways. Don't worry, I will take care of myself. Kamui smiled at Mito and Mira to reassure them, then activated the Flying Thunder God formation and disappeared into the night. Kamui used the transformation technique to turn himself into an unremarkable passerby and entered Tokiwa City. Following Kagura's mind's perception, he followed Sakaki all the way to a secret base of Team Rocket built by Sakaki underground in Tokiwa City. Kamui sneaked into the base silently and happened to meet the members of Team Rocket who were reporting the situation to Sakaki. But Shenwei was not in the mood to listen to these things. Since Shenwei had discovered this secret base, he naturally had to search it first, otherwise his trip would have been in vain. Shenwei sneaked into the warehouse of the secret base and found mostly various evolution stones, and the other things were also some useless things, but Shenwei didn't despise them and pulled them all into his personal space, leaving nothing for the rockets. After Kamui cleared the warehouse of the secret base, he returned to where he had just come from and listened to the conversation between Sakaki and the members of Team Rocket. What? A bunch of losers. They have been investigating for such a long time, but have found nothing. Could it be that the new trainer just popped out of nowhere? Sakaki was furious at the Rocket team members who were not doing their job well. The cat boss in his arms was frightened by Sakaki and curled up cautiously. The members of Team Rocket didn't even dare to breathe and obediently accepted Sakaki's criticism. Forget it. There's no need to investigate that rookie trainer any further. Let the League's investigators deal with him. Move the Team Rocket branch in Viridian City to prevent them from being targeted by the League's investigators. Sakaki's temper comes and goes quickly. He was furious one second and became calm the next. Seeing this, the cat boss in his arms stretched out his body again and made happy sounds. Yes, boss. When the members of Team Rocket saw that Sakaki no longer pursued their poor performance, they secretly felt lucky. Then Sakaki waved his hand and sent the members of Team Rocket away while stroking the cat boss. No one knew what was in his mind. Sakaki was left alone, and this was the best opportunity for Kamui to find out the whereabouts of Mewtwo. Kamui decided to attack Sakaki immediately. Meow. The cat boss sensed that danger was approaching and immediately warned Sakaki, then jumped out of Sakaki's arms, staring at the direction of Kamui with his eyes, looking as if he was facing a great enemy. The unusual behavior of the cat boss interrupted Sakaki's thoughts. He followed the cat boss's gaze and saw Kamui slowly walking out of the shadows. Who are you? What is your purpose in looking for me? Sakaki looked at the Kamui who suddenly appeared. He was very calm and did not show any panic. Before I answer you, can you tell me, are you the gym leader of Tokiwa Gym? Or are you the boss behind Team Rocket? Kamui unceremoniously exposed Sakaki's double identities, hoping to teach Sakaki a lesson. You were the one who tore down the Tokiwa Gym, right? Sakaki was unmoved by Kamui's tricks and instead guessed Kamui's identity. As expected of Sakaki, you guessed my identity so quickly. Kamui had to admire Sakaki's quick thinking, as he easily guessed his identity. Why did you come to me? Sakaki didn't beat around the bush with Kamui and went straight to the point, unknowingly taking the initiative in the conversation from Kamui. I'm here. Kamui suddenly stopped talking here. He realized that the conversation had unknowingly become dominated by Sakaki, and he was now being led by Sakaki. Go on. Maybe I can help you after you tell me what you mean. Sakaki looked at Kamui in front of him and relaxed, changing to a more casual sitting posture. Someone like Kamui, who is capable but not cunning, is exactly what the Rocket team needs. Kamui remained silent, staring at Sakaki, feeling that his intelligence was insulted. I don't know, little brother. Seeing that Kamui didn't say anything for a long time and just looked at him, Sakaki took the initiative to get close to Kamui, trying to bring Kamui into Team Rocket step by step point. But Kamui obviously didn't intend to give Sakaki this opportunity. After Sakaki opened his mouth, Kamui immediately cast an illusion, forcing Sakaki to shut up so that Sakaki wouldn't reveal all his secrets. Where was the artificial elf experiment conducted? What stage has it reached now? Kamui used illusion to control Sakaki and then began to inquire about the whereabouts of Muto. The artificial elf experiment is on a small island southeast of Viridian City. Now the artificial elf experiment has yielded results, but it will take some time to observe. Sakaki answered mechanically. Forget about my meeting with you tonight and have a good sleep. You should also forget what happened tonight. Return to your master's arms and have some sleep. After getting the answer he wanted, Kamui erased all traces of his presence and made Sakaki and Cat Boss forget the memory point. The Cat Boss, who was under the illusion, snuggled into Sakaki's arms and fell asleep with Sakaki. Shenwei activated the Flying Thunder God formation and left the secret base silently. Kamui walked on the streets of Viridian City and opened the map of the Pokemon world. He first confirmed the direction, then activated the Flying Thunder God array and headed towards where Muto was. Maritime. The Rocket team's base on an unknown island. Scientists in groups of 3 or 5 are busy preparing experiments under the protection of a group of Team Rocket members, and their experimental subject was in the glass container in front of them. It was a slender white elf, also the elf that Kamui had been looking forward to capturing for a long time. Muto. At this time, Cheomeng was in a state of half asleep and half awake. It could feel everything outside, but it couldn't wake up. In Muto's dreams, there is always a pink figure flashing by. Muto tries his best to catch it, but it always runs away. Report: the experimental subject is showing abnormal mental fluctuations. A young experimenter, looking at the data in front of the computer, reported loudly, "This is the 6th time this month that the experimental subject has shown abnormal mental fluctuations. Recently, this situation has occurred more and more frequently." A middle-aged scientist wearing glasses was anxiously thinking about solutions, wanting to solve this problem completely. Erase the subject's memory. Only in this way can we prevent the same problem from happening again. Let's start preparing now. A scientist with white hair and bright eyes suggested this. This scientist was none other than the person in charge of the artificial elf experiment. Chapter 181. Meng Meng. Just when all the researchers were preparing to erase Muto's memory, no one noticed that Muto in the container suddenly moved. Muto heard that the scientists outside wanted to erase its memory, but Muto hadn't figured out what the pink figure that flashed through its mind was, so how could it allow the humans outside to erase its memory? Muto's resistance to having its memories erased made it more and more mentally active. and it forced itself to wake up from its slumber at the same time. An invisible supernatural power grew and developed from Muto's body. Report. Memory erasure experiment. Ready. Check the test subjects and prepare to start the experiment. Report. The experiment is normal and can be put into the experiment at any time. Okay. Connect the experiment and start the experimental procedure. The scientists outside have already connected the connector to Muto's container. Muto is extremely anxious and wants to stop this from happening and escape from this place point as Muto's will become stronger and stronger. The supernatural power in Muto's body is released and acts on the container that holds it. The container was attacked by Muto's superpower and a small crack appeared on the inner wall of the container. The sound of the container breaking was like a thunderclap in the hearts of these scientists. Oh no, Muto is about to wake up. Start the program immediately and erase the experiment subject's memory. The program is loading. 1%, 2%, 3%. As Muto uses its superpowers, it becomes more and more adept at controlling them, which can be seen from the ever-expanding cracks on the container. Quick, close other programs and run the memory clearing program with all your strength. But the base defense. Shut up. I'm the person in charge. I'll be responsible if anything goes wrong. Do it now. Yes. 50%. Muto clearly felt that the loading speed of the memory clearing program outside had increased significantly, but he was still unable to escape from this cage point. Muto did not give in and continued to attack the container with his superpowers, trying to break it and escape. The scientists outside gathered together, looking at the computer screen, anxiously waiting for the program to load so that they could clear the memory of the experimental subject. The increase in the program's loading speed made them feel a little relieved. 70%. I must never forget it. Muto's roar rang in everyone's hearts, and at the same time Muto woke up from his slumber, staring at the scientists outside with his eyes wide open. Inject a sedative into the subject immediately to prevent it from getting out of control. Yes. As the sedative was injected into Muto's body, it felt its eyelids getting heavier. Muto tried hard to stay awake and not fall asleep, which slowed down his speed in breaking the container in a daze. Muto saw a picture of a man with skull eyes breaking into the laboratory. After that, it saw some other fragments intermittently. 90%. Just a little bit more. Hurry up. Boom. Suddenly, a muffled sound was heard from the iron door of the laboratory, attracting the scientists to look towards the iron door. Did you hear anything just now? Did you hear Ongli? This is Team Rocket Space. No, the sound just now was indeed coming from the iron gate. So, you heard it too. I thought it was just an illusion. Whether it's true or not, the most important thing now is to clear the experiment subject's memory. Boom. While the scientists were discussing, a muffled sound came from the iron gate, which brought the scientists' discussion to an abrupt halt. Contact the people outside immediately and ask them what happened. The head of the laboratory, the white-haired bright-eyed scientist, realized that something might have gone wrong outside and thought about getting in touch with the outside world point. But before the scientists could turn on their communication equipment, the iron door of the laboratory collapsed. At the door of the laboratory, a figure with scarlet eyes appeared and walked in with swagger. The person was none other than Kamui, who was looking for Muto. Who allowed you to bully my elves, Kamui? Throughout 3 Q&A, 1 destroyed the laboratory computer, 1 cut off the power, and the last one shattered Muto's container. Who are you? How did you get in? Where are the guards outside? The young experimenter, looking at Shenwei, who suddenly broke in, shouted at him to stop his behavior. Kamui ignored the experimenter and walked straight towards Muto, took out a senzu bean and fed it to him. What are you doing? Stop it now. When the young experimenter saw Kamui take out a strange thing and stuff it into Muto's mouth, he immediately walked over to stop Kamui's behavior. Shenwei felt that the experimenter was too noisy, so he grabbed him and threw him out. The young experimenter drew a parabola in the air and hit his head against the wall of the laboratory, losing consciousness. Kamui didn't even look at the experimenter during the whole process. He was just observing Muto's situation. Muto ate the senzu beans and quickly recovered. After it recovered, the first thing it did was to distance itself from Kamui, as it felt that Kamui was very dangerous. You saved me. Muto's voice sounded from Kamu's heart, and there was a kind of coldness in his tone that kept people at a distance. Yes, Kamu looked at Muto with admiration and love in his eyes that were beyond words. You want me to be your spirit? Muto's voice sounded again from Kamu's heart, and this time, there was a hint of anger in the voice. Yes, Shenmue replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. I can be your elf, but you have to help me find the figure in my memory, which is what you call a dream. Muto's voice was filled with a hint of regret and helplessness about the fickleness of fate. Well, is it that easy? I thought I had to fight with you before I could subdue you. Kamu was very surprised that the process of conquering Muto was so smooth. So smooth that Kamu could hardly believe it. Suddenly Kamu thought that Muto seemed to have mentioned Mu's name just now, and it heard it from me, but I don't think I have ever said it. So how did it know it? I have the ability to predict the future. Muto saw that Kamu was confused, so he explained the reason to Kamu. I see, that's not surprising. After Muto's explanation, Kamu immediately understood why Muto knew about Mu, and why it was so easy to capture Muto. Everything now made sense. After Kamu figured it out, there was a weird look in the look he gave Muto, as if he was saying, so this is the kind of Muto you are. Don't look at me like that. Muto felt uncomfortable with Kamu's gaze, and his tone was originally one of anger and shame, but because of the gap in strength between Kamu and Muto, it now sounded like tsundere, no matter how you listen to it. What kind of look? Kamu pretended to be ignorant, even though he knew the truth, and teased Muto with a playful smile. Huh, you know it yourself. Muto turned his head away angrily, not looking at Kamu, thinking to himself, if I could beat you, I would let you know why the flowers are so red. Ah, Meng Meng is angry. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Meng Meng, please don't be angry, okay? Seeing that Muto wasn't looking at him, Kamu started to wander back and forth in front of Muto, calling him that disgusting name, Meng. Meng Meng. When Muto heard Kamu calling it Meng Meng, it was completely dumbfounded. It looked at Kamu with disbelief and rejected this name from the bottom of its heart. Meng Meng, that's you. From now on, your full name will be Cheo Meng, and your nickname will be Meng Meng. Kamu explained to Muto with a smug look on his face the origin of the name Muto, unaware that Muto was now on the verge of a rage. Ah, you kidding me? Accompanied by Muto's raw, invisible supernatural powers were released in all directions with Muto as the center. Shenmue was the first to be affected, but this force did not cause any substantial harm to Shenmue, except blowing his hair. The group of scientists on the side were in a miserable state. They were first knocked over by Muto's superpower, and then stuck to the wall of the laboratory. They fell to the ground only when Muto took back his superpower. Otherwise, they would still be stuck to the wall. Humph. Muto snorted coldly and stopped worrying about the name Meng Meng. Of course, this was mainly because Muto saw in his foresight that his resistance had failed again, so he compromised. Muto didn't want to pay attention to Kamu now, so he used his superpowers to support his body and flew out of the base. Meng Meng, where are you going? Wait for me. When Kamu saw Muto flying out of the base, he quickly chased after it. Hey, if you want to be my trainer, you have to tell me your name. Muto was not flying very fast, as if it was intentionally waiting for Kamu to catch up. My name is Kamu, Uchiha Kamui. You can call me Whisper. Kamu was introducing himself, but at the end of his words, Muto used the same method against him and forced a cheesy nickname on him. Okay, go ahead and scream if you want. Let's see who is the more annoying one between us in the end. Shenmue didn't expect that Muto was waiting for him here, which surprised Shenmue very much. Although Shenmue was very uncomfortable with the name Wei in his heart, he pretended to be indifferent on his face. Humph. Seeing that Kamu was unmoved, Cheo Meng snorted coldly, gave up the opportunity to hurt each other, and flew into the air. Muto raised his right hand and released a powerful and overbearing superpower towards the rocket team's base, instantly crushing it. After Muto finished doing all this, he looked at the ruins in front of him and felt a little sad for no reason. Perhaps deep in Muto's heart, he had always longed to have a home point at this moment. Cheo Meng suddenly felt an astonishing energy gathering above it. Chapter 180 to Let's Start Again. At this moment, Muto suddenly felt an astonishing energy gathering above it. Muto looked up and saw that it was Kamui holding up a huge fireball. Meng, come behind me quickly, Kamui reminded Muto to avoid it, but he did not stop his actions and continued to inject energy into the fireball. Muto used instant teleportation and appeared not far behind Kamui, then stopped in midair without saying a word, wanting to see what Kamui was going to do next. Emperor Yan, Kamui threw the fireball in his hand and smashed it onto the small island where Team Rocket's base was located. Yan Emperor fell on the island and a violent explosion occurred. The light produced by the explosion made everything between heaven and earth dim. Then a deafening roar sounded, and everything on the island was swallowed up by the destructive power of the explosion. Finally, the rising mushroom cloud put an end to it all. Muto opened his eyes wide, looking at the doomsday-like scene in front of him, his heart filled with shock, but also a hint of yearning. Meng, let's go. If we don't leave now, trouble will come to us. The trouble that Shenwei mentioned was naturally the people in the Alliance. Shenwei didn't want to be disturbed by irrelevant people during his future journey, so he woke up Muto, who was a little dazed and planned to leave. Kamui's voice brought Muto back to his senses. He looked at the man in front of him seriously, his heart filled with awe. "Ah, you leaving? Where are you going?" Muto itself didn't notice that, unknowingly, it had already been gradually dominated by Kamui and was willing to become a tool Pokemon. Of course I'm going home to sleep. Meng, hold on to me tight, don't let go, Kamui instructed Muto, but Muto was confused and thought to himself, what does going home to sleep have to do with holding on to you? Muto hesitated for a long time and finally reached out and held Kamui's hand tightly. Then it felt a blur in front of its eyes. When it could see the environment clearly, it found itself in an unfamiliar place. Mera, let me introduce you to a new member. This is Muto. At this time, Kamui brought Mito and Mera to Muto and let them get to know each other. Mito and Mera looked at the Muto in front of them and were deeply attracted to it. Muto's extremely high appearance, coupled with his innate cold and arrogant temperament, immediately won the love of Mito and Mera. Hello, Muto's voice rang from the bottom of Mito and Mera's hearts. Although it didn't say much, it surprised Mito and Mera because they had never seen a talking Pokemon before. Mito and Mera tried to step forward and touch Muto, but were blocked by an invisible force field. Kamui had anticipated this situation and quickly introduced it to Mito and Mera. In the end, Mito and Mera didn't say anything, except feeling a little regretful. Let's let them all out so they can get to know each other better. Kamui called Mito and Mera and asked them to release all the Pokemons so that they could meet their new friend Muto. After Shenwei and the others released their Pokemons, they all looked at the cold and arrogant Muto, and for a moment no Pokemon dared to step forward. At the critical moment, it was the big brother Charizard who took the initiative to step forward, extended a friendly handshake to Muto, and welcomed Muto to join their big family. Muto looked at the sincere expression of its big brother Charizard, hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his hand and held its hand tightly with that of its big brother Charizard. With this good start, other Pokemon gradually became bolder and tried to get along with Muto. Muto accepted everyone and soon became friends with them. In order to welcome our new companions, I decided to give everyone a midnight snack tonight. Shenwei saw that the elves were getting along very harmoniously, so he took out a lot of energy cubes and gave them as rewards. Looking at the mountain of energy cubes, the elves drooled. At this time, the big brother Charizard stood up again, distributed the energy cubes evenly to them, and then it took its own share of energy cubes and sat aside to feast on them. Muto was slightly stunned as he looked at the pile of energy cubes distributed to him in front of him, but as he saw other Pokemons eating them happily, he picked up a piece to try. Muto ate the energy cube and was instantly conquered by the taste of the energy cube. At the same time, Muto also clearly felt that the energy cube brought it an all-round improvement. Energy cubes, which are delicious and can enhance strength, quickly gained Muto's favor. This also made Muto gradually transform from a powerful Pokemon into a foodie Pokemon. After the elves had eaten and drunk their fill, they each found a place they thought was comfortable and lay down. After a short while, they all fell into a deep sleep point. When the elves were having supper, Kamui told Mito and Mera what happened after he left. Of course, Kamui was selective in what he told, like when he was talking to Sakaki, he did not mention the fact that he was the host. So Muto is an artificial Pokemon. Doesn't that mean there is only one Muto in the world? After thinking about it again and again, Mera came to this conclusion. Mera, you are right. This is indeed the case. Meng is unique. There was a smug smile on Kamui's face, and his tone was full of pride in owning Muto. But, as an artificial elf, Muto would be so lonely without any of his kind. Mito was feeling a little depressed. She felt that Muto was very lonely and pitiful. Meng is not alone now. He has us and everyone else with him. We are all his companions. With us by his side, how can he be lonely? Kamui said this not only to comfort Mito, but also as it was what he really thought in his heart, and he was doing so now. Well, Kamui, you're right. Muto still has us by its side. Muto won't be alone anymore. Mito's sadness came and went quickly, and now he looks full of energy again. Those scientists are so mean. They actually want to erase Muto's memory. No wonder Muto doesn't like us very much. Look, Mito is now cursing those scientists. His two little fists are clenched so hard that they make crackles, and his cheeks are puffed up with anger, just like a hamster. Those scientists are all dead. Mito, why are you still arguing with the dead? Kamui wiped the non-existent sweat from his head and quickly admonished Mito, hoping to get her to be more open-minded and stop always picking on the dead. What's wrong with dead people? Can all the bad things they did in their lifetime be wiped out after they die? In my opinion, we should use the impure world reincarnation to revive them and teach them a lesson. After listening to Shenhua's words, Mera strongly disagreed with Shenhua's point of view. It was obvious that she didn't even want to let the dead go. You see, she had already thought of ways to torture the dead. Well, it's getting late. Let's all go to bed early. We still have to continue our journey tomorrow. Kamui quickly ended tonight's conversation to prevent the angry Mito and Mera from coming up with any weird ideas again. Point after Shenhui finished speaking, he turned around and went back to his room and went to bed. Mito and Mera, who were outside, saw that Kamui had returned to his room and had no intention of continuing the conversation, so they went back to their rooms to sleep. Just when Shenhui and his companions, along with a group of elves, were falling asleep, investigators from the Sea Alliance far away arrived at the sea area where the accident occurred. Hey, didn't the intelligence say that there was an abnormal energy fluctuation here? But there's nothing here. Is the intelligence wrong? It seems I need to call the Alliance headquarters. The investigator quickly called the Alliance headquarters, and then he truthfully reported what he saw to the Alliance headquarters, and waited for the next instructions from the Alliance headquarters. Wait, you just said that you were in an ocean, but the information at the Alliance headquarters shows that there was an island there. Upon hearing this, the investigator frowned, and suddenly had a bad guess in his mind. The investigator immediately ordered the Blastoise under his feet to dive into the sea with him to find out what was going on. Soon, the investigator and the Blastoise surfaced together. The investigator looked solemn and continued to contact the Alliance headquarters. Alliance investigator Ishida was ordered to investigate the abnormal energy fluctuations at sea. It turned out that a small island disappeared at sea for no reason. I suspect it is related to the abnormal energy fluctuations. I also found something related to Team Rocket underwater. The investigator submitted his findings to the Alliance headquarters, which immediately attached great importance to it. The Alliance headquarters decided to set up an investigation team to specifically handle this incident. 2. One of the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto, who was originally in charge of investigating the truth behind the destruction of Tokiwa Gym, was also temporarily transferred to the investigation team because of this incident. Shenhui, who was responsible for this series of events, is now lying on his bed and sleeping soundly. He is unaware of the decision made by the Alliance headquarters. However, even if he knew, he would think it was no big deal. The busy atmosphere at the Alliance headquarters formed a sharp contrast with the quiet and peaceful atmosphere on Shenhua's side. The next day, Shenhui and his crew finished their breakfast, packed their bags, and set out on their journey again. This time their destination was Rainbow City Point. If you want to go from Viridian City to Rainbow City, you must cross the river between the two cities. In addition to taking a boat, you can also use the power of elves to cross the river. Kamui and the others chose the latter. The big brothers Charizard and Pidgeot took Mito and Mera into the sky. This was a big challenge for the two Pokemons. After all, they had never had the experience of flying with people before. Shenwei took out his rubber boat again, tied it to Stottle, and let Stottle pull the rubber boat forward. Shenwei only needed to lie in the rubber boat and wait comfortably for the shore. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Crossing. Are in the sky. Mito and Mera's exclamations could be heard from time to time. In response, Kamui said that he was used to it. But what puzzled Kamui was that Mito and Mera, one could tread water and the other could fly after transforming, and it was not that neither of them could swim. So why were they screaming so thrillingly? Mito and Mera looked like they were enjoying themselves. So Kamui decided to keep this question to himself so as not to disturb their fun. Go, Charizard, come on. Pidgeot, don't lose to her. Mito and Mera attached themselves to the backs of the big brothers Charizard and Pidgeot respectively, driving the two elves in a crooked flight. The big brothers Charizard and Pidgeot, these two Pokemon have made obvious progress since their debut point. When Pidgeot was young, he already had the ability to fly. In terms of flying experience alone, he was far ahead of his big brother Charizard. What Pidgeot lacks now is the experience of leading people to fly. Pidgeot just needs such an adaptation process, and then it will be able to fly freely. The big brother Charizard did not have the ability to fly when it was Charmander and Charmeleon, so when it flew, it relied entirely on brute force, and had no skills at all. This is also thanks to Kamui, who feeds energy blocks to the big brother Charizard every day, otherwise it would not be much stronger than Ash's Charizard. The big brother Charizard is strong and powerful, but it lacks the skills to fly. As long as it can make up for this shortcoming, then it can also fly freely. During this process of exploration, Shenwei could not help much, and could only choose the elves. After talking about the two ones flying in the sky, let's talk about the one swimming in the water. Stottle's performance was quite satisfactory. From the beginning till now, it has not slowed down at all while pulling the rubber boat. The fact that Shenwei was able to sail safely along the way was all thanks to Stottle. Kamui's current training of Squirtle is to prepare for Squirtle's future evolution into Blastoise, and to take Kamui surfing on the sea. Thanks to Stottle's stable performance, Shenwei is in the mood to go fishing. Shenwei took the fishing rod exchanged from the mall, used energy blocks as bait, and leisurely lay in the rubber boat to fish. As soon as Shenwei started fishing, a fish took the bait. As expected, the fish he caught was a king carp. Shenwei stared at the Magikarp for a long time, thinking in his heart whether he should tame it. After Magikarp evolved, it became the ferocious Gyarados. Unlike the weak Magikarp, Gyarados' reputation for ferocity is not just talk. As for the big brutal Gyarados, Kamui has no memory of its specific battle record, but he remembers that in the novels he read in his previous life, there was almost always a big brutal Gyarados in the lineup of the protagonists, which also indirectly shows that it is necessary to capture a big brutal Gyarados. Thinking of this, Kamui no longer hesitated, and threw a Poké Ball at Magikarp, successfully taking it under his command. After taming Magikarp, Kamui released it again. Big Cruel, you have to grow up quickly and become a real big Cruel as soon as possible. Shenwei told Magikarp about his beautiful expectations for its future and threw the energy blocks in his hand into the water one by one, teasing Magikarp to circle around the rubber boat. Shenwei originally wanted to continue fishing to see if he could be lucky enough to catch a ugly fish today. However, when Kamui looked at the Magikarp circling around him, he gave up the idea. Let's not talk about whether it is possible to meet the Pokemon in the Hojin region in the Kanto region. Just say that if there are Magikarp making a fuss around, no fish will take the bait. This is just common sense. Shenhui put away his fishing rod and concentrated on feeding the Magikarp with energy cubes. Hey, young man, you seem to be in a good mood. A man with red hair and a cape, sitting cross-legged on Dragonite's back, said to Kamui. All right, what can I do for you, Excellency? Shenhui looked the other person up and down and felt that he looked very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Haha, you're very direct, little brother. But that's fine. I like people who speak straightforwardly. Let me introduce myself. My name is Watari, the Dragon King of the 4 Heavenly Kings of the Kanto region. As the man sitting cross-legged on Dragonite's back exposed himself, Shenhui immediately grasped the thread of memory in his mind. You are Watari, the Dragon King of the Kanto region. I have heard of your name for a long time, and today I finally saw you alive. Shenhui looked at Do in front of him, comparing him with the pixelated face in the game. The figures of the two people slowly overlapped in Shenhui's mind. Shenhui will never forget how much harm this man in front of him brought to his childhood. That is a sad story. In short, when Shenhui was playing games in his previous life, he was always destroyed by the team in the game. This incident is still fresh in Shenhui's memory. Well, you are right, but it sounds a bit weird to me. Dragon King Do scratched his head with an embarrassed look on his face. He wanted to argue with Shenhui, but he couldn't tell where the problem was. You must have heard it wrong. Shenhui spoke nonsense in a serious tone. Young man, it looks like you and them are traveling companions. It's great to be young. When I left home and traveled, I was alone without any companions. I really envy you for having someone to accompany you, and 2 beautiful girls at that. Little brother, tell me secretly, which of them do you like more? The Dragon King Watari looked at Mito and Mera flying in the sky, winked at Kamui, and his words were full of deep meaning that all men could understand. I say, is the Dragon King of the Kanto region always so idle? Instead of clearing out Team Rocket's forces in the Kanto region, he drags me, a rookie trainer, here to chat about emotional gossip with you. Shenhui looked at the Dragon King Do with a dark face, and the alienation in his words was evident. Shenhui did not expect Do to be such a person. He guessed that Do had been single for too long. Brother, you said you were a rookie trainer? Are you all rookie trainers? The Dragon King Do looked at Kamui with a solemn expression. He swept his eyes over Kamui's Pokémons and was surprised to find that Kamui and the others' Pokémons were all well cultivated and did not look like rookie trainers at all. Of course we are rookie trainers. How could this be false? Shenhui looked at the Dragon King Do with an expression of surprise. It seems like you guys started from Tokiwa City. When the Tokiwa gym was destroyed, did you see who did it? The experienced dragon type Tenno, based on the sailing route of Kamui and his companions, determined that Kamui and his companions' starting point was Tokiwa City, and then he asked Kamui about the Tokiwa gym. In the eyes of Dragon King 2, it is already a great achievement for rookie trainers like Kamui to cultivate Pokémon to such a level, so they still have extra time to take care of other Pokémon. He does not connect them with the people who destroyed the Tokiwa gym at all. Don't you have any clues? That's impossible. There are so many onlookers at the scene. Someone among them must have seen it. Shenhui looked at the Dragon King Do and pretended to be incredulous, taking the opportunity to test Do to see if he really didn't know or was setting a trap for him. Don't mention it. There were quite a few onlookers at the scene, but everyone's story was different. The only thing we can be sure of now is that the one who destroyed the Tokiwa gym was a male trainer with Pikachu. The Dragon King Do showed a distressed look, then looked at Shenhui with fiery eyes, hoping that Shenhui could bring him new clues. Oh, don't look at me like that. I don't know anything. When I went to the Viridian gym, it was already in ruins. Otherwise, we wouldn't have left Viridian City to challenge gyms in other cities, following the principle that the more you speak, the more mistakes you make, and the less you speak, the fewer mistakes you make. Shenhui looked at the Dragon King Do with an apologetic look on his face, saying that he could not help much. Alas, I was too impatient, but fortunately, the investigation of the destruction of the Tokiwa gym is no longer my responsibility. The mess at the Alliance headquarters has been handed over to someone else, so I don't have to worry about it anymore. The Dragon King Do had a relaxed look on his face, quite like the charm of Shenmue when he was slacking off. Did you commit a crime? The Alliance headquarters actually fired you. The divine power was extended from himself to others, and he thought of the dragon type King Do, which led to this question. How could I have committed a crime? The Alliance headquarters assigned me to carry out a secret mission. I'm not in a position to reveal the details of the mission. Anyway, that's it. The Dragon King Do had a proud look on his face. His tone contained a sense of relief from escaping the sea of suffering, and he was ready to face new challenges. Don't be too happy too soon. The mission that the Alliance headquarters has assigned you, the Dragon King, to perform is not necessarily easier than investigating the destruction of the Tokiwa Gym. I advise you to be mentally prepared. Shenmue looked at the Dragon King Do and couldn't help but criticize him with words, making him face the reality. Oh, no way. Can you stop being so pessimistic? When the Dragon King Do heard this, he felt like a bucket of cold water was poured on him. Although he said that he didn't believe it, he actually believed it about 70% in his heart. Believe it or not, that's all I have to say. Shenmue didn't want to waste his breath arguing with the Dragon King Do, so he just let his imagination run wild. Brother, it was a pleasure talking to you today. I hope we can meet again in the future. Goodbye, brother. Take care on your journey. The Dragon King Do said goodbye to Kamui, looking a little heavy-hearted. He drove Dragonite and flew away into the distance. Shenmue looked at the direction where the Dragon King was going away and suddenly thought of something, muttering to himself, it can't be such a coincidence. Chapter 184 Chase at Sea. After Kamui sent away the dragon type to Nodu, Mito and Mera immediately surrounded Kamui and asked him all kinds of questions. Who was that person just now? The Dragon King of the Kanto region. Watari. Kamui looked at Mito and Mera with confused expressions and then immediately spread knowledge about kings and champions to them. In that case, that person must be the strongest trainer in the Kanto region. If I had known this, I should have invited him to a duel. Mera had a look of regret on her face, obviously feeling that she had missed an opportunity to test her strength. He has a mission assigned by the League. His previous mission was to investigate the Tokiwa Gym incident. Now he is assigned to investigate Team Rocket's island. Do you still want to walk into their trap? Shenmue explained the pros and cons to Mera, and in just a few words, he dispelled Mera's idea of challenging the Dragon King. Humph, you did all these things. What does it have to do with me and Sister Mito? We are both honest rookie trainers. Only you are an evil terrorist. When Mera heard that she couldn't challenge the Dragon King, a look of depression appeared on her face, and she immediately took out her anger on Shenmue. When I'm captured by the Alliance, don't even think about running away. I'll say that you ordered me to do all this. I'm an evil terrorist, and you're the leader of an evil terrorist organization. Shenmue looked at Mera with a sinister expression and told her his vicious plan to shift the blame. After hearing this, Mera glared at Shenmue fiercely and stopped talking because she couldn't argue with Shenmue. That Pokemon just now was Dragonite. I thought I'd give it a try, but unfortunately I don't have the chance anymore. Mito's tone revealed regret, and she used the topic of Dragonite to stop Kamui and Mera from continuing their bickering. It's just a Dragonite. It's no big deal. Mito, trust me, we will have a Dragonite of our own soon. Kamui comforted Mito with words and made a promise to her. In his heart, he had already begun to secretly figure out where he could go to catch at any point at this moment. A light of evolution suddenly appeared on the body of Stottle, which was pulling the boat, causing it to evolve from Stottle into Blastoise. Wow, my Stottle has evolved. No, now it should be called Blastoise. Mera watched the light of evolution dissipate from the water arrow turtle, jumped off Bidao's body, and landed firmly on the water arrow turtle's back. Blues, turtle, let's go. Mera stood on the back of the Blastoise, pointing her finger forward, commanding the Blastoise to take her sailing on the sea. Kama Blastoise responded, followed Mera's instructions, and took Mera to sail on the sea. After Blastoise evolved, the rope that originally tied its rubber boat had fallen off. Without Blastoise to pull the boat, Kamui and his rubber boat could only float on the sea. Mera and Blastoise, who were playing crazy in the distance, showed no intention of helping. Kamui looked at Mito and Big Brother Charizard again, but then he thought about it. They couldn't protect themselves, so he quickly gave up the idea. In desperation, Shenwei could only put the rubber boat into his personal space, then climbed on Pidgeot's back, and enjoyed the joy of flying. Pidgeot was flying with Kamui, but his flight was still crooked, and not smooth at all. Kamui was on Pidgeot's back, not idle either. Feeding energy blocks one after another to the Magikarp in the sea. Magikarp used Water Splash to leap out of the sea, and in one gulp, fed it the energy cube that Kamui had thrown at it, eating it accurately into its stomach. As time went on, Magikarp ate more and more energy blocks, and Kamui discovered that the height of Magikarp's jumping using Water Splash had increased significantly. Inspired by the idea of the carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, Kamui actively feeds energy cubes to Magikarp, hoping that it can evolve into a ferocious Gyarados as soon as possible. Shenwei, I see land. Are we about to reach Rainbow City? Mito, sitting on the back of Big Brother Charizard, looked far into the distance and told Kamui about his discovery with an inexplicable excitement in his words. After flying in the sky for most of the day, once the initial novelty wore off, all that remained was boredom. Now I'm even more eager to feel down to earth. This is the situation in Mito now. Mito, you are too impatient. We have only seen land now. We are still some distance away from the land. Let's go ashore and rest for a night, and then go to Rainbow City tomorrow. We will arrive at around noon. Kamui calculated the distance, time, and speed, made careful arrangements based on these, and finally gave Mito this answer. What? It's still so far away. I thought we would reach Rainbow City as soon as we landed. Mito pouted in frustration and ordered his big brother Charizard to speed up the flight so as to reach the land earlier. Kamui also commanded Pidgeot to increase his flying speed appropriately so that the Magikarp in the sea would not be unable to keep up with them. When Magikarp saw that Shenwei and the others had increased their speed, he also quickly sped up. The tail of the fish swung rapidly, and the huge head of the fish slightly emerged from the water. From a distance, it looked like a sword shark cruising. Pidgeot, speed up. Magikarp, use all your strength. Let me see your limit. Kamui looked at Magikarp, who was trying hard to catch up, and ordered Pidgeot to speed up further. He wanted to see what Magikarp's maximum speed was. When the Carp King heard Kamui's order, he used all his strength to swing his tail desperately and swam forward. When Magikarp exerted its strength, it shot out like an arrow. Kamui looked at Magikarp in surprise at the speed it was showing, and quickly ordered Pidgeot to keep up and not lose to Magikarp. Just like that, the bird and the fish, under the command of Kamui, suddenly burst out at a speed, instantly surpassing Mito and the big brother Charizard, and catching up with Mera and Blastoise in front. Charizard, don't lose to them. Let's catch up and surpass them quickly. After being overtaken, Mito's competitive spirit was aroused, and she quickly commanded her big brother Charizard to join the chase. Blues, Turtle, let's speed up too. Don't let the people behind catch up. Mera realized someone was chasing her, so she quickly commanded Blastoise to speed up and ensure their lead. Kamui, Mito, Mera, and their elves turned a normal sea voyage into a sea race with the destination being land. Magikarp was the first to surpass Mera and Blastoise. Soon after, Kamui and Pidgeot also flew over Mera and Blastoise's heads. Mera, Blastoise, you are too slow. We will go first. Bye. Kamui looked at Mera proudly, and Pidgeot looked at Blastoise provocatively. This pair of unscrupulous badmen were simply in perfect harmony with each other. Mera looked at the identical expressions on their faces and stamped her feet in anger. Blues, use your water cannon to knock down those two annoying guys. Mera looked at the backs of Kamui and Pidgeot and quietly commanded Blastoise to attack Kamui and Pidgeot to kill their prestige. Blastoise followed Mera's command and fired a water cannon. A large water ball flew towards Kamui and Pidgeot. Kamui and Pidgeot heard some noise behind them and turned back to check the situation. They saw a water ball getting closer and closer to them. Pidgeot, get out of the way. Kamui quickly commanded Pidgeot to dodge the water cannon's attack, but it was too late. The water cannon hit Kamui and Pidgeot hard, knocking down both the man and the bird. Mito at the back saw all of this and silently commanded his big brother Charizard to increase his flying altitude and avoid their battlefield to avoid being accidentally injured. After being hit, Pidgeot quickly made adjustments in the air and narrowly avoided falling into the water. Compared to Pidgeot, Kamui was not so lucky. After being hit by the water cannon, Kamui fell directly from the sky. Affected by inertia, Kamui slid far away on the sea like a skipping stone. When Kamui steadied his body and stood on the water by treading water, Mera and Blastoise happened to pass by him. Both gave Kamui a provocative look at the same time. "Oh, you guys are really rebelling. Looks like I need to teach you a lesson. Pidgeot, come down and pick me up. Let's go get revenge together." Shenmue called out to Pidgeot, and Pidgeot immediately flew to Shenmue's side upon hearing the news. Pidgeot, catch up with Mera and Blastoise in front and use Fierce Blast on them. Kamui jumped onto Pidgeot's back and commanded Pidgeot to chase after Mera and Blastoise, wanting to avenge the attack they had just received. I don't know if it's because of revenge, but now Pidgeot is flying with Kamui, fast and steady all the way, no longer looking shaky as before. Pidgeot became more and more skilled in leading people flying. He spread his wings and caught up with Mera and Blastoise in front of him in the blink of an eye. "Blastoise, speed up. Don't let Kamui and Pidgeot catch up." Mera commanded Blastoise, trying to keep a distance from Kamui and Pidgeot to prevent Kamui from commanding Pidgeot to launch a surprise attack. Blastoise followed Mera's command and sped up, but no matter how fast it sped up, it couldn't get rid of Kamui and Pidgeot behind it. Mera noticed this situation at the first moment. She made a prompt decision, turned around, and admitted defeat to Shenmue. "Kamui, I was wrong. I shouldn't have ordered Blastoise to attack you and Pidgeot. Please forgive me." Mera pretended to be pitiful, looked at Kamui, and begged for Kamui's forgiveness in order to save herself and Blastoise. "It's too late to admit your mistake now. Pidgeot, use the Fierce Blast to add some spice to Mera and Blastoise's trip to the sea." Shenmue selectively ignored the words "be gentle and kind to women" and commanded Pidgeot to launch an attack, determined to avenge the blow no matter what. Chapter 185 New members. "Humph, I knew this trick wouldn't work on you, but I won't surrender." Blastoise, use your water gun trick on Kamui and Pidgeot in succession. Mera looked a little lost, but soon returned to normal and commanded Blastoise to fight against Kamui and Pidgeot. Blastoise followed Mera's command and used the water gun trick continuously. Streams of water shot towards Kamui and Pidgeot one after another. Pidgeot, use Fierce Wind to blow them away. Kamui remained calm in the face of danger and commanded Pidgeot to fight on its back, preventing himself and Pidgeot from being hit by the water column. Pidgeot spread its wings and created a fierce storm. Pidgeot used Fierce Wind at the perfect time, breaking up the water column shot by Blastoise in one fell swoop, turning it into water drops that fell into the sea, successfully protecting himself and Kamui from harm. The way Kamui responded was beyond Mera's expectations. Mera originally thought that Kamui would let Pidgeot avoid Blastoise's attack. She didn't expect that Kamui would choose to use a head-on approach to resolve Blastoise's attack. Seeing that Mera was slightly dazed, Kamui immediately seized the opportunity and ordered Pidgeot to attack. Pidgeot, use Fierce Storm again. Pidgeot spread his wings and a fierce storm roared towards Mera and Blastoise. By the time Mera came to her senses, the violent storm was already approaching. Mera wanted to order Blastoise to respond, but it was too late. At the critical moment, Blastoise took the initiative and swam towards the land with Mera, trying to avoid the attack of the violent storm. Although Blastoise took Mera out of the attack range of Fierce Blast, making Pidgeot's attack miss, Fierce Blast hit the sea, and the splashed sea water drenched Mera. When the cool sea water poured over her head, Mera's mind went blank, and then she became furious. Divine power. With Mera's roar, Mera received the soul of Satan in an instant, and stared at Kamui and Pidgeot with cold eyes. "It's over. This is a big deal." Shenmue looked at Mera, who had entered the combat state in front of him, and cold sweat broke out on his face. It was not because of Mera's strength that Shenwei was afraid, but because Shenwei was simply afraid of his wife. Pidgeot had never seen how terrifying Mera was after receiving the soul of Satan, but his intuition told him that Mera in front of him was very dangerous, and he needed to run away quickly, otherwise his life might be in danger. Pidgeot instinctively flew towards the land with divine power to escape from this dangerous place. Don't even think about running away. Dark current, countless dark magics condensed into claws, following Kamui and Pidgeot all the way, and they would not give up until they achieved their goal. Pidgeot, with his Kamui, dodged left and right, avoiding Mera's attacks. Mera chased after them relentlessly, determined to give both the man and the bird a good beating. She increased the output of magic power in her hands to enhance the power of the dark stream. Pidgeot felt the energy fluctuations behind him increase and immediately increased his flying speed. Pidgeot led Kamui and Mera to chase and escape and was seen clearly by Mito, who had arrived on land a long time ago. However, Mito had no intention of getting involved and let them solve it themselves. Mito took out the few energy cubes and fed them to the mighty Magikarp, the big brother Charizard, and Mewtwo, who had been offline for a long time. They sat side by side on the beach, counting the waves. Not long after, Pidgeot arrived at the land with Kamui. Pidgeot was panting and exhausted, and he chose to land immediately. Mera followed closely behind and also reached the land. Her chest was heaving slightly, and she looked very tired. Now, where are you going to run to, Mera? Said as she slowly walked towards Kamui and Pidgeot, ready to attack at any time. Seeing that the situation was not good, Pidgeot quickly hid in the Pokeball and abandoned Kamui very disloyally. Mito, save me. Kamui looked at Mera getting closer and closer, so he asked Mito for help, hoping that Mito could stop Mera from saving him. You resolve your own matters. Mito gave Kamui a helpless look, then turned around and continued to feed energy cubes to Magikarp. Shenwei, prepare to die. Mera clenched her fists and rushed towards Shenwei with a sneer on her face. Mito and the elves consciously turned their heads away and didn't look at Kamui's miserable condition, but they couldn't avoid hearing Kamui's screams driven by curiosity. Mewtwo couldn't help but look over. Kamui was seen being lifted up by one of his feet by Mel and then thrown hard to the ground. This happened several times, and Kamui's screams became weaker and weaker. Mera felt Mewtwo's gaze and quickly turned back to look. Fortunately, Mewtwo reacted in time and turned back first, otherwise he would have been discovered by Mera. But even so, Mewtwo was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. After Mera vented her anger, she released the receiving magic and returned to her original appearance. She moved closer to Mito and started talking about girlish topics, calling her sister all the time. Shenwei lay on the spot, activated the pupil technique to restore his health and recover from his injuries, so as to avoid being seen in his miserable state by the elves at this time. Blastoise finally swam to the shore. It saw the human-shaped pits around Kamui that were similar in shape to him. Blastoise seemed to suddenly understand something, and an anthropomorphic smile appeared on its face. Mito and Mera chatted for a long time and found that there was no movement from Kamui, so they couldn't help but feel worried. Mito and Mera walked slowly to Kamui, only to find that Kamui's eyes were closed and his breathing was even, which was clearly a sign that he was asleep. Mito and Mera looked at the sleeping Kamui, glanced at each other, and smiled similarly. Near evening, Kamui woke up from his sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Mito and Mera looking at him with smiles on their faces. Hey, what's going on? Why am I buried in the ground? What do you two want to do? After Shenwei woke up, he discovered something was wrong with himself and immediately wanted to crawl out of the soil. This is just for fun, and besides, I didn't bury them all for you. Mera lay in front of Shenwei, holding her chin with both hands, showing a harmless expression, responding to Shenwei's questioning. Why don't you bury yourself? Shenwei's face turned black when he heard this, and he took a lot of effort to get himself out. Shenwei, don't ask me anymore. I'm already hungry. Mito looked at Kamui pitifully, and interrupted the quarrel between Kamui and Mera in time, nipping a fight in the bud. That night, everything was the same as usual for Shenmue, except that he had to take a shower the next day. Shenmue and his companions set out early in the morning and headed straight for Rainbow City along the forest path. On the way, Kamui suggested to Mera, release Bulbasaur and let it use its sweet scent to attract Pokémons. See if there are any suitable Pokémons around. Bulbasaur, it turns out you can use it this way. Mera immediately released Bulbasaur to test the method mentioned by Kamui. Come out, Ivysaur. Mera held up the Pokéball and released Bulbasaur from it. Bulbasaur appeared in the open space and saw its trainer Mera. It walked over and rubbed Mera's leg. To show its closeness, Mera squatted down, hugged Bulbasaur, and put her face against Bulbasaur's face. It can be seen that she also likes Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, use your sweet scent to attract all the Pokémon around here. Mera commanded Bulbasaur to do as Kamui said to test whether it was feasible. Bulbasaur agreed and shook the buds on its back, filling the air with a strange fragrance. As this strange fragrance spread, soon the elves followed the fragrance and came to Shenmue and others. This Pokémon is a small Rattata, and Kamui has no desire to tame it. The same goes for Mito and Mera beside him. As time went on, most of the elves were attracted by the sweet aroma. Most of them were particularly common elves, and this type of elves did not arouse Shenmue's interest at all. However, among this group of Pokémon, there are two Pokémon that Kamui is more optimistic about, namely Vulpix and Growlithe. Growlithe was the target set by Mito and Mera at the beginning. It was destined that they would not be able to get the Kamui, but they could still try for the Vulpix. Kamui, how is it? Is there any elf you like, Kamui? Asked Mito and Mera, and secretly took out the Pokéball, ready to throw it at Vulpix at any time. Shenmue, I just saw you staring blankly in that direction. Did you find a good elf, but deliberately not tell us, hoping to keep it for yourself? Mera followed Kamui's gaze and searched among the elves for the elf that Kamui had taken a fancy to, wanting to get it before Kamui. There's actually such a thing. Good things should be shared by everyone. Shenmue, can you please tell me which elf you like? After hearing what Mera said, Mito hurriedly pestered Kamui, not giving Kamui the chance to throw the Pokéball, and cooperated with Mera to find the Pokémon that Kamui liked. I found it. This should be it. Mera compared the elves one by one with the elf encyclopedia, and finally found Vulpix. Vulpix, the artificial idiot in the Pokémon encyclopedia, spoke in a pure mechanical voice and introduced the information about Vulpix from many aspects. Mito sister, you come and subdue Vulpix. I already have two Pokémon, so it's best for you to subdue it. Mera very humbly gave the opportunity to capture Vulpix to Mito, and her reason was impeccable. Mera, you found this elf, so you should be the one to capture it. The reason given by Mito was equally impeccable, and he gave up the opportunity to tame Vulpix. If neither of you wants to tame Vulpix, why not give it to me? Shenmue interjected weakly. Shut up. X2. As a result, Mito and Mera both rejected it in unison. Kamui, who was miserably rejected, looked at Mito and Mera, who were being polite to each other, and hid aside to communicate with Growlithe. He thought to himself, you guys take your time to be polite. I won't be polite to this Growlithe. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 186. Eligia. Kamui, with a pair of panda eyes, walked proudly behind Mito and Mera, holding Growlithe in his arms and continuously feeding it energy cubes. Mito and Mera walked in front of Kamui with indignant looks on their faces, turning back to glare at Kamui from time to time. It turned out that just now, when Mito and Mera had discussed the ownership of Vulpix and wanted to capture Growlithe, they found that Growlithe had been intercepted by the bastard Kamui using an energy block. Kamui's behavior of intercepting cattle and made Mito and Mera step forward without hesitation, and each punched Kamui, which resulted in Kamui appearing with a pair of panda eyes. Mito and Mera had just finished fighting Kamui when Caterpie, loyally protecting its master, stood in front of Kamui. Seeing this, Mito and Mera had to stop and stared at Kamui. Seeing that he had successfully helped Shenmue and chased away the people who bullied him, Growlithe wagged his tail to show off his achievement to Shenmue. Shenmue naturally rewarded him generously and fed Growlithe large handfuls of energy cubes as a reward. Mito and Mera were so angry when they saw how Kamui and Growlithe were getting along so well that they just ignored them and continued on their way. There was no conversation along the way, mainly because Mito and Mera were sulking and didn't want to talk to Kamui, and Kamui didn't intend to get into trouble at this time. So there was no conversation along the way. When Kamui and his companions arrived at Rainbow City, Kamui's pair of panda eyes had long disappeared and the Growlithe in his arms had been put into the Pokeball. Then Kamui took out another Pokeball and turned to look at Mewtwo with hesitation in his eyes, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. He didn't know how to express his idea of letting Mewtwo enter the Pokeball in a tactful way. Remember to let me go out for some fresh air when you have time. Mewtwo floated over and touched the switch of the Pokeball with his hand. A red light flashed and Mewtwo was put into the Pokeball. Before entering the Pokeball, Mewtwo left these words: "It is good." Kamui held the Pokeball in front of his chest and solemnly made a promise to Mewtwo, then put the Pokeball away and entered Rainbow City with Mito and Mera. When Kamui and his crew entered Rainbow City, the first thing they did was to go to the Pokémon Center to have a comprehensive checkup of their Pokémons, which did not include Mewtwo. When Kamui and the others entered the Pokémon Center, Mito and Mera looked at Miss Joy with an incredible expression on their faces after Miss Joy left with Kamui and the other spirits with a smile. Mito pulled Mera aside and whispered, "Although Shenmue said before that all Miss Joy in this world look exactly the same, I still feel surprised after seeing them today. Yes, it is indeed surprising, but I'm more interested in those interesting stories about Miss Joy who was mistaken for someone else. For example, at this time, Kamui came over and wanted to apply to join the group chat to discuss with Mito and Mera. Go away, stay away from us. We haven't forgiven you for stealing our Katie," Mera said as she attacked Kamui, pushing him aside to stop him from getting too close. "I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time." Shenmue's repeated apologies were not without effect. At least now Mera no longer expelled Shenmue. "It sounds nice, but who knows if you will do it again in the future." Mera suddenly got angry, making Shenmue feel as if he was in another world. Shenmue reacted almost subconsciously. He hugged Mera and kissed her. Mera was confused by Kamui's sudden attack. When she reacted, Kamui had let her go and went to Mito. Not long after, Miss Joy came out with the Pokeball and returned it to Kamui and the others. Kamui and the others thanked Miss Joy, then left the Pokémon Center and headed for the Rainbow Gym. The owner of the Rainbow Gym is named Olivia, a very beautiful girl. She is also a master trainer who is good at using grass type Pokémon. Now Kamui's purpose of going to the Rainbow Gym is to defeat Olivia and get the rainbow badge from her. "Excuse me, is the Rainbow Gym master here? I'm here to challenge the new trainer of the Rainbow Gym." Kamui gives people a polite impression, and no one would have thought that he was the culprit who demolished the Tokiwa Gym. "I am the owner of the Rainbow Gym. My name is Alicia. Welcome to challenge the Rainbow Gym. Is the battle rule 3 vs 3 okay?" Olivia readily agreed to Shenmue's challenge request and formulated a fighting method. "No problem. Let's get started now." Shenmue agreed without thinking. "This was the first sprite I used." Alicia threw the Pokeball and released the Pokémon inside, and a Venusaur appeared in the center of the venue. "It's decided that it's you. Go ahead, Pidgeot." Kamui released Pidgeot. He wanted to use the advantage of the flying type restraining the grass type to win the battle. "Pidgeot, use Fierce Blast." Kamui was not polite and commanded Pidgeot to seize the opportunity to attack first. "Valvesta, use Leaf Blade." Alicia is well aware of the fact that grass type Pokémons have limited mobility, so she wants to defeat the powerful Pidgeot by trading injuries for injuries. "Pidgeot, get out of the way quickly. Surround the Venus Flytrap and use Fierce Blast continuously." Under Kamui's command, Pidgeot narrowly avoided the attack of the Leaf Blade and then spread its wings around the Venus Flytrap. Pidgeot has been suppressing Venusaur with its flexible mobility and long-range skills. Seeing that the situation was not good, Alicia quickly changed another Pokémon. "Valvesta, come back. You've worked hard. The next one to appear is this child. After Lygia took back the Venus flytrap, she released a vine monster. Pidot. Use lightning flash to quickly get rid of it. Shenwei probably guessed that Jamona Alicia wanted to use the control skills of the vine monster to restrict Pidgeot's movements, but Pidgeot, who had lost his mobility, could be dealt with by simply sprinkling a handful of powder. Of course Shenwei would not let this happen, so he planned to forcibly send the vine monster away. The vines are next, then use bind. Although Lygia knew Kamui's plan, she still let the vine monster take on Pidgeot's attack, which shows that she has great confidence in the vine monster. As expected, Pidgeot was attached to the vine monster. The vine monster did not disappoint Alicia and took on Pidgeot's attack. The vine monster also tied Pidgeot up and restricted his movements. Pidgeot, use parrot. Shenwei calmly commanded Pidgeot to imitate the opponent's moves and fight back. He never thought about how a Pidgeot should perform the binding point. When Alicia heard Kamui's command, she was stunned. She had seen reckless trainers before, but she had never seen a trainer as reckless as Kamui. Lygia watched the changes on the field and saw that Pidgeot hugged the vine monster tightly, then curled himself up into a ball, leaving only his head exposed. Completing the skill of binding point, Erika stared blankly at Pidgeot, who was using the binding technique, then looked at the trainer Kamui, and her eyes twitched slightly. Master, the vine monster has lost its ability to fight. Please replace it with another Pokémon. Shenwei's voice sounded in Lygia's ears, reminding her that the battle was over. Although Lygia didn't want to admit that she was defeated by Shenwei in this way, it was a fact that the vine monster had lost its fighting ability. She couldn't deny it, but she just felt unwilling to accept it. You won this battle. It's the last one to appear. Go ahead, Amazon AI. Lygia reluctantly took back the vine monster and announced that Shenwei won the battle. At the same time, after taking out the Queen of Flowers, her face became more serious. Pidgeot, come on, try to get 3 in a row. Shenwei's words of encouragement to Pidgeot sounded particularly harsh to Lygia. She looked at Shenwei with a sharp gaze, and her face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Pidgeot, use Fierce Blast. Vakara, get out of the way. Dissolving Liquid. Kamui commanded Pidgeot to attack Queen of the Moon. Alicia quickly came up with a countermeasure and allowed Queen of the Moon to launch a counterattack. Pidgeot, quickly avoid this old phlegm. Use your wings to attack and severely punish this spitting behavior. The more Shenwei gave orders, the more relaxed he became, completely ignoring the gloomy face of the gym owner. Lygia, Vakara, use the reflective wall to block it. AI. Lygia gritted her teeth secretly and vowed to teach Shenwei a lesson so that he would shut his stinky mouth completely. Pidgeot's attack was partially blocked by the reflective wall of Queen of Flowers, so the damage could not be maximized and Queen of Flowers could not be defeated. Pidgeot, use your wings again. The current situation is favorable to Kamui, so Kamui's fighting style can be a little tougher. He can use a Pidgeot to replace Creepero and Vileplume, which is a sure win. Vakara, the ultimate absorption. Because of Alicia's anger towards Kamui, she commanded the Queen of Flowers and Kamui's Pidgeot to fight a war of attrition. Pidgeot, come on, hold on and defeat that spitting Pokémon. Boanghua, hold on, don't lose to him. Shenwei and Lygia cheered for their respective elves and encouraged them not to give up. After 5 rounds of fighting between Pidgeot and Queen of Flowers, this war of attrition finally came to an end. Pidgeot was not able to outlast Queen of Flowers and was ultimately defeated by her. Come back, Pidgeot. You've done a great job. Let the other companions take care of the rest. Kamui took back Pidgeot, said some comforting words to it as usual, and then released Beedrill. Beedrill is the first Pokémon that Kamui captured in the Pokémon world, and Kamui has a special sense of trust in it. Vakara, use Paralysis Powder. As soon as Lygia found an opportunity, she let Amazon start spreading powder, and then prepared to continue the war of attrition with Shenwei. Chapter 187 Rainbow Badge. Beedrill, use double needles. We'll release the poison. Kamui chose without hesitation to let Beedrill continue to exchange blood with Queen Point. According to the health calculation, Beedrill is now at full health, while Queen V has only a small amount of health left. In the end of the war of attrition, Beedrill will definitely win. The paralysis powder floated over, and Beedrill was instantly paralyzed. However, Beedrill's 2 needles hit Queen Flower, but failed to put her into a poisoned state. Vakura, the ultimate absorption. Beedrill, use the double needle again. AI. Ligia used the same trick again, commanding the Queen of Flowers to rely on her skills to survive. Although Beedrill failed to poison the victim in one go, Kamui didn't think it was because of his bad luck. He believed in probability and that, if he tried a few more times, he would eventually succeed. The ultimate absorption of Queen of Flowers caused Beedrill's health to drop a little. This time, Beedrill's double needles seemed to have hit Queen of the Flowers' vital points, which could be seen from Queen of the Flowers' painful expression. Not only that, the double needle skill also triggered the poisoning effect, and a layer of purple appeared on Queen of the Flowers' body surface. Vakura, hold on. Use the reflection wall. Beedrill, use missile needle. Alicia commanded the Queen of Flowers to put a turtle shell on herself, which made the battle more difficult. Kamui commanded Beedrill to change its tactics. Previously, in order to put Tyrannosaurus in the poisoned state, it had to use double needles. Now it was finally time to reap the rewards. Amazon Flower condensed a reflective wall in front of her, and then Beedrill's missiles hit Amazon Flower, causing damage 3 times in total. Although the missile needle's damage is reduced by half due to the reflection wall, the remaining damage is still more than a double needle. Beedrill and Queen of Flowers were once again affected by the poisoning state, and became even weaker. Queen of Flowers looked shaky, and it was obvious that it could not hold on for much longer. Vakura, use the ultimate absorption quickly. Giant. Beedrill, missile needle, send it off the field. Seeing that the situation of Queen of Flowers was not good, AI Ligia quickly commanded Queen of Flowers to use her skills to recover some blood and stabilize her condition. Seeing this, Shenhui decided to take advantage of his weakness to kill him and end the battle in this round, sending Amazon off the field early and also sending it to treatment early. The skills of Queen Flower and Beedrill hit each other in no particular order. After being hit, Beedrill fell to the ground, as if it had no extra energy to fly in the air after being hit. The female queen's body was shaking, and she looked like she might fall down at any time, but in the end she held on with her tenacious willpower after being poisoned. Beedrill used the 2 needles on both hands to poke the ground to support herself from falling. But Tyrannosaurus was just holding on, and this wave of poisoning was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The result was that Amazon fell to the ground and lost her ability to fight, and Kamui won the battle. Come back, Amazon, you've done a good job. Take a good rest from now on. Alicia took back the Queen of Flowers and released the Venusaur again, preparing for the final battle with Kamui. Thank you for your hard work, Beedrill. The rest of the battle will be handed over to others. Kamui could see that Beedrill was almost at the end of its strength, and he couldn't bear to see it continue fighting, so he simply replaced it. Kamui took back Beedrill and wanted to send out a new Pokémon, but who should he send out? This question stumped Kamui. There are 5 Pokémons that Kamui can dispatch now, of which Pikachu and Mewtwo cannot participate in the battle. One of them is a person who walked into a trap, and the other one has an unknown origin. Then you can only make a choice from the remaining elves. Although Cassie has been tamed for some time, he doesn't have any attack skills now. He can only teleport, so he is completely useless. Magikarp can only do a splash jump now, and cannot appear on the stage. In this case, it seems that only Growlithe can appear, but Growlithe does not eat many energy blocks, so the improvement in its strength is limited. How does the saying go? You have followed me for the shortest time, and have the cleanest foundation. This sentence can be completely applied to Caterpillar. Go ahead, Katie, beat it. In the end, Kamui decided to send out Grunt to join the battle. No matter how weak Grunt is, it is still a fire type Pokémon, which gives it an advantage against grass type Pokémon. Wildfires cannot completely extinguish the fire, and the spring breeze will bring new life. It only depends on whether the Venus Flytrap can survive until the spring breeze blows. So, your third Pokémon is Growlithe. If I'm not mistaken, it should have been captured not long ago. Ligia is worthy of being the owner of the Rainbow Gym. This vision alone is enough to prove her qualifications. You read that right. I captured Growlithe in the forest around Rainbow City, but I believe in my Growlithe. It can definitely defeat your Venusaur. Shenhui openly admitted this fact, As for whether Grunt can defeat Venusaur, Shenhui himself actually has no idea, but he would rather lose the battle than the defense, and he must not be suppressed by the opponent in momentum. Of course, Shenhui also intended to expose his own weaknesses, causing the opponent to be careless, and then turn the tide. However, the other party is a battle-hardened gym leader, and the possibility of success is completely negligible. Let's just regard it as Shenhui's own good wish. Catty, use the Fire Vortex move on the Flower Vest. Valvesta, use Paralysis Powder. The Venusaur was not mobile, and the Vortex of Fire hit it hard. Even though this thing has strong maneuverability, it seems that there are very few situations where it cannot hit point. Allerger ordered Venusaur to use Paralysis Powder, mainly to put Growlithe into a paralyzed state, so as to prevent Venusaur from being treated as a living target the whole time. Not only that, it can also treat the paralyzed Growlithe as a living target. Catty, use Spark quickly to clear the opponent's Paralysis Powder. When Shenhui saw the Paralysis Powder coming, he quickly ordered Growlithe to burn the Paralysis Powder clean with fire, trying his best to prevent Growlithe from becoming a sitting duck and being beaten by Venusaur. Don't even think about it. Venus Flytrap, dissolving liquid. When Eligia saw Kamui commanding Growlithe to clean up the Paralysis Powder, she quickly commanded Venusaur to stop them. Sparks and dissolving liquid met in the air. The two skills cancelled each other out, and bursts of white smoke rose. The paralyzing powder fell on Growlithe, making its body stiff and unable to move. The vortex of flames attacked the Venus Flying Flower, and the damage caused by the burning flames made it suffer great pain. Come on, Katie, use Spark again. Kamui encourages Growlithe, hoping that it will cheer up, persevere, and defeat Venusaur. Don't hold on any longer. This battle is over. Venusflower, use Leaf Blade to give Growlithe the final blow. Alicia persuaded Kamui to give up, commanded Venusaur to defeat Growlithe, and tried her best to be consistent in her words and deeds. Katie, get out of the way. You can do it. I don't know if it was Kamui's encouragement that worked, but Growlithe tried its best to dodge to the side and actually avoided the attack of Venusaur. At the same time, due to the paralysis effect, it lost its balance and fell to the ground. Venusplant's attack missed, but Growlithe's attack did not miss. The sparks bombarded Venus Plant and triggered its burning effect. This made it even more difficult for the already seriously injured Venus Flytrap to continue. After the round ended, the flames from the Vortex of Fire attacked Venus Flytrap again. Although it did not make Venus Flytrap lose its combat capability, it was not far off. Now, it's my turn. Growlithe, I'll give the opponent the final jet of fire. Valvesta, use ultimate absorption now. Seeing that victory was certain, Kamui confidently commanded Growlithe to deal the final blow to Venom, and Eligia was worried that Venusflower could not hold on, so she quickly commanded Venusflower to use its skills to restore its health. I saw that Growlithe wanted to use Jet Fire on Venusflower, but it was stuck because of the paralysis and stood there motionless. Maybe Beedrill had just used up all its luck, which allowed Venusflower to escape. The pain that Venusflower expected did not come. Instead, its skills hit Growlithe accurately, allowing it to survive a little longer. Caterpie is now using its two front legs to barely support itself from falling down. Its two hind legs no longer have the strength to stand up, and it may fall down at any time. After recovering its health just now, Venus Flycatcher seemed to be in much better condition. At this moment, the effects of Flame Vortex and Burning came knocking. First came the damage from the Vortex of Fire, which reduced the health that Venusfiend had just recovered to 0 again. Then came the burning effect, which successfully took away the last bit of Venusfiend's blood, making it lose its ability to fight. Venusaur's body fell to the ground with a loud bang, but Growlithe was still holding itself up, and the outcome was obvious. I lost. Congratulations on your successful gym challenge. This is proof of your victory. There was a hint of loss in Erika's tone. She handed the rainbow badge to Kamui and stared at Kamui, wanting to remember the trainer who defeated her. Thank you. It was a pleasure fighting you. Kamui said a few polite words to Eligia, then came to Mito and Mira and showed off his rainbow badge to them. TSK, why are you so conceited? If it weren't for Growlithe's good performance, it's hard to say who would win in the end. Mira, just couldn't stand Kamu's smug look, so she found fault with everything and attributed all the credit to Groliv, reducing the role played by Kamu and preventing him from showing off in front of her. Catty is my Pokemon. It won because I commanded it well. Your ideas are all heresy. When Shenhui heard Mera's words, he immediately became unhappy and quickly cleared his name. Chapter 188 Target Golden City. The quarrel between Kamu and Mera seemed to be getting more and more intense. Mito, who was standing by, had long been accustomed to it and did not try to stop them, just letting them continue quarreling. This scene was seen by the owner of the museum, Eligia. Apart from sighing in her heart how great it was to be young, she did not see anything and left in a hurry. My elf needs treatment now. I don't have time to argue with you about this meaningless issue. Kamu suddenly thought of his injured Pokemon and immediately ended the quarrel with Mera, strode out of the Rainbow Gym and headed straight for the Pokemon Center. HMPH, wait for me, we'll go with you. Mera saw Kamu walking out of the Rainbow Gym, so she pulled Mito and chased after him. Kamu walked into the Pokemon Center, handed the injured Pokemons to Miss Joy and waited for the treatment to be completed with Mito and Mera. Soon, Miss Joy came out with Shenhui's elves. Shenhui collected his elves, thanked Miss Joy, and left the elf center. Shenhui, where are we going next? After leaving the Pokemon Center, Mito asked about Kamu's next plan, so that he could have a better idea of it. Our next stop is Golden City, which is the largest and most prosperous city in the Kanto region. Shenhui opened the map of the universe in front of him, combined with his understanding of the Pokemon world, and planned the next course of action. Are there any powerful elves in Golden City? Mera suddenly interrupted and asked. Apparently, the prosperity of the city was not as attractive to Mera as the powerful elves. There is a powerful Alakazam. Shenhui pondered for a while and slowly gave Mera an answer. Where, when? Mera heard Kamu's answer, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she couldn't wait to capture the Alakazam that Kamu mentioned. Alakazam is in the hands of Nancy, the owner of the Golden Gym. Do you still want it now? Shenhui successfully attracted Mera's interest and then poured a bucket of cold water on her to extinguish her interest. This process is easy to get beaten, so don't imitate it. The whole land has already been taken. What are you talking to me about? Are you making fun of me? Mera glared at Shenhui and accused him of his crimes with gritted teeth. You were the one who asked me, and I was just telling you the truth. You didn't say you wanted a wild Pokemon, so how can you blame me? Shenhui pushed the blame aside and cleared himself of all responsibility, as if he had done nothing wrong and the mistakes were all on others. Then, I'll ask you again, do you know any powerful wild Pokemon in Golden City? Mera suppressed the urge to take action and tried her best to appear calm. She asked Shenhui again, and when she said the word wild, she deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the word. Do not know. Shenhui gave a truthful answer without beating around the bush, but Mera didn't seem satisfied with the answer. Mera's face turned pale, and she looked at Shenhui expressionlessly. Suddenly, she picked up Shenhui's arm and bit it hard. The pain in his arm made Shenhui sing a high-pitched voice on the spot, attracting the attention of passers-by on the street. Mera bit Shenhui's arm with her mouth. Her eyes were always watching the expression on Shenhui's face. After seeing that Shenhui was in great pain, she loosened her mouth and let Shenhui go. Ah, you born in the year of the snake? You like to bite people so much. Shenhui rubbed the bitten place on his arm, and there was a bit more resentment in his eyes when he looked at Mera. Humph, you deserved it for bullying me. A smug look appeared on Mera's face, and she was obviously very satisfied with her masterpiece. Aren't you tired of you two fighting every day? There was fatigue in Mito's voice. This fatigue was mental. To put it bluntly, he was just overwhelmed by the quarrels between Kamu and Mera. Who wants to quarrel with him? It's obvious that he is the one who makes people angry every time. Mera looked at Mito as she answered, her eyes occasionally glancing at Kamu, her words full of resentment. Okay, just solve the problem between you two. I don't want to bother with you. It is difficult for a judge to settle family disputes. Mito did not want to get involved in this complicated matter. After saying this, she walked towards the direction of Jinhuang City, no longer paying attention to Kamui and Mera. After Mito left, Kamui and Mera looked at each other, then quickly turned their heads away, and didn't look at each other. Mito's sister, wait for me, Mera, hurriedly chased after Mito, and before leaving, she did not forget to step hard on Kamui's instep. Psych. Kamui gasped in pain, and looked at Mito and Mera walking side by side, hand in front of him. Kamui slowly moved his steps and limped to follow them. As Camus and his group walked out of Rainbow City, Mera immediately released Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, use sweet scent. Mera followed Kamui's method and directed Bulbasaur to use skills to attract Pokémons, so that she could capture the Pokémon she liked. Soon, a circle of wild Pokémon gathered around Bulbasaur. Shenhui took a quick look, and found that they were all common elves, and were not worth conquering, so he naturally did not take any action. Mito and Mera each held a Pokémon illustrated book, listening to the artificially stupid mechanical voice in it, comparing the Pokémon in front of them, and commenting on them. Kamui looked at Mito and Mera, who seemed to be in a never-ending state, so he released all the elves and let them come out to see the sunlight. Kamui was still the same as before, taking out a lot of energy blocks and letting the elves use them at will, while he focused his training on Magikarp and Cassie. Kamui focuses on training Magikarp and Cassie, not only to give himself more choices in Pokémon battles, but also to enable them to cooperate with him and complete Mage evolution as soon as possible. Magikarp and Cassie, these two little guys are like two bottomless pits. No matter how much energy blocks Shenhui feeds them, they can digest them all without any changes in their stomachs. Mito and Mera found that Kamui took out a large number of energy blocks and released their elves without hesitation to come to Kamui for food and drinks. Mito, have you thought about Abrahamovic's growth path? When Kamui saw Eevee, he brought up the old matter with Mito and wanted Mito to make a choice. I like all the evolutions of Eevee. Is there a way to make Eevee have all the forms? Mito looked at Kamui's conflicted expression, then gave his own answer, knowing full well that only children make choices, and the essence of I want them all. Mito, you can just tell me what you actually want. Is an Arceus with the appearance of Eevee? Kamui looked at Mito helplessly. He was obviously shocked by her answer and started to talk nonsense. Is there another Arceus like this? Great. Tell me where it is. Mito didn't realize that Kamui was speaking in a metaphor and believed it to be true. He thought there really was such an Arceus and hurriedly asked Kamui about its whereabouts. Hahaha, Mitone, you're so cute. After hearing what Mito said, Mera suddenly laughed out loud. She pinched Mito's little face and looked at her with curiosity. Mera translated Kamui's words word by word, breaking them down and explaining them to Mito, and finally made Mito understand. Mera is right to bite you. If it were me, I would bite you too. It's so infuriating. Mito came to his senses and looked at Kamui, the bad guy who had teased him, angrily, and decisively chose to stand in the same camp with Mera. Kamui's helpless eyes seemed a little dull, and he was madly complaining about Mito in his heart. It's my fault. Catty and Vulpix are almost fully developed now. It's time to evolve them. In order to change the subject, Kamui took out 2 Firestones and prepared to complete the evolution of Growlithe and Vulpix. Speaking of which, the 2 Firestones in Kamui's hands were taken from the Rocket Team's secret base. They have been gathering dust in his personal space ever since. Today they are finally put to use. Catty, Vulpix, you have already laid the foundation and can choose to evolve at any time. Now please tell me your decision. Kamui called Growlithe and Vulpix to his side, placed 2 Firestones in front of them, and let them make their own choices without hesitation. Growlithe stretched out its front paw and placed it on the Firestone. The Firestone suddenly shone brightly, then disappeared. Immediately afterwards, Growlithe showed the light of evolution on the other side. Vulpix looked at the Firestone in front of him with some hesitation. At this time, the light of evolution coming out of Growlithe attracted its attention. I saw Growlithe changing its shape in the light of evolution. When the light of evolution dissipated, the majestic Arcanine appeared in front of everyone. Vulpix looked at Windrush with a hint of envy in his eyes, and then it seemed as if it had made up its mind and stretched out its front paws. To touch the Firestone point, this process was exactly the same as when Growlithe evolved, and soon, a noble and cool Ninetales appeared in front of everyone. The appearance of Windspeed and Ninetales caused Mito and Mera to scream. Arcanine walked up to Kamui and rubbed Kamui's chest gently with its huge dog head. Although its appearance has evolved into a majestic one, it still can't change its silly character compared to the approachable Arcanine. The evolved Ninetales has lost the awareness of being a cute pet that it had when it was still Vulpix. The nine-tailed fox stood there, raising his head proudly, looking as if he was looking down on the world. As the owner of the nine-tailed fox, Mito wanted to reach out and touch the nine-tailed fox's soft fur, but was rejected by the nine-tailed fox with a look. Mito was still a little depressed about this, and Mera saw this and hurried to comfort Mito. On the other side, Shenmue turned over lightly and sat on the back of Windy Dog, letting Windy Dog gallop freely on the road. After running a few times, Kamui fell in love with the feeling of speeding, so he invited Mito and Mera, who is willing to ride a dog with me and share the prosperity of the world. Chapter 189. Nazi, Kamui, Mito and Mera, the three of them sat on the back of Windhound and followed the road under their feet, heading straight for Golden City. The Windspeed dog ran with the three people on its back without seeming to be struggling at all. For the Windspeed dog, this weight was nothing. If I had known that Arcanine was so obedient, I would have made you hand it over no matter what. Mito suddenly had an idea and compared Windy Dog with his own disobedient nine-tailed fox, and then spoke out of inspiration. Sister Mito, if you want Agile, it's easy. Just ask Kamui for it. You can exchange Pokemon at the Pokemon Center. Just use that disobedient Ninetales to exchange it with Kamui's Agile. As long as you ask. Does Kamui dare not listen to you? Mera didn't care about Kamui's thoughts at all and blatantly gave Mito an idea to snatch the Kamui spirit in front of Kamui. Mito, if you really like Windy Dog, when we arrive in Golden City, the first thing we should do is go to the Pokemon Center to exchange Pokemons. What do you think? Kamui listened for a long time, and when he heard that Mito wanted Windhound, he quickly expressed his opinion. No need. I just said that casually. It doesn't count. I'm confident that I can make Kyuubi obey. After hearing this, Mito waved his hands repeatedly, rejecting Mera's idea and Kamui's kindness, while at the same time showing a look of fighting spirit on his face. Mito, you don't have to be embarrassed. If you really want it, just tell me. Kamui was not sure what Mito was thinking. In order to determine Mito's true thoughts, Kamui had to express his opinion several times to let Mito see his attitude. Kamui, I really didn't want your Windspeed dog, and I'm really confident that I can make Nine-Tailed Fox listen to me, so don't say anything more. Mito rejected Kamui's kindness twice. It was obvious that Mito didn't really want Ardennis, and she just said it casually just now. Okay, then, I'll listen to you. Kamui fully respected Mito's choice and took it as her choice, ending the topic and never mentioning it again. Kamui was not worried about Mito at all, about the fact that Mito could make the Ninetales obedient. Instead, he was a little worried about the Ninetales. He was worried that the Ninetales would be sealed by Mito like the tailed beasts in the Naruto world. After all, the Uzumaki clan has a criminal record for 3 generations in this regard, and the last generation was even wiped out by others. Windy ran happily all the way and finally arrived at Golden City near dusk, carrying the 3 of Shenmue. The 3 Shenmues turned over and got off the dog positions, planning to walk all the way into Jinhong City. Come back, Windspeed dog. Kamui raised the Pokeball and tried to take back Windy, but Windy dodged it. Windy looked at Kamui pitifully and refused to cooperate with Kamui to return to the Pokeball. In fact, Windy heard every conversation between Kamui and the others along the way, but Windy didn't want to leave its master Kamui. It was worried that once the Pokeball took him back, he would be exchanged for Mito by Kamui. Therefore, Windy strongly opposed the idea of returning to the Pokeball. Windspeed, come back quickly, even you are not listening anymore. Kamui raised the Pokeball in his hand and tried to take back Windy again, but Windy dodged it again. Windy looked at Kamui pitifully, and soon, tears began to fall from his eyes, and he let out a mournful cry. Kamui, why is Windy crying? And it's crying so sadly. When Mito saw Windrush crying, he was at a loss for a moment and didn't know how to comfort Windrush. I guess maybe the previous talk about exchanging Pokemons was heard by Windy Dog. When Shenhui said this, he glanced at Mera intentionally or unintentionally. Mera seemed to realize her mistake and lowered her head with a guilty look on her face. Come out, Meng Meng, I need your help. Kamui released Mewtwo and explained the whole story to him, letting Mewtwo act as a translator to convey his thoughts to Windrush and finally solve the problem. The elf chose you because it trusts you, so I hope you can live up to the elf's trust and not do it again. Mewtwo's voice appeared in Kamu's heart alone. Mewtwo looked at Kamui deeply, and the look in his eyes contained very complicated things. Mewtwo turned around to communicate with Windy, conveying Kamu's meaning to Windy Point with Mewtwo's comfort. Windy Dog finally stopped crying and smiled on its big dog face and came to a place not far in front of Kamui. At this time, Windy Dog was still a little hesitant, so it didn't dare to step forward. Wind Speed, you are my spirit, not only now, but always in the future. I will never say such things again. Please forgive me. Okay. Shenhui walked over, held Arcanine's huge head, and sincerely apologized to him. Point. After receiving an apology from Kamui, Arcanine stretched out its huge dog head and rubbed it against the chest of the net, indicating that it forgave Kamui. It won't happen again. At this time, Mewtwo's voice sounded from Kamu's heart. After Mewtwo finished speaking, he took the initiative to return to the Pokeball. Mewtwo's words seemed to be reminding Kamui to take this matter as a warning. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have said that. Mera lowered her head and walked in front of Shenhui and apologized to Shenhui loudly, trying to use her loud voice to cover up her guilt and shame. It has nothing to do with you. This is all my fault. I betrayed Windspeed's trust, so today's incident happened. Shenhui did not blame Mera, but took all the responsibility on himself, thinking that what happened today was caused by himself. Point. When Mera heard Shenhui's words, she suddenly raised her head. She saw sincerity and self-blame on Shenhui's face, which reduced Mera's guilt a little. Okay, come back, Windspeed. After being intimate with Windy for a while, Kamui put Windy back into the Pokeball. Mito, Mera, let's go to the Golden Gym now. If we are lucky, we can get the golden badge tonight. Then we can walk around Golden City and enjoy the night view of Golden City. Finally, we can find a hotel to stay in and set off early tomorrow morning. Kamui put away the Pokeball, planned out everything he could think of, and gave a rough introduction to the whole process of the plan to Mito and Mera. It sounds good. Mera, do you have anything else to say? After listening to Kamui's introduction, Mito's eyes lit up, and she was very satisfied with Kamui's arrangement, but she needed to ask Mera's opinion. Let's just decide. Mera had just made a mistake, so she was a little silent and was not in the mood to express different opinions. Mera, it's all over. No one blames you, so don't be so depressed anymore. Seeing that Mera was not in a good mood for playing, Shenhui tried to comfort Mera, hoping that Mera could return to normal as soon as possible. Kamui is absolutely right. Mera, cheer up. We are here to have fun. It's not good to be sullen all the time. After Kamui finished persuading her, Mito continued to persuade her, and after all their persuasion, Mera finally felt better. Target, Golden Gym, Pirates. Golden Badge. I've got it. Let's go. Kamui's exaggerated body movements, coupled with this relatively normal sentence, made Kamui's middle school aura come to the fore. Shenhui's funny look attracted the attention of passers-by in Jinhuang City. Mito and Mera looked upset and pretended that they didn't know Shenhui and hurriedly walked past Shenhui. Mito and Mera didn't want to bother with Kamui and just wanted to leave here quickly, but something went against their wishes. Mito, Mera, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me. Kamui said that he knew Mito and Mera, so the gazes that were originally on Kamui, as if he were a fool, were diverted to Mito and Mera. Mito and Mera, who could have escaped, were dragged back into the quagmire by Kamui's light words. This made Mito and Mera's eyes look at Kamui with a dangerous look. When Shenhui and his group walked into the Golden Gym, they found it to be pitch black and eerily quiet. Excuse Me, is there anyone here? We are the new trainers challenging the Golden Gym. Mito's voice rang out in the quiet Golden Gym, breaking the silence of the Golden Gym. If the elves are fighting, that's fine, but if you lose, are you willing to be my friend and play with me? The lights of the Golden Gym suddenly lit up, and the Golden Gym's master, Nancy, emerged from the shadows. No problem, we agreed. When Mera heard Naz's request, she agreed to it without thinking. At that time, she didn't know the seriousness of the problem. Then, let's get started. Who among you will go first? Nancy looked at the three Camus expressionlessly, activated her superpowers, and closed the door of the Golden Gym to prevent the three Camus from escaping. It's him. He's the only one who wants to challenge the Golden Gym from the beginning to the end. Yes, he is the only one. Mito and Mera dragged Kamui and threw him in front of Nancy. Ah, you sure it's him? You want to fight against me? Nancy looked at Shenwei lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. It was hard not to notice Shenwei's face that had swollen like a pig's head and the two panda eyes on his face. Looking at Shenwei's miserable condition, Nancy's face showed a hint of surprise. It's him. Let me wake him up first. Mera walked up to Shenwei, swung her hand and slapped Shenwei's face wildly, causing Shenwei's face to change from a pig's head to a lion's head. After Mera whipped him 3 or 5 times, Shenwei finally woke up. He looked around and said, "Where is this? Why am I here? This is the Golden Gym. Now you can challenge the leader of the Golden Gym." Mera looked at the confused Kamui and introduced him to his current situation, then walked to Mito and watched the battle with him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 191 Stop Service. Kamui looked at Mera, who was walking away, and couldn't help but recall what happened before he fell into a coma. Mito and Mera each grabbed one of his hands, and then each punched him in the eye, followed by a beating, and he knew nothing after that point. But I just can't remember how I offended them. Kamui was still thinking hard about what he had learned about Mito and Mera, but Nancy, who was standing beside him, was already getting a little impatient. Send out your elves. We'll go 1 versus 1 and decide the winner in 1 round, Nancy said as she released her own Pokemon, Alakazam, and looked at Kamui with confidence. Go ahead, Needle B. Kamui sent out Beedrill to compete with Nancy's Alakazam. Counting Shenwei's elves, there are no evil elves among them, which makes Shenwei's idea of taking shortcuts fail. Then look at the powerful Pokemon. First eliminate Pikachu and Mewtwo, who cannot be exposed, and then eliminate the weak Casey and Magikarp. In the end, among the choices among Beedrill, Pidgeot, and Windy Hound, it seems that only the bug type Beedrill has some advantages when dealing with the psychic type Alakazam. Kamui is not Ash, so he can't follow his path of being a master of reverse attributes, so he should just stick to the path of being familiar with attribute restraint. Beedrill, use Missile Needle. Kamui commanded Beedrill and took the lead in attacking Nancy's Alakazam. Nini on the other side kept silent. She just watched Alakazam use high-speed movement to avoid all of Beedrill's attacks. Kamui knew that Nancy didn't speak because she was using her superpowers to command Alakazam to fight, which was more effective than giving orders herself, and was also more covered. Mito and Mera, who were watching from the sidelines, didn't know this, so they were completely confused. Beedrill, keep using your missile needles. Don't give the other party a chance to breathe. Kamui gave Beedrill unlimited firing rights to suppress Alakazam and force Alakazam to dodge, thereby consuming Alakazam's physical strength. Psychic type Pokemon like Alakazam generally have obvious shortcomings in physical strength and endurance, which makes them unable to engage in long-term high-intensity combat, commonly known as poor endurance. The various attributes of Beedrill are obtained by Kamui using energy blocks from them all and smashing them one after another. In terms of physical strength and endurance alone, Beedrill is stronger than Alakazam. Coupled with the improvement brought by the energy block, it is not an exaggeration To say that Beedrill far surpasses Alakazam, or even completely beats Alakazam, in these two aspects the situation on the field was still like a giant Beedrill standing on a turret, dodging left and right and attacking madly. Beedrill, move. Don't just stand there and deal damage. Learn to deal damage while moving. Kamui couldn't hear Nana's commands, nor could he see the invisible and intangible superpowers. He was worried that Alakazam would suddenly attack Beedrill, so he had no choice but to teach Beedrill to learn how to move and shoot. Beedrill followed Kamui's command and tried to move and shoot right at the beginning. Beedrill's attack lost its accuracy while moving, which gave Alakazam a chance to catch its breath. Beedrill, master the rhythm of your attacks. Pay attention to the coordination between your movements and attacks. And try again. When Kamui saw that Beedrill had made a mistake, he quickly passed on his experience to Beedrill, so that Beedrill could quickly master the technique of mobile shooting. After listening to the experience taught by Kamui, Beedrill is ready to try the mobile shooting technique again. On the other side, Alakazam took this opportunity to attack Beedrill. His invisible and intangible superpowers hit Beedrill, knocking it down from the air. Just when the Beedrill was about to land, it stabilized its body in time, flew into the air again, and tried to use mobile shooting. Beedrill's injuries are not serious, so there is no problem for it to continue fighting. Beedrill's missile needle is a skill that completely depends on luck. The number of attacks from 1 to 5 is unpredictable. Now coupled with Beedrill's erratic movement, this makes Beedrill the most perfect mobile turret. Alakazam attacked several times in a row, but was dodged every time by Beedrill's erratic movements, which made Nancy a little anxious. Beedrill flexibly dodged Alakazam's attacks, while also constantly improving the accuracy of his mobile shooting, forcing Alakazam to expend physical strength to deal with Beedrill's attacks. Alakazam used high speed movement again to avoid Beedrill's attack, which also indirectly proved that Beedrill's attack had threatened Alakazam. As the battle progresses, Nancy finally begins to take Kamui and Beedrill seriously. Nancy didn't expect that a rookie trainer could fight her to this extent, but that was all. In the end, the victory of this battle still belonged to me. Strong mental thoughts. Nancy's voice was heard for the first time in the battle, commanding Alakazam to fight. Her cold eyes hid a desire for victory. Giant Beedrill, missile needle, exchange blood with the opponent. All the attributes of Beedrill are higher than those of Alakazam. Kamui had been commanding Alakazam before and consumed Alakazam's power. At this time, Kamui ordered Beedrill to exchange blood with Alakazam because Alakazam's kill line had been reached. The attacks of Beedrill and Alakazam each hit the locals. After being hit, the two Pokémon fell to the ground and struggled to stand up. Alakazam tried several times but failed. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground and lost his ability to fight. Beedrill stood up with difficulty and used the big needles in both hands to poke the ground to support itself, standing up and welcoming the fruits of victory. It is not surprising at all that such a situation would occur. If you let a mage compete with a tank-equipped shooter in terms of physique, the tank-equipped shooter will of course win. I lost. I give you the golden badge. You can leave now. Nancy put away Alakazam, used her psychic powers to send the golden badge to Kamui, opened the door of the golden gym, and sent Kamui and the others away. In Naz's opinion, if she lost the battle, the other party would not want to be friends with her, so Naz had to see the other party off with a lonely look. Thank you. After Kamui took the golden badge, he left the golden gym with Mito and Mira. He did not intend to solve Nancy's problem. The problem of Nancy was left to Satoshi to solve. After Shenwei and the other two walked out of the golden gym, they first went to the Pokémon Center to heal their Pokémons, and then left the Pokémon Center. Let's go and enjoy the night view of Golden City. Shenwei took out 3 cups of warm milk tea and gave one to Mito and Mira respectively. The three of them strolled on the streets of Jinhuang City with milk tea in their hands. The Golden City lights at night make the night no longer dark, and the hustle and bustle of the city allows Shenwei to put down all burdens and enjoy every minute and every second. Amid the surging crowd, Kamui held Mito and Mira's hands to prevent them from being separated by the crowd. At this moment, Kamui seemed to have returned to his previous life, but in his previous life, Kamui was separated from them and could never be found again, but this would not be the case in this life. Mito and Mera found everything new and interesting. Whenever they liked something, Kamui would buy it without hesitation. The wealthy Kamui followed Mito and Mera in a shopping spree, buying everything, whether useful or not, and throwing them into Kamui's personal space. Speaking of this, we have to talk about another new feature of them all. Currency exchange. Currency exchange does not mean treating them all as an ATM and taking advantage of it. Instead, it converts the existing currency on hand into the current world currency at a 1-to-1 ratio. No handling fee is charged during the whole process, which brings great convenience to Shenmue. The three Kamuis were holding Pokemon encyclopedias representing rookie trainers, which offered discounts when purchasing merchandise, further stimulating Mito and Mera's desire to spend. By the time Shenmue and the other two finished touring Jinhuang City, it was already 3 o'clock in the night. They found a nearby hotel to stay in and have a good rest so that they could continue their journey tomorrow. There was no conversation that night, mainly because Kamui and his friends booked 2 rooms. Kamui was ruthlessly abandoned by Mito and Mera and lived alone in the room next door. The next morning, Shenmue and his friends finished their free breakfast provided by the hotel, checked out and set out on their journey again. This time, Kamui and his crew's destination is Vermilion City, south of Golden City, a large port city in the Kanto region. After Shenmue and his companions left Golden City, they released their own elves, and a large group of them marched towards Kuai City in a mighty manner. Bulbasaur, Sweet Scent, Mera, had the idea of catching elves again, but the failure last time made her realize that elves worth cultivating are hard to come by and it all depends on luck. Bulbasaur, come on, Mito, looked at Bulbasaur with keen eyes, hoping that it would attract some rare Pokemon. Shenmue still took out a large number of energy cubes and distributed them to the elves to speed up their growth. Wait, these energy cubes belong to me, so you don't have to use them to steal our elves. Mito squeezed in among the elves, gathered up a bunch of energy cubes without saying a word, and then returned to Mera's side. Meeting an elf depends on luck, capturing an elf depends on strength, and subduing an elf depends on personal charm. I don't care about unorthodox methods like energy cubes, Shenmue boasted loudly and created an image of himself as a hermit with just a few words. Bah, you're just bragging without thinking. Mera looked at Shenmue with disdain, not believing a word Shenmue said, and complained about Shenmue's self-boasting behavior. Shenmue, don't say anything. If you say anything else, I will beat you. Mito was so angry at Kamui that he laughed. Only Kamui could say such shameless words. In order to purify everyone's ears, Mito could only choose to start from the source. The threat in Mito's words made Kamui break out in a cold sweat. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him, so Kamui chose to be obedient, closed his mouth, and swallowed back the words he wanted to say next. Chapter 191 New Products. Kamui stood next to Venusaur and watched Mera capture a Dratini. That's what happened. When Venusaur was still Ivysaur, it attracted a large group of Pokemon, among whom there was a Dratini. As soon as this little guy appeared, he was spotted by Mito and Mera. They both stepped forward and used energy blocks to please the little guy. The naive Dratini instantly fell in love with the taste of the energy cubes and agreed to be the elf of Mito and Mera. But how can one Pokemon have 2 trainers? So Mito and Mera, in order to decide the ownership of Dratini, both parties voluntarily had a Pokemon battle. Before the battle, Mito and Mera were afraid that they would be intercepted by Kamui again. So they sent Big Brother Charizard and Honest Man Blastoise to monitor Kamui's every move and make sure they didn't make the same mistake again. Mito sent out Ninetales, Mera sent out Bulbasaur, and the two of them had a real Pokemon battle with real swords and guns. In the end, Mera not only evolved Bulbasaur into Venusaur under the condition of attribute restraint, but also defeated Mito's Ninetales and gained ownership of Dratini. Mini Dragon, please give me your guidance in the future. Mera looked at the cute Dratini and threw the Pokeball out happily. Mera, congratulations. Mito elf lost the battle and missed the chance to get Dratini. He looked a little disappointed, but it soon passed. I say, you have already decided where the mini dragons will go, so can you take them back? Kamui stood between Big Brother Charizard and Honest Man Blasto Eyes, enduring their suspicious gazes all the time. It was really uncomfortable. Come back, Charizard. Blues. Turtle. The mission is over. Mito and Mera each recalled their own spirits, which finally made Kamui breathe a sigh of relief, as he was finally free again. Shenmue, I have tamed Dratini. You have to show your appreciation. Mera held the slug-like mini dragon in her arms and approached Shenmue openly, intending to extort money from him. The mini dragon in Mera's arms seemed to understand what its owner meant and barked a few times, cheering for its owner. Mera, there are enough energy cubes, but it still can't stop you from talking. You are too greedy. Shenmue looked at Mera and Dragonite in silence. He was acting like a profiteer and doing the work of a bandit. We want the energy cubes, and we also want other good stuff. Take them out quickly. Don't keep us waiting anxiously. Mera knew that Shenmue must have something good, so she urged Shenmue to take it out and meet her needs. Although Mito didn't say anything, his eyes were always fixed on this side, fearing that he would miss out on Kamui's good stuff. Okay, I'm afraid of you. Shenmue opened them all and looked for something that would satisfy Mera. Soon, he found the skill disc specially produced by them all. Shenmue quickly read the product introduction of the skill disc and immediately decided to choose it. Finally, his Cassie and Magikarp would no longer have to play supporting roles. Kamui exchanged for the skill disc and placed it in front of Mito and Mera. What is this little disc? Mera picked up a skill CD and looked at it over and over again, but she couldn't figure out what it was for or how to use it. This thing in your hand is called a skill awakening disc. It can enable your Pokémon to quickly master all the skills it can learn, and this is a skill learning disc. It can make your elf learn a skill you specify immediately. This skill is limited to the skills of the elf. Shenmue introduced the function of the skill disc to Mito and Mera verbatim, leaving Mito and Mera stunned. Is this little disc so magical? Mera widened her eyes and looked at the skill disc in her hand in disbelief. Then, how do I use this skill disc? Yes, I want to ask this question too. Mito and Mera discovered the value of the skill disc and couldn't wait to give it to the elves to use. The method of use is very simple. You just need to tap the elf. Before tapping the skill learning disc, the elf needs to say the name of the skill. After Kamui finished introducing how to use the skill disc to Mito and Mera, he used his own Pokémon to demonstrate. First, take out the skill awakening disc and shoot it on Mewtwo to try out the effect. Meng, how do you feel? Kamui looked at the unchanged Mewtwo in front of him and asked about its feelings after the shooting, so that he could understand the skill awakening disc. All of a sudden, I felt like I had learned several new skills. It seems that this thing is still useful. A hint of joy appeared on Mewtwo's usually cold face. It was obvious that the skill awakening disc was of great help to Mewtwo. With this customer feedback from Mewtwo, Shenmue boldly took the skill awakening disc and took a picture of each of his own Pokémons. Mito and Mera also took the skill awakening disc and took a picture for their Pokémon. Kathy used mental strength. Magikarp used Dragon's Fury. After Kamui took the skill awakening disc, he commanded Cassie and Magikarp to use skills that they had not learned before. After hearing Kamui's command, Cassie and Magikarp hesitated for a moment before using their respective skills. Blazu, Venusaur, Dratini, let me show you your new skills. Charizard, Eevee, Ninetales, show us your new skills. Mera and Mito asked the elves to demonstrate their skills one by one, while the two of them took the elf illustrations and identified them one by one, mastering the names of the elves' new skills, commonly known as a census of elf skills. Kamui looked at Mito and Mera, who were so studious and couldn't bear to disturb them, so he silently called Mewtwo to his side. Meng, go ask them what new skills they have learned, and then tell me the names of the skills. Kamui uses Mewtwo to complete the census of Pokémon skills, saving time, effort, and worry. Mewtwo quickly reported what he had found out to Kamui, then turned his attention to Mito and Mera, conducting a comprehensive survey of the skills of the Pokémons there. You sure you don't want to warn them? Mewtwo's voice sounded from Kamui's heart. Seeing Mito and Mera using stupid methods, it wanted to help Mito and Mera, so it mentioned it to Kamui. No, look how hard they are studying. How can I bother them? Kamui lowered his voice and replied to Muto, using a high-sounding excuse to hide his desire to watch the fun. You will be beaten if you do this. Muto looked at Kamui and spoke extremely seriously. It's worth it to get a chance to watch the fun after a beating. Shenmue was beaming with joy as he spoke, as if he was on the road to death. Heading west. The comprehensive survey of Mito and Mera's elves skills lasted from morning to noon, and finally there was a result. Mito and Mera moved their bodies, which had been in the same position for a long time, and suddenly found that Kamui and his elves were eating, drinking, and playing, instead of working tirelessly, like they were doing a census of elf skills. This made Mito and Mera very curious, so they went over to ask Kamui to clear up their doubts. Kamui, what are you doing? Mito and Mera looked at the idle Kamui in front of them and couldn't help but ask curiously, as you can see, I'm basking in the sun. Shenmue lay motionless on the grass, fully absorbing the ultraviolet rays. Sunbathing? You are not a plant. Why are you basking in the sun? Mera, who was tired after a long day, couldn't help but say something to Shenmue when she saw him so leisurely. Shenmue, who says that only plants need sunlight. Humans also need sunlight. Okay. Upon hearing this, Shenmue sat up suddenly and prepared to have a good talk with Mera about the importance of sunlight to human beings. Have you learned about the elves' new skills? Mito was worried that Kamui and Mera would start arguing again, so he took over the conversation in time. I've learned all about it. Kamui acted as if it was a matter of course, looking at Mito and Mera in front of him, laughing secretly in his heart. Understood. How is that possible? Sister Mito and I have 3 spirits each, and we worked hard for the whole morning. How is it possible that you have 7 spirits alone, and you have understood everything so quickly? Mera's face showed a brief surprise, and then was filled with disbelief. She didn't believe that Shenmue could learn all the new skills of the elves in such a short time. Meng, say hello to Mito and Mera. Kamui commanded Muto and indirectly told Mito and Mera how he did it. Boring. Muto rejected Kamui on the spot, but its words echoed in everyone's heart. Mito and Mera heard Muto's voice in their hearts, and they couldn't help but widen their eyes, staring at Muto in a daze, then mechanically turned their heads to look at Kamui. When did you come up with this idea? Mito spoke to Kamui calmly, not showing any sign of getting angry. I thought of it from the beginning, and I thought you could think of it too. Kamui tried hard not to laugh and looked at Mito with an innocent look. After listening to Kamui's answer, Mito let out a long sigh and said nothing. Since you thought of it at the beginning, why didn't you tell us and make us work so hard for the whole morning? After hearing Shenmue's answer, Mera immediately became angry and scolded Shenmue. He just wants to laugh at us. Mera, don't say anything. Just transform. Mito's eyes were cold, and the golden chakra chains sealed by diamond were flying in the wind, making people shudder. Chapter 192. The incident began. Mito and Mera led the elves, talking and laughing along the way, walking towards Vermilion City. On the way, Mito and Mera encountered a battle request from another rookie trainer. The new trainer actually wanted to show his strength through the Pokémon battle, so as to get to know the two beauties, Mito and Mera, in a fair and open way. The rookie trainer had good intentions, but the result was beyond his expectations. Mera accepted the battle request from the new trainer and agreed to have a 3vs3 Pokémon battle with him. Mera commanded the honest Blastoise and defeated the 3 Pokémon of the rookie trainer in no time. After the rookie trainer lost, he felt that he had lost face in front of the beautiful woman. He said nothing and walked away dejectedly. And this is just the beginning. The beauty of Mito and Mera, plus the powerful Pokémon around them, quickly attracted the attention of many other rookie trainers. After seeing Mito and Mera, these new trainers had the same goal as the new trainer that Mera defeated. Mito and Mera are very troubled by this, so when there are Pokémon battles, they often crush the opponent and win the battle. In order to intimidate those new trainers with impure intentions, Mito and Mera thought that by doing this, they could drive away those new trainers with impure motives and make them stay away. However, Mito and Mera never expected that their actions not only failed to drive away those new trainers with impure motives, but instead stimulated their enthusiasm. As Mito and Mera continued to win, the new trainers who lost the Pokemon battle spread the news of Mito and Mera's achievements along with Mito and Mera's battle achievements. Their beauty was also spread out. And this is the most important reason. This also meant that a journey that originally only took half a day took a whole day, and we didn't get very far. Kamui, after being beaten up by Mito and Mera, Kamui has been in a coma, lying on the back of the wind speed dog, being carried by the wind speed dog. This day is really annoying to me. Mera sat next to Mito with a sad face, complaining about what happened today. Just bear with it for a while, we will be in Vermilion Leaf City soon. Mito sat next to Mera and comforted her. If you look closely, you can see a hint of annoyance on Mito's face. Why don't we wake that guy up and let him deal with those annoying guys? Mera took a look at the Kamui on the back of Arcanine and came up with a way to drive the wolf away. So, you forgive him? Mito looked at Mera expressionlessly, making it hard to guess what she was really thinking. No, I didn't. This guy is so mean. He should be taught a lesson so that he will remember this lesson. Mera said it rudely, but when she looked at Shenmue, the pity in her eyes could not be faked. My mother also told me that you have to be strict with men and make them listen to you. Otherwise they will always make you angry in the future. Mito turned to look at the unconscious Kamui with a look of confusion on his face, not knowing whether he should listen to his mother. I think what auntie said makes sense. Isn't that how uncle is controlled by auntie? He is completely obedient. Mera pondered for a moment and looked at Mito with an expression of approval, obviously taking Mito's mother's words as golden words. Mito listened to Mera's words and forced a smile on her face, which showed that she didn't agree with her mother's words in her heart. It was late at night, and Kamui was held in the arms of Windy Dog like a pillow. Windy Dog's soft fur wrapped Kamui tightly, leaving only a bruised head exposed. Muto, who was dozing off against a tree, suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Kamui with only his head sticking out, and started a chat. Don't pretend. I know you've been awake for a long time. Kamui, who was originally in a coma, slowly opened his eyes and looked at Muto. Meng, see through it, but don't say it. See through it, but don't expose it. Life is already so difficult, so don't expose it anymore. Okay. Kamui muttered a lot of nonsense to Muto, but the main idea was only one, which was to hope that Muto could keep a secret for him. How long are you going to pretend? Don't forget what you promised me. Muto neither agreed nor refused, but just reminded Kamui not to forget the promise he made. Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised you. So, just give me a little more time, and I promise to let you see Menghun. Kamui gently comforted Muto, telling it not to be too anxious. Meng listened to Kamui's soothing words without saying a word, but slowly closed his eyes. When Kamui saw that Muto closed his eyes, he realized that Muto was willing to believe him and wait a few more days. So Kamui breathed a sigh of relief. Somebody is coming. Muto's voice sounded from Kamui's heart, reminding Kamui to be prepared. Shenmue quickly closed his eyes and continued to pretend to be unconscious, wanting to see who was still awake. So late at night, the man tiptoed to Shenmue, gently stroked Shenmue's bruised face, sighed softly, and then sat next to Shenmue. When Kamui heard the voice, he immediately determined that the person was Mera. Well, you deserve it. Who told you to make me angry? Mera looked at Shenmue's bruised face in the moonlight. She complained about Shenmue, but her face was full of heartache. Mera just hugged her legs and talked a lot to Shenmue in his ear about her own feelings, things that she had never told anyone else. Shenmue had been listening quietly, feeling the most sincere emotions hidden between the lines of Mera's writing. Someone's here again. Muto and Kamui have always had a single line connection, so Mera was unaware of Muto's reminder. When the man came closer, he discovered the powerful Mera, and Mera also discovered the man at the same time. Mera and the man looked at each other, embarrassment written all over their faces. What a coincidence. You can't sleep either. X2 Mera and the man said in unison, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere, but they didn't expect that the scene would become even more awkward. As soon as the words came out, Kamui immediately identified the man as Mito by his voice. Okay, I admit it. I came here to see Shenmue. Mera couldn't stand the embarrassment of the situation, so she told Mito the truth. Actually, I came here to see Shenmue as well, Mito said as he walked to Kamui's side, helped Kamui tidy up his messy hair, and then sat side by side with Mera. Mito and Mera just sat next to Kamui. Neither of them spoke. Otherwise, I'd better go back first. After sitting for a while, Mera couldn't sit still anymore and offered to go back. She was just putting herself in other people's shoes. She thought Mito had a lot of things to say to Kamui that were inconvenient for others to hear, so she left the space for Mito. Mera stood up and tried to leave, but Mito grabbed her and made her sit back down again. You don't have to leave. Just stay here with Shenmue. Mito and Mera sat beside Kamui for the entire night. The next day, Mito and Mera woke up from their sleep and found themselves curled up in the soft fur of Arcanine, but the Kamui that was originally wrapped by Arcanine was missing. Mito and Mera hurriedly emerged from Arcanine's fur and searched for Kamui's whereabouts. Mito, Mera, it's time to eat. Following a familiar shout, Mito and Mera looked in the direction where the sound came from, only to see Kamui, who was unharmed, standing in front of the dining table, looking at them with a smile. Kamui, Mito and Mera finished their breakfast and set out on their journey again. Soon, Kamui and his crew met the first rookie trainer who came here because of their reputation. Hello, beautiful ladies. It must be fate that brought us together here. A new trainer holding a rose in his hand looked at Mito and Mera affectionately, ignoring the Kamui beside him, and boldly expressed his love to Mito and Mera. Boy, can't you see me? Kamui had a grim look on his face. He stood in front of Mito and Mera, grabbed their collars, and lifted them up to make them notice his presence. Let me go, you savage. The opponent slapped Shenmue's hands and kicked wildly with his feet, hoping that Shenmue would let go quickly. Humph. Shenmue swung it lightly and threw it to the other party. Then he slapped the non-existent dust in his palm as if he had touched something dirty. Barbarian, do you dare to challenge me to an elf battle? If you lose, stay away from those two beautiful ladies. The other party felt that he had lost face, so he wanted to make it back through the elf battle and even made a bet with Shenmue for this. Go away, you are no match for him. You can't save us. Don't fight him for us. We are not worth it. Mera took advantage of the situation and disguised herself and Mito as beautiful girls being bullied by a bully with just a few words. Yes, Kamui was a bully. Shenmue looked at Mera's hard work and was speechless. Suddenly he remembered the warning from Xiao Zhang's mother and gave Mera a look that said, I'll deal with you later. Don't worry, beautiful lady, I will definitely rescue you. I swear on the name of my grandfather, Professor Oak. The other party promised confidently and deliberately revealed his family background, hoping that Shenmue would admit defeat. After losing point at this point, there is no need to guess that the new trainer holding the rose blocking the road is none other than Professor Oak's grandson, Shigeru, who is both an enemy and a friend of Satoshi. Xiao Mao was originally in Vermilion City and had just finished challenging the Vermilion Gym when he heard people talking about two powerful beautiful female trainers coming from Golden City. When Xiao Mao heard this, he immediately became interested, so he waited on the road. He happened to meet Mito and Mera, which led to the previous incident. Chapter 193, Battle of the Windy Dog. Shenmue and Xiao Mao stood on both sides, each ready for the elf battle. Since you want to challenge me, you decide the rules. Shenmue looked at Xiao Mao, who was full of fighting spirit and always remembered the character he named SB in the game, and a smile appeared on his face. The rules are set at 3 versus 3. Whichever side loses all its selves will be considered the loser. Barbarian, you still have time to admit defeat. Xiao Mao had the elf in his hand, and he thought that no matter how powerful his divine power was, he could never be the elf's opponent. With confidence, Xiao Mao couldn't help but feel a little hesitant. I have no problem with that. If you lose, you won't say I'm bullying you. I'll let you take advantage of me. Wind speed. It's decided to be you, Kamui. First sent out Windy Dog to compete with Xiaomao. I don't need you to give in to me. Since you sent out Arcanine, I will send out Arcanine too. I want to see whose Arcanine is stronger. After hearing what Kamui said, Xiaomao became furious. He thought that Kamui was looking down on him, so he also chose Windy Dog to fight Kamui, hoping to make Kamui regret looking down on him through victory. Wind Speed Dog, Flame Vortex. Xiaomao commanded the first attack to test the characteristics of Shenhua's Wind Speed Dog, and then arrange the battle plan in a targeted manner. Arcane. Let's use Fire Vortex as well. Shenhui had the same idea as Xiaomao, and of course he also planned to compete with the characters in the original work, to see whose elf was cultivated more outstandingly. The two Windies used Fire Vortex at the same time, but it was obvious that the Fire Vortex used by the airborne Windy was bigger, so the difference was immediately apparent. Both Windy Dogs were enveloped by the opponent's Fire Vortex, but they soon absorbed the Fire Vortex. This fire attribute move. From this, it can be seen that both Windy Dogs have the characteristic of attracting fire. Pyrotechnics. When a Pokémon with the pyrotechnic trait is hit by a fire attribute move, it will not be affected by the move's damage or effects, and will enter the pyrotechnic state, increasing the damage of fire attribute moves by 50%. Xiaomao already knew that his Arcanine had the property of attracting fire, which was one of the reasons why he dared to send out Arcanine. What Xiaomao didn't expect was that Shenhua's Wind Speed Dog also had the fire attracting characteristic. But it's better this way. Since both Windy Hounds can't use fire attribute moves, they can only use moves of other attributes. Next. I, Xiaomao, am the grandson of Professor Oak. I have everything I want. You are just a civilian trainer. If you compete with me for resources, you will be courting death. When Xiaomao thought of this, a smug smile appeared on his face. Shenhui had never thought about studying the characteristics of these elves before, but he knew several of the more well-known characteristics and their verification methods now. After knowing that Windy Dog had the pyrotechnic property, Shenhui did not have any extra thoughts. He just knew it, just like knowing that the vegetables in the vegetable market cost $1.52. Speaking of characteristics, Shenhui faced cold data in the game in his previous life. Whenever he encountered a Pokémon with bad characteristics, Shenhui chose to release it and catch it again. What Shenhui is facing now are all kinds of living beings that have long lost their original pursuit of characteristics, not to mention that there are such things as characteristic capsules in this world. Arcane. Use Slam. After Xiaomao found out that Shenhua's Arcanine had the fire-inducing attribute, he immediately ordered his own Arcanine to use moves of other attributes to attack Shenhua's Arcanine. Arcane. Let's use Slam too. Since Shenhui has the desire to compete with Xiaomao's elf, he naturally cannot miss any opportunity to compare with it. The two Wind Speed Dogs ran at full speed and crashed into each other. I saw two Wind Speed Dogs colliding with each other in a head-on collision. The mighty Windy shook its head, still the same spirited Windy. Xiaomao's Arcanine was in a daze, its feet were a little shaky, and it took a long time to recover after 2 rounds of fighting. Xiaomao has already realized that Shenhua's Windy Hound is more powerful than his own Windy Hound. However, Xiaomao does not intend to admit defeat. So what if Kamui's Windy Hound is strong? There are countless examples of the weak defeating the strong. If the trainer's command is not in place, it is still uncertain who will be the final winner. Shenhua's thoughts are not as complicated as Xiaomao's. They can be summed up in 6 words. I'm invincible. You can do whatever you want. Arcane. Use Stars and Smash. Xiaomao knew that his Windy Gryphon was not as powerful as Kamui's Windy Gryphon, so he decided to use a move with additional effects, hoping to restrict Kamui's Windy Gryphon. Wind Speed. Quickly use High Speed to avoid it. Kamui saw through Xiaomao's thoughts and immediately ordered Arcanine to avoid the attack, and not to have a direct contact with Xiaomao's Arcanine to avoid being affected by the additional personality. Shenhua's Arcanine obeyed Shenhua's command, and avoided Xiaomao's Arcanine's attack, making Xiaomao's Arcanine's attack miss, and naturally there would be no additional effect. Barbarian, didn't you just ask Arcanine to imitate my moves? Why don't you imitate me now? Coward. When Xiaomao saw that his arcane's attack missed, he turned around and used a clumsy method of provoking the enemy to taunt Kamui, hoping that Kamui would challenge him head on. I imitated you just now because I wanted to let you know the gap between us and persuade you to retreat when faced with difficulties. I didn't expect you to face the challenge head on, so I had no choice but to defeat you. To be honest, when it comes to irritating people, none of them are as irritating as Shenmue. Xiaomao originally wanted to provoke Shenmue, but he didn't expect that he would be pissed off by Shenmue's few words. Arcane, Ustig, Xiao. Mao glared at Kamui and gave orders to Windy Dog. Wind speed. Use the reflective shield. Always watch your step and protect yourself. Shenmue first put a layer of protection on his own Windy Dog to prevent the Windy Dog from being unable to avoid Xiaomao's Windy Dog's attack in time. Xiaomao's Arcanine dug a hole in the ground in a few seconds and crawled into it, ready to attack Shenmue's Arcanine at any time point. After putting a layer of protection on itself, the powerful Arcanine stood ready, looking at the surrounding land vigilantly. Suddenly, Xiaomao's Arcanine broke out of the ground and reached into the belly of Shenmue's Arcanine with one claw. Wind speed. Get out of the way. Shenmue saw this and shouted immediately. Xiaomao saw that his Windy Grunt was about to attack Shenmue's Windy Grunt, and he cheered for his Windy Grunt in his heart. Kamui's Arcanine immediately jumped back, and Xiaomao's Arcanine's claws just scratched Kamui's Arcanine's fur before being dodged by Kamui. Arcane, you stick hole one more time. I don't believe you can be so lucky every time. When Xiaomao saw that the powerful Windy Hound avoided the attack of his own Windy Hound, he thought it was just good luck. If it happened again, the result would be different. Wind speed. Aim at the newly dug hole in the ground and use speed star. After Kamui finished commanding Arcanine, he looked at Xiaomao with a smile, as if to say, the outcome is decided. After hearing Shenmue's command, Xiaomao's heart tightened, but it was too late to change the order now. Xiaomao's wind speed dog dug another hole in the ground in a few seconds and crawled into it. Kamui's Windy Dog followed closely behind and used speed star on the newly dug hole. Xiaomao's Windy Dog had nowhere to hide and was hit hard by the high speed star of Shenmue's Windy Dog. After waiting for a while, Xiaomao's Arcanine did not appear, so he attacked Shenmue's Arcanine. Xiaomao immediately took the Arcanine back. Wind speed. You've worked hard. Have a good rest. I admit that I underestimated you before, but I won't do that again next time. Go ahead, Blasto Eyes. After comforting Windy, Xiaomao finally began to take his opponent Kamui seriously and took out his starting Pokemon Blasto Eyes. Do you think you can defeat me by taking out a giant water turtle? You are too naive. Wind speed. Use poison. Kamui knew that Blasto Eyes' Pokemon attributes restrained Windy, and it was difficult to inflict high damage, so he thought of using the additional effects of his moves to defeat Blasto Eyes. Don't try to succeed. Blasto Eyes. Use water cannon. Mao deliberately took out Blasto Eyes because he wanted to use the attribute restraint relationship of the Pokemon to win the battle. How could he allow Kamui to put Blasto Eyes in a poison state? Windy was concentrating on a poisonous move, but Blasto Eyes' water cannon arrived first and hit Windy hard. Not only did it interrupt Windy's concentrated move, but it also knocked it out, and it rolled several times on the ground before stopping. After just one round of fighting, Kamui could see that Windy was no match for Blasto Eyes, which made Kamui think of replacing the Pokemon on the field. Come back. Wind speed. You've done a great job. The rest is up to everyone else. It's decided to be you. Go ahead, Pikachu. Kamui took back Windy and released Pikachu. On the one hand, Pikachu had the advantage in terms of Pokemon attribute restraint, and on the other hand, it was time to let this little mouse, who had been forcibly banned, come out and move around. Since Kamui dared to take out Pikachu, he was naturally not worried that Xiaomao would associate him with the events of the Tokiwa Gym. According to the original work, the last gym that Xiaomao challenged was the Tokiwa Gym, which means that Xiaomao probably doesn't know what happened in the Tokiwa Gym now. Therefore, Kamui has no pressure at all when sending Pikachu into the game now. Xiaomao glanced at Shenwei. He didn't think anything of it the first time, but when he heard it the second time, he felt that what Shenwei said was very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere, but he just couldn't remember where he heard it. Blazu, use freeze ray. When Xiaomao saw Kamui send out Pikachu, he immediately cleared his mind of distracting thoughts and concentrated on the next battle. Chapter 194 The Mouse and the King 8. Pikachu, 100,000 volts. Seeing Blastoise's fierce attack, Kamui immediately ordered Pikachu to go and fight. Blastoise's freezing ray meets Pikachu's 100,000 volts. Both sides are evenly matched and neither will give in. Blazu, earthquake. Under Xiaomao's command, Blastoise stomped heavily on the ground, causing the surrounding area to shake violently. Xiaomao was prepared for this, and he stood firm after swaying his body. Mito and Mera were staggered by the sudden earthquake, but they quickly supported each other and regained their footing. Pikachu, jump up and use 100,000 volts again. Kamui stood there, calm and composed. The shaking caused by the earthquake did not affect him at all. He calmly commanded Pikachu. Pikachu was at the epicenter of the earthquake, where the shaking was the strongest. At first, Pikachu was a little panicked, but after hearing Kamui's command, he immediately regained his composure. Pikachu jumped with all his might, but due to the strong vibration of the earthquake, his footing was unstable and the height of his jump was far below the standard. However, he finally escaped the damage of the earthquake. Pikachu used a 100,000 volt move and rushed straight towards Blastoise. Blaze, quickly dig a hole to avoid it. Seeing this, Xiaomao quickly commanded Blastoise to avoid Pikachu's attack, with a bit of urgency in his words. Blastoise was quick-eyed and quick-handed. In the blink of an eye, it dug a big hole and crawled into it. Its digging speed was no less than that of Windy. Blastoise dug a hole to avoid Pikachu's attack, causing Pikachu's 100,000 volt energy to miss its target and hit the spot where Blastoise was originally standing, charring it black. It's the digging technique passed down from your ancestors? How come every elf has this skill? But this is exactly what I want. Pikachu, aim at the hole that Blastoise dug and use high speed star. When Kamui saw that Blastoise also used the digging move, he couldn't help but complain about Xiaomao, and then ordered Pikachu to use the same old trick to deal with Blastoise. After hearing the first half of Shenwei's words, Xiaomao felt relieved, but then he heard the second half of Shenwei's words, and his heart instantly rose to his throat. Pikachu aimed at the hole dug by Blastoise and used the high speed star move, allowing Blastoise, who was underground, to perfectly withstand the damage of the high-speed star. Xiaomao stared at Shenwei, who had used the same old tricks again, and scratched his head in anger. But there was nothing he could do to change the current situation. He could only hope that Blastoise could withstand the damage and stand up again. Perhaps because Xiaomao's wish was heard by Jirachi and fulfilled, Blastoise suddenly broke out of the ground and attacked Pikachu. Pikachu's attack just now did not defeat Blastoise directly. Blastoise endured the damage and waited for the opportunity to counterattack. Pikachu, use high speed movement to dodge. Kamui suddenly saw Blastoise breaking out of the ground and attacking Pikachu, and quickly ordered Pikachu to dodge. Blastoise's unexpected attack caught Pikachu off guard. Although Kamui gave timely instructions, Pikachu failed to react immediately and was slapped away by Blastoise. After Blastoise slapped Pikachu away, its chest heaved up and down, and it gasped for breath. It was obvious that it was not feeling well after having to withstand Pikachu's attack. Blaze, hold on, the final victory will definitely belong to us. Seeing that Blastoise was not in a good condition at the moment, Xiaomao immediately cheered it up and encouraged it to hold on. Pikachu drew a parabola in the air, then fell to the ground, making a cute chirp, bounced up from the ground, and finally fell flat on its face. Pikachu, are you okay? Can you hold on? Kamui seriously suspected that Pikachu was letting him win. Just imagine, a Pikachu with super speed would be slapped away because of his slow reaction. How ridiculous it sounds. Of course, this cannot be entirely blamed on Pikachu. After all, letting go is a fine tradition of this race. So Kamui starts testing Pikachu, asking it if it can keep fighting, instead of cheering it on and encouraging it to stand up. Pikachu was seen struggling to stand up using his hands and feet, the power bags on his cheeks discharging electricity, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit as he looked at Blastoise. Blastoise, use your final destruction ray on Pikachu. When Zyomeo saw Pikachu stand up, he immediately commanded Blastoise to attack Pikachu, thus becoming the winner of the battle. Pikachu, use lightning flash to interrupt Blastoise's attack. Shenmue had some understanding of the destructive ray move, knowing that this move was not only powerful, but also had a long aftermath, so he chose a clever way to deal with it. The Blastoise opened its mouth wide, and huge amounts of energy gathered in its mouth. Pikachu used his hands and feet to run at high speed, turned into a stream of light, and rushed straight towards Blastoise. The destructive ray in Blastoise's mouth has been successfully condensed and can be launched at any time. At the same time, Pikachu has already run in front of Blastoise and is about to hit it. Zyomao and Shenmue stood outside the battlefield, secretly worried about their respective elves, but neither of them said a word. They just stared at the elves on the field, waiting for the outcome of the battle. Zyomao and Shenmue were afraid that if they spoke, it would affect the normal performance of their elves. With a loud bang, dust flew up, obscuring the vision of Shenmue and Zyomao, making it impossible for them to see what was happening on the field. When the smoke and dust cleared, Pikachu and Blastoise were standing face to face. Motionless. Suddenly, Pikachu staggered and almost fell to the ground. Blastoise, use freeze beam to defeat Pikachu in one fell swoop. Zyomao was overjoyed when he saw this and quickly ordered Blastoise to attack Pikachu, but he forgot one crucial thing. When Blastoise heard Zyomao's command, it wanted to attack Pikachu, but its body was out of control and it froze there. Blues, what are you waiting for? Move quickly. Mao looked at the motionless Blastoise and became more and more anxious, unconsciously clenching his fists. I think you were so close to victory that you forgot the important fact that the elves would become paralyzed for a period of time after using the destructive ray. So I will accept the victory of this battle without hesitation. Pikachu, use 100,000 volts to send Blastoise off the field. Kamui described Blastoise's current situation in a calm voice, making Zyomao understand where he lost, and then commanded Pikachu to attack the stiff Blastoise. Pikachu used his 100,000 volt attack to completely bombard the stiffened Blastoise, causing it to lose its ability to fight. Pikachu's attack ended. Blastoise's mountainous body fell to the ground with circles in its eyes. Come back, Blastoise. You've done a great job. This time it was my fault for giving the wrong command. I won't do it again next time. This is my last elf. Mao took back the Blastoise, held up its Pokeball and whispered, then put the Pokeball away and released his last Pokemon. Nidoking, with the attributes of poison and ground, is a natural counter to my Pikachu. Shenmue looked at the elves sent out by Zyomao and couldn't help but feel a headache. The restraining effect of the elves' attributes was too obvious. Come back, Pikachu. You've been very good. I'll make you something delicious in a bit. Go ahead. Needlebee, Kamui took back Pikachu, whose attributes were unfavorable, promised delicious food as a reward, and then sent out the mobile turret Beedrill. Ah, you kidding me? You are fighting me with this kind of elf that you can find in large quantities on the roadside. Do you look down on me as the grandson of Professor Oak? Zyomao has been in his grandfather Oak's laboratory since he was a child. He has seen all kinds of rare Pokemons and instinctively disdains Pokemon like Beedrill that can be seen everywhere. That's not something a mature trainer would say. Since you look down on Beedrill so much, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. You can't judge a Pokemon by its cover. Beedrill, use charge. When Kamui saw that Zyomao looked down on Beedrill so much, he couldn't help but want to clear Beedrill's name. Gather your energy, take a deep breath and concentrate. Your attacks will become easier to hit the vital points. Nidoking, use slam to make him understand the gap between Pokemons. Mao commanded Nidoking to attack Beedrill, wanting to defeat Beedrill in one round to show Kamui, in order to prove that what he said was right. Point to this end, Mao chose the ramming move, a move that would also injure his own Pokemon. Beedrill, use your anger to meet it. Kamui commanded Beedrill to take on Nidoking's moves, making the effects of the angry moves take effect quickly. Point rage. If you are attacked after performing a move, your attack will be increased due to the power of anger. After Beedrill used the angry move, it collided with Nidoking, successfully triggering the effect of the angry move. Point Nidoking stopped because he hit Beedrill, and Beedrill was knocked out by Nidoking. Point fortunately, after being knocked away, the Beedrill circled in the air for half a circle, stabilized its body, and flew back again. Point Mao looked at the Beedrill that took the initiative to attack Nidoking and thought that this move could defeat it, but he didn't expect that the Beedrill would fly back by itself. This made Mao secretly wary of the Beedrill. Beedrill, use the missile needle to let Nidoking feel the fear of being controlled by a mobile turret. Shenhui had been laying the groundwork for this moment, and now the truth has finally been revealed. Nidoking, use your horn to knock Beedrill away. Mao heard what Kamui said for a long time. Although he didn't understand what he meant, he didn't care about it at all. He just wanted to defeat Beedrill as soon as possible. Point Nidoking aimed at Beedrill and used a horn ram with all his might, but the move missed. Point Mao looked incredulous when he saw this. He had never seen a Beedrill that could attack and move at the same time. Chapter 195 Mage Evolution. I said I would let Nidoking feel the fear of being controlled by a mobile turret. Beedrill, that's it. Keep it up. Kamui looked at Mao with a surprised look on his face and laughed in his heart. This is just the beginning. If I'll let Beedrill Mage evolve, I'm afraid your jaw will hit your foot. Humph. Beedrill is just Beedrill after all. It can't compare to my Nidoking. Even though Nidoking was suppressed by Beedrill everywhere, Mao was still unwilling to admit that Beedrill was a Pokemon worthy of training as the main force. Nidoking, use double kick. Mao looked at the erratic movements of the Beedrill, thought for a moment, and came up with a plan to deal with it. Point Nidoking flew into the air and kicked at Beedrill, but Beedrill dodged it easily. Then Nidoking kicked again. Point although Nidoking was big and strong, his movements were not slow at all. His second kick was sharp and fast, hitting Beedrill squarely, knocking it to the ground. Beedrill is just a Beedrill after all. It is no match for Nidoking. You'd better admit defeat as soon as possible. Mao looked at Kamui with smugness, still remembering to belittle Beedrill. Point Nidoking roared, seemingly agreeing with Mao's point of view. Giant Beetle, how are you? Kamui looked at the Beedrill that fell to the ground and quickly asked about its condition. Point Beedrill stood up from the ground and slowly flew into the air. The big needles in its hands rubbed against each other, making a metallic sound, indicating that it could continue to fight. I understand your feelings, Beedrill. Kamui looked at Beedrill, who was full of fighting spirit, and understood what he was thinking, which was a desire for victory. I am a giant bee, standing in the wind and rain. If anyone tries to dip me in soybean paste, I will beat their ancestors. Giant Beedrill, Mage Evolution. Kamui took out the evolution keystone and prompted Beedrill to evolve. Kamui wanted Beedrill to defeat Nidoking with a crushing attitude, prove himself, and change Mao's wrong perception of Beedrill. Point the evolution keystone on Kamui resonated with the Mega Evolution Stone on Beedrill. The pattern on the Mega Evolution Stone appeared on Beedrill, and then Beedrill's form changed, and Mage evolved into Mega Beedrill. Point Mao listened to Shenhui's mumbling for a long time, and in the end he only heard the word evolution. He subconsciously looked in the direction of Beedrill, but this one look made Mao unforgettable for the rest of his life. Point Mao witnessed the entire process of Beedrill Mage evolving into Super Beedrill. Point. If the mobile shooting technique makes Mao feel surprised, then the Mage evolution makes Mao feel horrified. Point Mao grew up in the Oak Research Institute since he was a child. From his grandfather, Dr. Oak, he learned a lot of knowledge about elves, and his understanding Beedrill is already at the pinnacle of evolution. However, the Mage evolution used by Kamui and Beedrill today completely shattered his understanding of Beedrill. How is this possible? Mao looked at the giant Beedrill in front of him and became incoherent. he had to take out the Pokemon Encyclopedia and spread knowledge about the giant Beedrill. Ding. The information is missing. There is no introduction to this elf yet. The artificial idiot in Xiaomeo's Pokemon Encyclopedia gave Xiaomeo an answer about the missing information in a monotonous mechanical voice, and then returned to peace. Beedrill is still a Beedrill after all. It just changes its appearance. Nidoking, use double kick. Mao forced himself to calm down, then commanded Nidoking to attack the Mega Beedrill. Mao said the same sentence 3 times, and his mood was different each time. The first time was disdain, the second time was determination, and the third time was self-comfort. Super Beedrill, use double needle. Kamui turned a blind eye to Nidoking's attack, and commanded Beedrill to confront Nidoking head-on. Nidoking flew into the air, and kicked the giant Beedrill. The giant Beedrill showed no sign of weakness, and rushed forward with the 2 big needles in both hands. Raised point in the first battle between Beedrill and Nidoking. Nidoking was knocked away by Beedrill, causing Nidoking's subsequent attacks to come to an abrupt halt. Nidoking fell heavily to the ground, his face showing pain and his body covered in a layer of purple. Obviously he was in a state of poisoning. Nidoking, are you okay? Mao asked about Nidoking's situation. At the same time, he looked at the Super Beedrill, somewhat unable to believe his eyes. Nidoking and a Beedrill actually lost in a contest of strength. How could this be possible? However, the fact happened right in front of Mao, and Mao had no choice but to believe it. Nidoking struggled to stand up. His right foot, which was attacked by the giant Beedrill, was a little afraid to touch the ground, and he walked with a limp. Shenwei looked at the disabled Nidoking and couldn't help but touch his nose, thinking evilly in his heart, this Nidoking might have kidney deficiency. Shenwei knew that Xiaomeo had not only Nidoking, but also Nidoqueen in his hands. Nidoking, use big word fire. Mao saw that Nidoking was now unable to move, and if he used close combat moves, the power would be greatly reduced, so he chose long-range attack moves to attack the Mega Beedrill. Super Beedrill, quickly dodge, then use the double needle to send Nidoking off the field. Kamui commanded the battle calmly. The battle was over from the moment Beedrill Mage evolved. Nidoking aimed at Beedrill and sprayed out flames in the shape of a large letter. Beedrill dodged it nimbly, raised the large needles in both hands, and stabbed Nidoking's body hard. At this moment, the Super Beedrill seemed to have transformed into Madame Wrong, and attacked Nidoking's away with great force. Nidoking was stung by the Super Beedrill, and let out a shrill scream, fell on his back, and lost his ability to fight. Nidoking, thank you for your hard work. You have done a great job. When Mao saw Nidoking being defeated by Beedrill, he took Nidoking back, then held Nidoking's Pokeball, and comforted him. In contrast to the depressed Xiaomeo, Kamui is celebrating his victory with Beedrill, who has completed his Mage evolution. Well done, Beedrill. Kamui and Beedrill high-fived each other, and Beedrill happily circled around Kamui. Kamui then took out Senzu beans and energy cubes to restore Beedrill. You win, but I will definitely beat you next time. Mao walked up to Shenwei, stretched out his right hand, calmly accepted the fact that he had lost, and turned his loss into motivation to challenge Shenwei again. Okay, I'll wait for you at the Quartz Conference. Shenwei also stretched out his right hand and held Xiaomeo's right hand, accepted Xiaomeo's challenge, and set the venue of the next fight at the venue of the Quartz Conference. Mao wanted to ask about the evolution of Kamui Mage, but he didn't know how to start. You want to ask about Mage evolution, right? Actually, it is just a method of evolution that allows elves to break through their own limits in a short period of time by using the corresponding Super Evolution Stone and the Evolution Keystone. Kamui told Xiaomeo the essence of Mage evolution without reservation. I see. After listening to Shenwei's explanation, Xiaomao looked as if he had suddenly understood something. I remember you took out a Blastoise when you were fighting just now. Shenwei suddenly remembered Xiaomeo and the fact that he had a Blastoise, so he decided to give Xiaomeo a set of Blastoise's Mega Evolution Stones and Evolution Keystones. Yes. What's the matter, Mao answered casually, and after he finished speaking, He suddenly had a bold guess in his heart, but he quickly denied it. Nothing. I just want to give you a set of Blastoise Mega Evolution Stone and Evolution Keystone. Shenmue took Xiaomeo's hand and placed Blastoise's Mega Evolution Stone and Evolution Keystone in his palm. Xiaomao looked at the Blastoise's Mega Evolution Stone and Evolution Keystone lying quietly in his palm. He was stunned for more than half a minute, and then suddenly felt a huge surprise sweeping over his body. I'm sorry, I can't take it. It's too valuable. After being surprised, Xiaomao immediately realized how precious the thing in his hand was, so he declined Shenmue's kindness and returned the thing to Shenmue. Don't be polite to me. This thing is not expensive at all. Just take it with confidence. Shenmue was very generous, which made Xiaomao unable to refuse. He had to reluctantly accept the Mega Evolution Stone and Evolution Keystone of the Blastoise that Shenmue gave him. Then, I'll take it without hesitation. By the way, I don't even know your name yet. After Xiaomao received Blastoise's Mega Evolution Stone and Evolution Keystone, he suddenly remembered that he had accepted the other party's things, but didn't know the other party's name, so he hurriedly asked the other party's name. My name is Kamui. You can just call me Kamui. The one with red hair is Mito, and the one with white hair is Mera. Kamui introduced himself to Xiaomao and casually introduced Mito and Mera to Xiaomao. Hello, I'm Xiaomao from Pallet Town. Xiaomao formally introduced his identity so that Shenmue and the others could get to know him again. Hello, X2 Mito. And Mera simply greeted Xiaomao, and that was all that happened. Xiaomao was not angry about this. He had already realized that there must be an unclear relationship between Shenmue and them. Xiaomao, where are you going next? Maybe we can go together. Shenmue calculated that Xiaomao would not travel with them, so he invited Xiaomao. I'm going to Tokiwa City next and plan to challenge the Tokiwa gym there. Do you want to come with me? Xiaomao looked at Shenmue with anticipation, sincerely hoping to travel with Shenmue and the others. That's unfortunate. We came here from Viridian City, and we plan to go to Vermilion City next. Shenmue pretended to be very disappointed, but he was actually very calm and even wanted to laugh. It doesn't matter. We will meet again in the future. By then, I will definitely be able to defeat you. After hearing Shenmue's words, Xiaomao's face was full of disappointment, but he quickly returned to normal. Okay, I'll wait for you. Chapter 196. Get ready and set off. After Kamui parted ways with Xiaomao, he continued to walk towards Vermilion City with Mito and Mera. Along the way, Mito and Mera pestered Kamui and asked about Mage Evolution. I have explained everything very clearly about the Mage Evolution. Why are you still asking about it? Kamui knew that Mito and Mera also wanted a set of Mega Evolution Stones and Evolution Keystones, so he pretended to be confused. Kamui, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? We have already hinted so clearly. Why don't you hurry up and express your feelings? Mitone and I will each have one set. Mera was an impatient person. Seeing that Shenmue refused to obey, she made things clear and stretched out her hand to Shenmue. Oh, so that's what you mean. If you want it, just say it. If you don't say it, how would I know you want it? Shenmue looked at Mito and Mera with an innocent face and talked for a long time without any substantial progress. Just like Tangseng. Shenmue, you have 10 seconds to take out the Mega Evolution Stone and the Evolution Keystone. Otherwise, Mera was so annoyed by Kamui's words that she had to raise her fist to threaten and intimidate Kamui, asking him to move faster. Here are your Mega Evolution Stones and Evolution Keystones. Please keep them. Seeing that Mera was on the verge of exploding, Shenmue instantly backed down for the sake of self-preservation and obediently offered the Mega Evolution Stone and the small Evolution Keystone to avoid himself from suffering another devastating blow. Mito and Mera, both holding the Mega Evolution Stone and the Evolution Keystone, stared blankly at the huge contrast between the Kamui and the Evolution Keystone. and were unable to react for a while. Mirror. In addition to the evolution keystone in your hand, the remaining 2 Mega Evolution Stones correspond to Blastoise and Venusaur respectively. Mito. In addition to the evolution keystone in your hand, the remaining 2 Mega Evolution Stones belong to Charizard. They correspond to the 2 forms of Charizard respectively. Kamui pointed at Mito and Mera, the Mega Evolution Stones and Evolution Keystones in his hand, and explained their functions to Mito and Mera one by one, so that Mito and Mera could understand them as soon as possible. After Mito and Mera heard this, they immediately released their own Pokémon, handed the Mega Evolution Stones to the Pokémon, repeated Kamui's words again, and then began to try to evolve the Pokémon Mage, Blues, Mage Evolution, Charizard, Mage Evolution, Mera, and Mito respectively made the honest Blastoise and the big brother Charizard Mage evolve, allowing themselves to satisfy their addiction to Mage Evolution. The evolution keystones on Mito and Mera resonate with the Mega Evolution Stones on Charizard and Blastoise respectively. The patterns on the Mega Evolution Stone appeared on Charizard and Blastoise respectively, and then the forms of Charizard and Blastoise changed, and they Mage evolved into Charizard X and Mega Blastoise respectively. Charizard X and Mega Blastoise, with their domineering appearance, instantly captured Mito and Mera, making them both excited for a while. Mito and Mera surrounded Charizard X and Mega Blastoise with the remaining Pokémon that failed to Mage evolve. The envy in their eyes was beyond words. They talked about them one after another, as if they were happier than if they themselves had Mage evolved. Shenwei released all his elves, firstly to let them get some fresh air, and secondly to let them understand Mage evolution. Shenwei, next time you encounter a Pokémon that can be Mage evolved, you must remind us. Mito looked at the mighty Charizard X and decided to collect all the Pokémon that could be Mage evolved. No problem. I'll remind you if we meet again next time. Kamui readily agreed to Mito and made a promise to her. Kamui thought, anyway, all the Pokémon that can be Mage evolved are almost here in the Kanto region. If I want to continue collecting Pokémon that can be Mage evolved, I can only go to other regions. There is nothing wrong with agreeing to it. Shenwei, tell me honestly, how many Pokémon do you have that can be Mage evolved? Mera looked at Shenwei seriously, wanting to get an answer from Shenwei. After Mera asked this question, Mito and the Kamui spirits all pricked up their ears and listened carefully. 3. Beedrill, Pidgeot, and Mengmeng. Kamui counted on his fingers and told Mera the Pokémon in his hands that could be Mage evolved. And what Kamui said is not wrong. Keishi and Magikarp need to evolve into Alakazam and Gyarados before they can Mage evolve. It is indeed impossible to Mage evolve now. You mean I can master this power too? Mewtwo looked at Kamui with anticipation, obviously wanting to Mage evolve as well. Not only can you Mage evolve, you also have 2 forms. As Kamui said this, he handed the 2 Mega Evolution Stones that belonged to Mewtwo to it. The moment Mewtwo touched the Mega Evolution Stone, the 2 Mega Evolution Stones instantly melted, merged with Mewtwo's body, and disappeared. Mewtwo closed his eyes, felt the extra power in his body, and transformed himself into Mewtwo X, and then into Mewtwo Y, constantly switching between the 2 forms. So, this is the power of Mage evolution. After feeling the improvement brought by Mage evolution, Mewtwo exited the Mage evolution state and looked at Kamui with deep emotion. Mengmeng, you're going to make me, a trainer, feel very unfulfilled. Do you know that? Kamui looked at Mewtwo a little madly, expressing his inner depression, but in the eyes of others, Kamui was just showing off. Blame me. Mewtwo rolled his eyes at Kamui in response, then found a big tree and sat under it to enjoy the cool breeze, ignoring Kamui. Humph, all the good elves were caught by the dogs. Mera glared at Kamui hatefully, then turned around and returned to Mega Blastoise. Windspeed looked at Mera in confusion, feeling as if he was offended. Pidgeot, come here, I'll give you something good. Kamui called Pidgeot to his presence and gave it the Mega Evolution Stone that belonged exclusively to Pidgeot. At this time, Charizard X and Mega Blastoise both exited the Mage evolution state and returned to their original appearance, but the 2 Pokémon looked a little tired. It's over so quickly. The time is so short. Okay, Mera, this is good enough. We still have to continue on our journey. Mera looked at the blasto eyes that had returned to normal and couldn't help but complain. Then Mito, who remained calm, began to comfort Mera. Mera, do you think that, if the mage evolved Venusaur uses sweet scent, will it attract the divine beast? Shenmue looked at the slightly disappointed Mera and suddenly came up with an idea and tried to trick Mera. After Mera heard this, her eyes lit up immediately and she couldn't wait to try it. Shenmue, you can do whatever you want. Mito saw the smirk on Kamu's face and knew that Kamu was fooling Mera, so he slapped Kamu in anger. Mera, don't listen to him, he's just fooling you. Mito complained that Kamu had deceived Mera again and then went to advise Mera not to listen to Kamu's nonsense. But what if it can attract a divine beast? Mera's mind was now filled with the divine beast, so much so that she couldn't hear what Mito said. Seeing that Mera refused to give up until she hit the wall, Mito simply stopped trying to persuade her. He turned around and glared at Kamu, the culprit, as if to say, I'll settle the score with you later. Bulbasaur, Mage Evolution. The evolution keystone on Mera resonated with the Mega Evolution Stone on Venusaur. The pattern on the Mega Evolution Stone appeared on Venusaur, and then Venusaur's form changed, and it evolved into Mega Venusaur. Mega Venusaur, you sweet scent. Mera looked around expectantly, waiting for the attracted divine beast to come to her. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Mega Venusaur has long since exited the Mage Evolution state and turned back into an ordinary Venusaur. Mera is still perseveringly waiting for the appearance of the legendary beast. Based on the principle of not wasting, Shenmue commanded Cassie and Magikarp to fight with the elves that were attracted, under the pretext of enhancing the elves' self-protection awareness. Mera, don't wait any longer. There will be no result if we wait any longer. Let's continue on our way. Mito walked to Mera's side and did not mention the fact that Mera was fooled by Kamu in order to prevent Mera from being hurt again. Okay, let's continue on our way. Mera glanced at Shenmue, the big liar, and gritted her teeth and said the word hurry up. Mito and Mera prepared the elves and headed towards Vermilion City. Kamu followed closely with the elves, keeping a certain distance from Mito and Mera. Kamu lay on Winder's back, holding Magikarp and Cassie, feeding them energy cubes to help them grow quickly. Pikachu sat on Winder's head, Pidgeot was flying in the sky, Mewtwo was lying on Pidgeot's back, and Beedrill was flying beside Net. This team had a peaceful journey and arrived at Vermilion Leaf City smoothly. Kamu, Mito, and Mera gathered the elves and walked into Vermilion City together. Suddenly a group of people appeared, holding banners and photos, and blocked Shenmue and his friends' way. Kamu originally thought that the other party was here to welcome a celebrity, but after a closer look he discovered that the other party was here to welcome them. To be exact, the other party was here to welcome Mito and Mera warmly. Welcome, Mito and Mera, two beautiful trainers, to Vermilion City. A representative from the group was sent to convey the spirit to Mito and Mera, and then a salute was sounded, and countless colored paper fell from the sky. Mito and Mera were frightened by the situation before them, and hid behind Kamu, not wanting to have anything to do with the other party. Ah, you all free. Go do what you need to do, and get out of our sight right now. I'll give you 3 seconds. Kamu didn't know what the other party's purpose was, but he couldn't tolerate the other party's intentions targeting Mito and Mera, so he immediately expelled the other party. Kit, who are you? We welcome two beautiful trainers, Mito and Mera. What's the matter with you? What's your relationship with them? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197, Fight If You Disagree. Ms. Junsha, they surrounded us here and spoke rudely, so I taught them a lesson. You have to believe me. Shenmue looked at Miss Junsha, who came from Kuai City to handle the matter, with a sincere face, and confessed to her everything that had happened before. Miss Junsha glanced at Shenmue, and then at the fanatical fans, who were wailing non-stop. If she hadn't understood the details of the situation, she would never have believed that the young man in front of her could have single-handedly beaten the group of people to a bloody pulp. I already understand what happened. Thank you for your cooperation. You can leave now. After Miss Juncha confirmed that Shenwei was innocent, she let Shenwei leave the police station in a business-like manner. Before leaving the police station, Shenwei glanced at the group of fanatical fans intentionally or unintentionally. Just this one glance made the wailing of the group of fanatical fans collectively slow down by half a beat. Kamui walked out of the police station and immediately saw Mito and Mera, who had been waiting outside for a long time. You must have been waiting anxiously. Look, I came out intact. Kamui looked at Mito and Mera with tears in their eyes and quickly spread his hands in front of them and turned around to prove that he was fine. When Mito and Mera saw Kamui, they hugged him without saying a word and cried quietly, be good, it's all over. After being hugged by Mito and Mera, Kamui was slightly stunned. Then he gently patted Mito and Mera's backs to calm them down. Kamui, Mito and Mera hugged each other at the entrance of the police station. After a long while, the three of them separated. Kamui, I'm so glad you're okay. Mito gently wiped away her tears and looked at the intact Kamui in front of her, and the heavy stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. Kamui, if you don't come out, Sister Mito and I are going to rush in and rescue you. Mera wiped her tears with her sleeves as if nothing had happened before and told Shenwei about her original plan. Hearing what you said, I feel like I came out too early and disrupted your plans. Shenwei pretended to be thoughtful, looking at Mera, who was a little dazed in front of him. Shenwei's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a sly smile. Okay, let's find a place to stay tonight and then challenge the Dead Leaf Gym tomorrow. While Mito and Mera were still not able to react, Kamui quickly changed the subject to avoid being scolded by Mito again. As soon as Shenwei and his friends left, members of the fanatical fan club came out of the police station. Today's matter is definitely not over yet. Find someone to find out the whereabouts of that boy. And then, the person who was speaking was the representative of the fanatical fan club. He now had a bandage on his head and plaster on his hands and feet. He looked as miserable as could be. Yes, the boss is right. We must not let that kid off easily, otherwise we will be in trouble. Let's go and settle the score with that kid now. But that guy is too powerful. We are no match for him. I'm from the Dead Leaf Gym. I'll go find our gym leader for help. Come on, let's go together. The members of the fanatical fan club joined in the cheering, then supported each other and walked towards the Dead Leaf Gym. The members of the fanatical fan club limped to the door of the Dead Leaf Gym and stood there, building up their emotions for the upcoming performance. Master, you have to make the decision for us. After the person from the Withered Leaf Gym took the lead in the fanatical fan club, the entire fanatical fan club was instantly possessed by the movie star. Not only did they get into the role in 3 seconds, but they also wailed with snot and tears. It was so sad that anyone who heard it would cry. What happened outside? The noise is so annoying. Why are you all crying? Just hold your tears back. Ma Zishi, the master of the Withered Leaf Gym, heard crying and shouting outside the Withered Leaf Gym and came out cursing to check the situation. When Ma Zishi saw the people in front of him, his anger instantly cooled down. It was not because of anything else, but because these people were too miserable. Master, it's me. We were all bullied. You have to avenge us. The man from the Withered Leaf Gym crawled to the gym owner, Mazishi, and hugged Mazishi's legs, refusing to let go. It's you. You're the one mopping the floor at the Dead Leaf Gym. Sorry, I forgot your name. Ma Zishi looked at the man from the Withered Leaf Gym and could vaguely confirm his identity from his bruised face. Master, you still remember me, so you must avenge us. Master, you are the only one in Vermilion Leaf City who has the ability to help us get revenge. Master, you must teach that arrogant guy a lesson. Yes, owner, please help us. These fanatical fans took advantage of every opportunity to encourage the museum owner Mazishi to avenge them. Shut up, everyone. Tell me what happened. Why were you beaten like this? Mazishi was so annoyed by the noise from the fanatical fans that he just pointed at someone and asked him to explain the situation clearly, and then he would decide whether to help or not. The person that Mazishi pointed out casually was the one who was mopping the floor at the Dead Leaf Gym. Masashi didn't trust other people, so he asked someone from the Dead Leaf Gym to explain what had happened before. The person from the Withered Leaf Gym exaggeratedly portrayed Kamui as a bully who bullied the weak, and that they were all victims. They concealed the fact that they surrounded Mito and Mera, and that they were taken to the police station. In short, they just made up a lot of nonsense and finished the story. After listening to it, Masashi knew there must be something fishy about it, so he did not believe it blindly. Okay, I know what happened. You are all seriously injured. Go back home and have a good rest tonight. I will seek justice for you tomorrow. Masashi calmed the emotions of the fanatical fan club and made hypocritical promises. When the fanatical fans heard that the museum owner Masashi had agreed, their eyes lit up. They thought that there was hope for revenge. They immediately felt that their waists and legs were no longer sore, and their whole bodies felt a lot more relaxed. Therefore, the members of the fanatical fan club said goodbye to the owner Masashi one after another, waiting to see with their own eyes tomorrow how Shenwei would be taught a lesson by the owner Masashi. Gym owner Masashi sent away the fanatical fans and called the man who was mopping the floor in the Dead Leaf Gym to his side. With a serious expression, he asked him again what had happened. Master, I swear everything I said is true. The guy who was mopping the floor at the Dead Leaf Gym was also stubborn. He insisted that it was all Shenwei's fault and that it had nothing to do with them. After the gym owner Masashi asked him several times, he got the same answer every time. He waved his hand and sent him away from the Dead Leaf Gym to go back and recuperate. On this side, the gym owner, Masashi, stayed alone in the Vermilion Leaf Gym, thinking about what had happened. On the other side, Kamui took Mito and Mera to stroll around Vermilion Leaf City and found an interesting the next day. After Kamui, Mito, and Mera finished their free breakfast provided by the hotel, they decided to check out and go challenge the Vermilion Leaf Gym. Kamui, Mito and Mera arrived at the entrance of the Withered Leaf Gym, where they happened to run into the gym owner, Masashi, who was walking out with his fanatical fan club. The two groups came face to face. Master, it was that guy. He was the one who beat us up like this. The representative of the fanatical fan club pointed at Shenwei with his chin, pointing out the enemy to the museum owner Masashi. When he looked at Shenwei, a flash of pride appeared in his eyes as the representative of the fanatical fan club. It's not that he doesn't want to point to other places, but haven't other places been damaged by Kamui? Hey, who is it? Isn't this the stupid fan who blocked my way yesterday? You said you were at home reflecting on yourself, but you came out to mess around again. Do you want me to loosen up your muscles again? Then I'll charge you this time. Shenwei looked at the representative of the fanatical fan club and started to mock him, which made him so angry that he wanted to throw his crutches out and smash Shenwei's broken mouth. Gym master? Are you the gym master of the Withered Leaf Gym? You are really a jerk at the top. When Shenwei saw the Withered Leaf Gym leader hanging out with the fanatical fans, he immediately lost his good impression of him and started to curse him as well. The museum owner Masashi had originally wanted to understand the real situation and then mediate, but after being scolded by Shenwei, he immediately lost the idea. The current owner of the museum, Masashi, just wants to teach this ignorant boy a lesson. Kid, what's your name? Do you know where this is? How dare you speak so rudely? I want you to apologize immediately. The owner of the museum, Masashi, was scolded by Shenwei for no reason and was filled with anger. He needed to vent at this moment. Apologize? I didn't hit you. It's good enough. I'm going to apologize to you. Are you dreaming? Shenwei is a typical person who responds to soft words, but not hard ones. When provoked by the owner of the museum, Masashi, his stubborn temper came out, and he started quarreling with Masashi. Shenwei and the owner of the museum, Masashi, disliked each other and broke out into a fierce quarrel, which made those people in the fanatical fan club very happy. They wished that Shenwei and the owner of the museum, Masashi, would fight each other, and they immediately fanned the flames. I must teach you a lesson today. The owner of the hall, Masashi, relied on his tall and strong stature to swing his fist towards Shenwei, determined to teach Shenwei a lesson. Go back to me, Shenwei. performed a beautiful spinning kick, and kicked the Jimona Masashi back. The owner of the bowling hall, Masashi, hit the group of fanatical fans like a bowling pin, knocking them all over the place, and successfully hit a strike, the professional name for hitting a knockout with a first ball in bowling. You are such a grown-up, but you bully a child and you haven't beaten him yet. Tell me, aren't you ashamed? Shenmue looked down at the owner of the museum, Masashi, who was lying on the ground, and said with disdain. Chapter 198 Prank. The owner of the museum, Masashi, stood up from the ground, dusted off his body, gritted his teeth, and glared at Shenmue, hating Shenmue for making him lose face in front of so many people. The Jimona Masashi suddenly took out his Pokeball and released his own Pokemon, ready to borrow the power of the Pokemon to help him get back his ground. The owner of the hall, Masashi, released his own elf, not to fight against the Shenmue elf, but to command the elf to attack Shenmue. In the opinion of the Jimona Masashi, no matter how skilled Shenmue is, he is just an ordinary person and there is no way he can be a match for the elves. Raichu, use 100,000 volts to attack the person in front of you. The Jimona Masashi commanded Raichu to attack Kamui. After he gave the order, a sneer appeared on his face. Shenmue looked at the Jimona Masashi with pity, thinking, if you attack me with other attributes, maybe I can use Susanoo to block it. Electricity? Sorry, I'm immune to lightning attributes. Raichu launched a 100,000 volt attack on Kamui, and a yellow lightning bolt landed squarely on Kamui. Gym Master Masashi's sneer widened upon seeing this. He had already listed the crimes against Kamui in his mind, and was only waiting to hand Kamui over to Miss Junsha, and then report him to the league, to deprive Kamui of his qualifications as a trainer. The museum owner Masashi had a good idea, but facts told him that plans could never keep up with the speed of change. Raichu's attack ended, and Kamui stood there unharmed. Impossible. You've clearly been hit by Raichu's 100,000 volts. How is it possible that nothing happened to you? Impossible. Impossible. The museum owner Masashi looked at Shenmue in disbelief, muttering impossible over and over, as if he was suffering from some kind of obsession. You are such a jerk, and you dare to show off your skills in front of an expert. Great power, bar, 100,000 volts. Kamui stretched his body, then simulated Raichu's 100,000 volts, and released it at the Jimona Masashi and the members of the fanatical fan club. Blue arcs of electricity wrapped around Shenmue's body, and then a thick blue lightning bolt fell and hit the owner of the hall, Masashi, and the people in the fanatical fan club. The members of the fanatical fan club were electrocuted, unconscious on the spot, and the museum owner Masashi was electrocuted to the point of being limp all over, with only a hint of consciousness remaining. You are the most brainless Jimona I have ever met, bar none. Shenmue said this and walked to the owner of the museum, Masashi, and searched his body with his hands. Soon Shenmue found what he wanted. I'll take the dead leaf badge. Kamui took the dead leaf badge, looked at it carefully in the sunlight, then put it into his personal space, and left the dead leaf gym with Mito and Mera. The owner of the museum, Masashi, looked at Shenmue and the others, whose backs were gradually becoming blurred, with resentment lingering on his face. After leaving the Vermilion Leaf Gym, Kamui, Mito and Mera walked east along the main road. Shenmue, why is it that, whenever you meet a man in the gym, you will always fight with him? But when you meet a woman in the gym, nothing happens. Mera looked at Shenmue thoughtfully, trying to understand something from his face. Mera, so what you mean is that you want something to happen between me and them? Kamui looked at Mera and raised an eyebrow, ending the dangerous topic directly. Mera kept talking for a long time, but couldn't say anything. She could only glare at Shenmue and then sulked alone. At this moment, the air suddenly became quiet. Shenmue, where are we going next? Mito spoke up, breaking the silence between the three people, and began to talk for small talk. Let's go to Zeon town next. Kamui answered Mito's question smoothly, and then fell silent again. Normally, Mera would ask what powerful elves there were in Zeon town at this time, but today Mera was uncharacteristically silent. Are there any powerful elves in Zeon town? Mera didn't ask, so Mito asked it for her, hoping to entice Mera to join the group chat. Of course there are powerful elves, but I want to ask, are you afraid of ghosts? Kamui stopped here and looked at Mito and Mera with a mysterious look on his face. Ghost? Mera, are you afraid of ghosts? Mito did not answer Kamui directly, but threw the question to Mera, wanting her to join the group chat. TSK, what's there to be afraid of ghosts? Besides, how can there be ghosts in this world? He just made them up to scare people. Mera looked at Shenwei with disdain, as if to say, put away your little tricks. I have seen through all your little thoughts. After listening to Mera's words, Shenwei smiled slightly and did not explain anything to Mera. Is that so? But why do I feel that what Shenwei said is not a lie? After listening to Mera's words, Mito felt a little confused and didn't know who to believe. Mito's sister, look at the smile on Kamui's face. I know at a glance that he is up to something bad. I won't be fooled by him again this time. Mera was afraid that Mito didn't believe her, so she quickly pulled Mito aside, secretly pointed at Kamui with her hand, and whispered to Mito. Mito looked in the direction of Mera's hand, and what caught his eye was the smile on Kamui's face. Now, Mito believed Mera's words about 70%. Shenwei is bullying me again. No, I'm going to settle the score with him. Mito has now determined that Kamui is using ghosts to trick them. The more she thinks about it, the angrier she gets. She immediately plans to expose Kamui's scam. Wait, since we already know that this is Shenwei's scam, why don't we take advantage of it and see what he plans to do next? And then, Mera grabbed Mito. A sly smile flashed in her eyes and discussed the plan to punish Kamui with Mito. Kamui looked at Mito and Mera, who were whispering to each other about something, with a sinister smile appearing on their faces from time to time, and he was very curious. After Mito and Mera had discussed it, they looked at each other with a smile, and then looked at Kamui together. Kamui felt the gazes of Mito and Mera, and his body shuddered for no reason. What were you talking about just now? You've been talking for so long. Let's hurry up, otherwise we can only reach Ziyuan town after dark. I tell you, after dark, ghosts are free to move around, so don't be afraid. In order to prevent Mito and Mera from being overly frightened after seeing a ghost, Kamui gave them some vaccinations in advance so that they could be mentally prepared and avoid becoming a pair of humanoid self-propelled loudspeakers. Okay, we got it. Let's get going now. Mito looked at Kamui, who was performing hard in front of him, gave a formulaic answer, and then followed Kamui slowly with Mera. Mito's sister, you heard everything, right? Mera looked at Kamui walking in front and gently tugged at Mito's sleeve. I heard it very clearly. Everything will be clear by evening. I want to see what Shenwei is going to do. Mito clenched his little fist, making a crisp sound, which meant that Mito wanted to hit someone again. Shenwei and his group walked eastward and soon arrived at the entrance of Kirby Cave. If they wanted to go to Lavender Town, they only had to pass through Kirby Cave. Of course, they could also choose to fly there on elves, or walk over mountains and ridges. It was just a matter of time. After all, this was the real world, not as absolute as in the game. Mito, Mera, let's go through the cave. This is the most convenient and time-saving way. Of course, if you want to use other methods, I will listen to you. Kamui stood at the entrance of Kirby Cave, asking Mito and Mera what they were going to do next. Let's just go through the cave. It is said that there are many elves in the cave. I also want to see them. Mito made the decision, and Kamui and Mera had no objection. So Mito decided the next course of action. Kamui and his group entered the Kirby Cave. It was pitch black around them, and they couldn't see the road beneath their feet at all. If this happened in the game, you would just have the elf use the flash spell to easily pass through the cave. But now it is in reality, so Shenwei only needs to exchange 3 high-power solar flashlights from them all to solve the problem. In the dark Kirby Cave, 3 beams of light swayed back and forth, making the inside of the cave as bright as day. Come out, Venusaur. Use sweet scent. Mera released Venusaur and commanded it to use moves to attract Pokemon. The Kirby Cave is an enclosed space where the air circulates very slowly, which also makes the sweet scent of Venusaur spread very slowly. However, every advantage has a disadvantage, and it is for this reason that the sweet fragrance of Venusaur can be guaranteed to last for a long time and spread to every corner of Kirby Cave. Shenwei released his elves feeding energy blocks to those who needed them, and fighting to gain experience to those who needed them. Kamui commands Cassie and Magikarp to fight against Geodude, Armored Skeleton, Sandshrew, Diglett and other Pokémon that were attracted by Venusaur under the command of Kamui. Cassie and Magikarp are able to kill anyone who stands in their way. No Pokémon can be their match. After a short while, all the Pokémon attracted by Venusaur were beaten and lost their ability to fight, and Cassie also evolved into Brawlhalla in the continuous battles of the original duo of rookies in the Kamui team. Only Magikarp is left, and he still looks like a rookie. Shenmue took out a skill awakening disc and slapped it on Yangela. Although Cassie had used this thing before, Cassie is Cassie and Yangela is Yangela. The two cannot be confused. I feel a powerful aura approaching. Mewtwo's voice rang out in everyone's mind, reminding them to stay alert at all times. As soon as Mewtwo finished speaking, a horrifying roar was heard, and a grey figure appeared in front of Kamui and the others. Chapter 199 Conquering Fossil Pterosaurs. Kamui, Mito and Mera all shone their high-powered flashlights on the grey figure. Hahaha, a fossil pterosaur. Shenmue looked at the big guy that appeared in front of him and called out its name. The expression on his face was a mixture of surprise and joy, no less than winning the lottery jackpot. Kamui didn't expect that he would encounter ancient elves like the fossil pterosaur in the Kirby cave, which he went to just for convenience. Fossilized pterosaur. Is it amazing? Mera looked at the excited Shenmue and made some guesses about the elf in front of her. She hurriedly took out the elf illustration and looked for information about the fossil pterosaur. Mera's voice interrupted Shenmue's thoughts and made Shenmue regain his composure. Susanoo, Shenmue and his friends are now in a cave, and there is an elf in front of them who is very grumpy. Who knows if it will collapse the cave in anger and bury itself and Shenmue together. So Shenmue has to take protective measures before any accidents happen. The fiery red Susanoo appeared and wrapped up the people and elves on Kamui's side. Mewtwo gently stroked Susanoo and looked at Kamui with complicated eyes, and his evaluation of Kamui in his heart became higher. Mera held the Pokémon encyclopedia in her hand and listened to the mechanical voice inside introducing the basic information of the fossil pterosaur to her. Her eyes lit up involuntarily. Shenmue, I declare this elf mine. After listening to the introduction of the fossil pterosaur in the elf encyclopedia, Mera immediately became very interested in the fossil pterosaur and declared to Shenmue that the ownership of the fossil pterosaur belonged to her. Of course, even if there is no introduction in the Pokémon encyclopedia, the Pokémon that Kamui likes is worth Mera snatching away for herself. Forehead. When Shenmue heard Mera's words, he hesitated and did not express his opinion immediately. Instead, he fell into a fierce ideological struggle. Should he compete with Mera for the fossil pterosaur? Seeing that Kamui didn't say anything, Mera assumed that he agreed and sent out her Bulbasaur to fight against Tyraniddon. Bulbasaur, Mage Evolution. Then, use the Leaf Blade. Mera forced Venusaur to evolve into Mega Venusaur, and then commanded Mega Venusaur to attack Tyraniddon. Mega Venusaur shook its body and swung out two sharp leaf blades from its back, heading straight for the fossil pterosaur. In the air, the fossil pterosaur spread its wings and easily avoided the attack of Mega Bulbasaur, while at the same time blowing up dust, obscuring everyone's vision. Roar. After avoiding the attack of Mega Venusaur, the Tyraniddon roared and launched a counter-attack against Mega Venusaur. The fossil pterosaur opened its mouth and a ray of destructive light spurted out. Mega Venusaur, let's use Destruction Beam too. Let's see who is more powerful. Mera saw the attack of the pterosaur and commanded Mega Bulbasaur to retaliate in the same way, using the same moves to deal with the attack of the pterosaur. The destructive ray of pterosaur attacked, but was blocked by Mega Venusaur with the same destructive ray. The destructive rays of the two Pokémon collided with each other, and there was no clear winner. The attack of the fossil pterodactyl and Super Bulbasaur was over. The fossil pterodactyl opened its mouth wide and shot out another destructive ray. Its body moved freely and was not affected by the effects of the moves at all. In contrast, Mega Bulbasaur was unable to move at all and was restricted by the effects of the moves. It could only use its body to resist the attacks of the pterosaur. The attack of the fossil pterosaur bombarded Mega Venusaur, directly overturning the Mega Venusaur that was as big as a hill. Not only that, it also caused Mega Venusaur to exit the Mage evolution state and turn back into an ordinary Venusaur. Vulps, how are you, Mera? Walked to the upside down Bulbasaur to see its condition and whether it could still fight. Bulbasaur took great effort to turn over his body and called out to Mera, indicating that he was fine and could continue fighting. Then he looked directly at the fossil pterosaur in front of him with a firm look in his eyes. Mera felt very upset when she saw Venusaur trembling on all four legs. She felt that it was because of her mistaken command that caused Venusaur to be injured, which made her feel very guilty. Bulbasaur, I'm sorry. It's all because of me that you were injured. You should have a good rest first, and I will take revenge on you. Receive. Magic. Mera couldn't bear to let the injured Venusaur continue to fight, nor did she want to use her third-rate command skills to harm Blastoise, so she chose to go on the field herself, defeat Tyranitar, and avenge Venusaur. As for the mini dragon in Mera's hand, it is really a child. Kamui, Mito, and their Pokémons in the back were all stunned. How could a Pokémon be defeated without the trainer having to do it himself? Even the fossil pterosaur in front of them looked confused when they saw Mera taking part in the game herself. Shenmue, if Mera goes up to fight the elves like this, will she be in trouble? Mito held Kamui's arm, worried about Mera's safety. Don't worry, Mera will be fine. If she is in danger, I will help her in time. Kamui took Mito's hand and comforted her softly. On the other side, after receiving the soul of Satan, Mera spread her wings and flew to the same height as the fossil pterosaur. She stared at the fossil pterosaur with cold eyes. The guy who dared to hurt her elf. Darkness. Rush. Mera took the lead in attacking the fossil pterosaur, and countless dark magic spells were fired at it. The fossil pterosaur flapped its wings and flew high, avoiding Mera's attack. Just when it wanted to launch a counterattack, Mera's attack turned in the air and hit the unsuspecting fossil pterosaur on the back. The fossil pterosaur in the air staggered. The fossil pterosaur was hit by Mera's attack, which completely aroused its ferocity. The fossil pterosaur roared and flew towards Mera, ready to use its strong physique to engage in close combat with Mera. Although the fossil pterosaur is called a dragon, it does not have the attributes of a dragon. The fossil pterosaur only has the attributes of rock plus flying. But even so, the oppressive feeling that the fossil pterosaur brings to people is 100% not at all false. Want to compete with me in strength? That's just what I want. When Mera saw the fossil pterosaur flying towards her, she did not retreat, but instead advanced and flew towards it without any fear in her heart. Mera and the fossil pterosaur met in the air, and Mera attacked the fossil pterosaur without hesitation. Dark spark. Mera's hands were wrapped in dark magic, and she punched the fossil pterosaur with her left and right fists continuously. Mera attacked the fossil pterosaur crazily, without showing any mercy. The fossil pterosaur was beaten back in the air by Mera, and it had no strength to fight back. Mera unilaterally beat up the pterosaur, finally avenged Venusaur, and vented her anger, and planned to give the pterosaur the final blow. Super sadistic flash. Mera's attack, which was like a violent storm, suddenly stopped. Then Mera placed her hands on the chest of the fossil pterosaur and gathered a large amount of dark magic. The pterosaur felt that Mera's attack was over and thought it was finally its turn to fight back. Just as it opened its mouth wide to prepare for a counterattack, it felt a sharp pain in its chest, and then its body flew backwards, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, and then fell to the ground. After defeating the fossil pterosaur, Mera landed on the ground and cancelled her transformation. She quickly walked to Venusaur and spoke to it excitedly. Bulbasaur, I have avenged you. The Pokémon that bullied you has been defeated by me. How is it? Are you happy? Bulbasaur looked at the smiling Mera, then looked at the fossil pterosaur that was struggling to stand up but always failed. Cold sweat immediately broke out on his body, and he quickly showed his well-behaved side. Kamui, I'll leave that Pokémon to you to capture. I don't want it anymore. It was the one that bullied my Bulbasaur. Mera held Bulbasaur, who was forced to work, and said to Kamui with an indignant look on her face, Mera, are you telling the truth? Shenmue originally thought that if Mera cut off the beard, he would have no chance with the fossil pterosaur. Unexpectedly, in the end, there was a twist and Mera chose to give up on conquering the fossil pterosaur. What are you talking about? If you don't want it, then I will take it. Mera looked at Shenhui's face, which showed an expression that she wanted it, but was afraid that she would regret it, so she deliberately scared Shenhui. Yes, 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 of course I want it. While Kamui was answering Mera, he threw a Pokeball at the pterosaur, trying to subdue it for his own use. The fossil pterosaur looked at the Pokeball flying towards it, feeling so sad that it could not even cry. It had never felt so aggrieved in its life. I'm a fossil pterosaur. I originally planned to have a good sleep in the cave. Just as I was about to fall asleep, a strong light shone on my face. I didn't intend to pay attention to them, so I turned over and planned to continue sleeping. At this moment, they were still pushing their luck and releasing a scent to lure the elves. I couldn't stand it anymore and flew over to argue with them, but they sent the elves to attack me without saying a word. I was forced to fight back and accidentally injured the opponent's Pokemon. Then the trainer of that Pokemon got angry and changed her appearance and started beating me up. In the end, she beat me so hard that I lost my ability to fight and was about to become someone else's Pokemon. As I looked at the Pokeball that was getting closer and closer to me, I couldn't help but recall the day when I ran under the sunset. That was my youth without regrets. Finally, I want to say that I will never argue with others again. Woo 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 click. Sound of the Pokeball closing. Kamui walked over and picked up the Pokeball on the ground and let out a long sigh. The fossil pterosaur circled around and finally fell into his hands. Shenhui, congratulations on capturing a new elf. Mito's compliment was just right, and it almost made Kamui so overwhelmed by the beauty. Okay, I admit that Kamui is usually lost, even when he doesn't look at the map. Chapter 200, True, Conquering the Fossil Pterosaur. Congratulations, we have a new friend in our team from now on, Kamui said as he released the fossil pterosaur from the Pokeball and fed it a senzu bean. The pterosaur ate a magic bean, and the effect of the magic bean was immediate. The pterosaur immediately became energetic, and it spread its wings and flew into the sky. It no longer looked sick as before. Fossil pterosaur, welcome to join my team and become one of them. Shenhui looked at the fossil pterosaur flapping its wings in the air and spoke loudly, opening his arms to welcome the fossil pterosaur. The fossil pterosaur took a look at Shenhui, who was communicating with him in a friendly manner, and then turned his gaze to Mera, who was beating him up. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. For the sake of his own life and his future happy life, when would he run away if not now? The fossil pterosaur thought and did it. It spread its wings and flew towards the depths of the cave without looking back, for fear that it would fly too slowly and be caught by Shenhui and the others. Susanoo, seeing that the fossil pterosaur was about to run away, Shenhui quickly controlled Susanoo to keep the fossil pterosaur. The fiery red Susanoo stretched out his right hand and pinched the fossil pterosaur in his hand like a chicken. Dragons are all proud. Even fossil pterosaurs that have no dragon attributes but only have the word dragon in their names are no exception. The fossil pterosaur was struggling desperately in the hands of Susanoo, trying to escape from Susanoo's restraints. It didn't want to suffer such humiliation, being held like a chicken. However, the struggle of the fossil pterosaur was destined to be of no avail. Muto looked at the miserable state of the fossil pterosaur with infinite sympathy in his heart, and secretly thanked God for having the ability to predict the future. Otherwise his own fate might not be much better than that of the fossil pterosaur. Fossilized pterosaur, leaving without saying goodbye is very rude. Kamui controlled Susanoo and lifted the fossil pterosaur in front of him. He looked at the fossil pterosaur with a friendly look and inadvertently released a hint of murderous intent towards it. Pteranodon was originally very unhappy with Kamui, the trainer who took advantage of the opportunity. Pteranodon, would never be your Pokemon, even if I die. When the pterosaur felt the killing intent of Shenhui, it immediately calmed down. It couldn't help but regret in its heart that it would be better for it to sleep quietly in the cave. It had to come out to argue with people. It would be fine if it met ordinary people, but these people, how could they be like ordinary people? Now, not only did it fail to sleep, it failed to argue with them, and it was beaten for nothing, and finally it got itself into trouble point. If God could give me a chance to start over, I would say to that girl, I would say to myself, be patient and everything will be fine. Take a step back, and the sky will be broad. From the look of you, it seems that my words have touched your soul. I officially welcome you to join my team, Meng Meng. Come say hello to the new member. Shenwei looked at the fossil pterosaur that had calmed down and nodded secretly. It was indeed an ancient elf. If it didn't have the ability to understand the current situation, how could it have survived to this day? Kamui became more and more satisfied with the fossil pterosaur, so he let it go and asked Mutuo to come over and say hello to it. At the same time, he also asked Mutuo to monitor the fossil pterosaur to prevent it from escaping again. Hello, I'm Mutuo. Mutuo followed Kamui's command, understood Kamui's hidden meaning, floated over, and started talking to the fossil pterosaur. Seeing that Mutuo and pterosaur were having a pleasant conversation, Kamui felt relieved and released Susanoo to feed energy cubes to the Pokemons. After watching Kamui walk away, the fossil pterosaur breathed a sigh of relief and said to Mutuo, he's finally gone. I have to run away before he notices. You can't leave yet. He gave me the task of keeping an eye on you and preventing you from escaping. Hey, we are all elves. Why do elves have to make things difficult for other elves? We are all from the same roots, so why are we so anxious to hurt each other? I'm sorry, I'm an artificial elf. While Mutuo was talking to the pterosaur, Kamui spoke. Meng, fossil pterosaur, come here quickly. I have prepared delicious food for you. Mutuo looked in the direction of the voice and saw Kamui and the other elves sitting neatly together, waiting for them to come over and prepare to eat. Seeing this, Mutuo pulled the fossil pterosaur over and found an empty seat to sit down. It's time to eat. When Shenwei saw that all the elves were present, he took out a pile of energy cubes and placed them on the open space among the elves. Big brother Charizard stood up and distributed energy cubes to the elves to ensure that everyone was equal. The fossil pterosaur looked at the small pile of energy blocks in front of him with great disdain in his heart. The fossil pterosaur, would rather starve to death than eat your things. Just because the pterosaur doesn't eat energy blocks doesn't mean it's on a hunger strike. As a rock-type Pokemon, it only needs to eat stones to sustain its life. So it dug out a piece of stone, took a bite, and showed an expression of enjoyment. The strangeness of the fossil pterosaur soon attracted the attention of other elves, but the fossil pterosaur was completely unaware and continued to do its own thing, chewing on the stone. Hey, Eevee looked at the energy block in front of the fossil pterosaur that didn't move at all, and then looked at the fossil pterosaur that was holding the stone and chewing it stupidly. He was sure in his heart that this was a stupid Pokemon. Eevee jumped into the energy block in front of the fossil pterosaur, ate one blatantly, and then quickly took a look at the fossil pterosaur. Seeing that the fossil pterosaur didn't react to his actions, Eevee was no longer polite and put energy cubes into his mouth one after another. The pterosaur turned a blind eye to Eevee's behavior, but the big brother Charizard couldn't pretend not to see it. The big brother Charizard came over, picked Eevee up from the energy block, sternly warned Eevee a few words, and then put Eevee down. Ibrahimovic walked towards his position, looking back every 3 steps and turning around every 5 steps, his eyes full of reluctance to leave the pile of energy blocks of the fossil pterosaur. After the big brother Charizard scolded Eevee, he recommended the energy cube to Pteranodon. He picked up an energy cube and handed it to Pteranodon, letting it taste it. After listening to the story of its big brother Charizard, the fossil pterosaur took the energy cube with half belief and half doubt and put it in its mouth. The taste of the energy cube instantly swept through the fossil pterosaur's mouth and conquered its taste buds. The fossil pterosaur looked at the energy block in front of it, then looked at the stone in its hand, and made a choice in an instant. The fossil pterosaur threw the stone aside, pounced on the energy block, and started to feast on it. If this scene were post-processed, it would definitely be described as delicious. Shenwei looked at the fossil pterosaur that was holding the energy block and devouring it, and thought to himself, it's done. This fossil pterosaur can't run away anymore. Shenwei successfully subdued the fossil pterosaur, which allowed him to eat 3 more burgers than usual. Kamui, Mito and Mira finished their meal and the elves also finished eating the energy cubes one after another, and then they continued their journey towards Shinetown Point. Before everyone left, Shenwei took out a skill awakening disc and slapped it on the fossil pterosaur. He also took this opportunity to secretly give the fossil pterosaur's super evolution stone to the fossil pterosaur and told it to keep it well. Shenwei and his group set out again. With the help of the local snake, the fossil pterosaur, leading the way, they quickly walked out of the Kirby cave, avoiding Shenwei and his group from taking the detour in the Kirby cave. Finally I see the sun again. Mera closed her eyes, breathed in the fresh air outside, opened her arms to embrace the sunshine, and indulged in her own fantasy. The sun? Where is the sun? Shenwei looked at the night sky covered with dark clouds and ruthlessly shattered Mera's beautiful fantasy. HMPH. Annoying. Mera, her fantasy shattered, glared at Kamui fiercely, and had no choice but to accept the fact that it was nighttime. Mera, let me confirm one last time. Are you too afraid of ghosts? Let me make it clear in advance that I'm not kidding you again. Kamui looked at Mito and Mera seriously and said solemnly. Mito and Mera looked at each other and thought, you pretended very well. If we hadn't seen through your trick long ago, we would have been fooled by you. I'm not afraid of ghosts. Ghosts should be afraid of me. I'm not afraid of ghosts. Not only am I not afraid of ghosts, I even want to catch ghosts. Mito and Mera cooperated with Kamui, answering Kamui's questions with double entendres. They looked at Kamui intentionally or unintentionally, watching with interest how he would play the game of thief crying catch thief next. Okay, then you guys have to follow me closely and don't leave me too far. Seeing Mito and Mera looking serious, Kamui had no doubts in his mind and headed straight for Shinetown Point. As Shenwei and his group got closer and closer to Ziyuan Town, they could occasionally feel a hint of chill. GGGG. Suddenly, an evil laugh was heard. Mito and Mera couldn't help but shrink their necks in fear, but when they saw Kamui beside them, they quickly returned to normal. If you are scared, tell me immediately. The Sharingan is the nemesis of all these evil spirits. When Kamui heard the evil laughter, he immediately looked at Mito and Mera, only to see that they looked normal, and Kamui immediately felt relieved. Mito and Mera thought it was just a prank by Kamui, and didn't think about ghosts, but the elves knew it wasn't a prank by Kamui, but a ghost type elf, and they were all shaking with fear. Forget it, you all come back. Kamui looked at the Pokemons that were too scared to move and put them back into the Pokeballs, leaving only Mewtwo outside. Mito and Mera also followed Kamui's example and collected the Pokemons, leaving the Big Brother Charizard and the Honest Blastoise outside respectively. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.